Chapter 101, Jealousy Part 1. Standing right there in the kitchen, in front of the cooker, was none other than the Alpha. He was shirtless, his broad back facing her as he whistled softly while turning something that sizzled richly in the pan. The apron strings were tied securely at the small of his narrow waist, and he wore grey jogger pants that hung low on his hips, low enough to reveal the waistband of his briefs with the name "Cade" boldly printed across it. Really, he wore his own brand of briefs. Viola thought in disbelief, her brows lifting slightly. His back was tanned and powerfully toned, and the ominous snake tattoo she had always glimpsed on his chest extended all the way around to cover half of his back and trailed down his sculpted, corded left arm, where veins bulged faintly beneath his bronze, sweat-sheened skin. Viola's throat went dry immediately and she gulped down her saliva. Was it even legal for a man to look this perfect, this eye-catching, that not even she could force herself to look away? Gorgeous, tantalizingly charming. He was so captivating that Viola knew she was mentally drooling over his perfection. She had never seen a man look this good without even trying. His whistling gradually stopped, and his deep, husky voice, tinged with that distinct accent she always noticed among the pack members but most strongly in him, drifted toward her. "Good morning, sleepyhead." His words snapped her back to her senses. She blinked as she watched him turn to face her with a small smile. He held the sizzling pan in one hand and a spatula in the other, and somehow the domestic sight only enhanced his attractiveness rather than diminish it. She had never actually been around a man who cooked before. None of the men in Moonwillow believed it was their duty to cook, especially not an Alpha. But this one cooks. "Good morning, Alpha," Viola replied politely. She immediately noticed his smile fall, his sexy lips pressing into a thin line. She knew exactly why. She had addressed him formally again. But could anyone blame her? She still couldn't bring herself being informal with him. Before he could comment on it, she deliberately shifted her gaze away from him and toward the kitchen counter, where an impressive spread of breakfast dishes had been prepared and carefully arranged. There were pancakes stacked neatly, golden waffles, crisp toast, fluffy omelets, sizzling steaks, and several other varieties of breakfast meals laid out like a feast. Had he truly made all of this? Viola wondered in astonishment, unable to believe it. As if reading her thoughts, Sebastian spoke again. "I couldn't figure out which one would be the perfect breakfast or which one you might like, so I made everything." He watched as her eyes widened slightly, clearly surprised that he had prepared such an array. Was it really that unbelievable? To him, cooking was nothing extraordinary. In fact, it had once been his hobby when his parents were still alive. He used to compete with Matt, and his mother would judge who cooked the better dish. Once upon a time in Silver, when his parents were ruling, they did not depend on Omegas to cook their meals but instead prepared the food themselves. Even his father cooked. When Viola remained silent, Sebastian's gaze took in her disheveled morning appearance, from her frizzy hair to her bare face, before his eyes drifted downward to her feet, where he noticed what she was wearing. He nearly laughed at the sight of his oversized slippers swallowing her small feet, but he bit back the sound so as not to offend her. Were his feet truly that large, or were hers simply that small? Whatever the case, he found it unexpectedly adorable that she was wearing something of his. That had to mean some progress, at least. She would not borrow his things if she still completely hated him. "Alpha, she's not in the room." The female voice cut off abruptly when its owner's eyes landed on Viola. Viola's gaze instantly shifted toward the speaker as well. She saw a young woman who looked to be around her age, dressed in the uniform she had noticed the working Omegas wore yesterday. However, this particular Omega was strikingly beautiful, with a stylish hairstyle that seemed far too elaborate for simple household duties. She wore full makeup and delicate jewelry that subtly caught the light. Viola could not help thinking that she looked far too refined and attractive to be merely an Omega working in the main quarter. Then again, she expected nothing less from the Silver Pack, where even the weakest Omegas were treated with some dignity, unlike in Moonwillow. She's here already. She came down herself, Sebastian remarked calmly to the Omega he had sent to wake Viola and help her freshen up for breakfast, but it seemed they missed each other as there were many ways to reach his bedroom in the house. The Omega turned her brown eyes toward Viola, a strange look briefly crossing her face before she shifted her gaze back to the Alpha with a gentle smile, one that did not go unnoticed by Viola. The Alpha's own gaze softened ever so slightly when he looked at the young woman. "I can see that," the girl replied lightly. "Perhaps I should take her to freshen up, then." Sebastian nodded thoughtfully. Then he turned back to Viola. "Go with Angela. By the time you come back down, I will be done here." However, Viola did not move. She simply stared at him with blank, unreadable eyes that made Sebastian's chest tighten faintly with concern. What was wrong? Didn't she want to freshen up? He wondered as he began to walk toward her. But the moment he stepped closer, she stepped back, creating distance between them. His eyes dimmed in quiet displeasure. Had he done something to offend her? Why did it seem like she'd always step away from him whenever he came near? Did she still hate him that much? Had they not been somewhat fine yesterday? Fine enough that she had allowed him to rest his weight against her shoulder like a pillow. Not to mention, she was even wearing his slippers now. He had thought they might at least have reached some fragile truce, perhaps even stepped tentatively into something resembling a cautious friendship. "Is something wrong?" Sebastian asked, unable to fully understand her. She was so different from the women he was used to, women whose moods he could read effortlessly with a single glance. Most women would be high over the moon for the set of jewelry he got for her, but she hadn't even worn it. Viola shook her head lightly. "Nothing. I will go and freshen up." With that, she turned away from him and followed the Omega, Angela, out of the kitchen. She did not understand why she had found it unsettling to see how familiar and relaxed he seemed with Angela. Viola had not missed the way the girl had looked at her for a brief moment, a dark, possessive glint flashing in her eyes before it disappeared. It had been subtle, almost hidden, but unmistakably there in her eyes. It was almost as if Angela had been displeased that Viola had stepped into territory she silently claimed as her own. Viola recognized that look all too well because she had worn it herself many times in the past. Whenever random women tried to linger around Evan, she had fixed them with that very same stare, wanting to scare them off without uttering a single word. Now, as she walked behind Angela, watching her straight back and the confident sway of her steps, Viola noticed how the Omega's dress was cut just a little too short, revealing long, fair legs accentuated by heels. Her hairstyle, a neatly styled bun, looked far too fashionable and deliberate for a simple household worker. Viola did not need anyone to tell her that Angela was the type who harbored big dreams, dreams of catching the Alpha's attention and rising far above her current position. Viola did not necessarily have a problem with ambition. After all, she herself had used the Alpha as a stepping stone to rise above her own miserable circumstances. The difference, however, was that she did not appreciate the familiar possessive look Angela had directed at her. Moreover, considering that she would soon be marrying the Alpha, Angela should not be carrying herself with such territorial air around him. Angela, on the other hand, was furious, though she concealed it well. How dare this nobody appear from nowhere and suddenly position herself as their future Luna? She clenched her teeth subtly, suppressing the anger bubbling within her. She had worked in this house for years, ever since she was a little pup. Her mother had served the Alpha's mother faithfully, and the two women had been close, almost like sisters. Because of that history, Sebastian had always treated Angela more kindly than the other Omega maids. Somewhere deep in Angela's heart, she had nurtured a foolish hope that a fairy tale might unfold in her life, that one day Sebastian would finally notice all her subtle attempts to draw his attention, her careful gestures meant to seduce and charm him into seeing her not as a working Omega in his quarters, but as a woman. Angela would not have been particularly angry if he had simply brought a woman home to use in bed and then discard. She was well aware that the Alpha had several mates over the years who he took to his bed. But he had never truly wanted any of them. After the death of his first Luna, no other woman except Miss Zoe had ever stepped foot into his main quarters, let alone shared his bedroom here. He always took them to his penthouse or some hotel in the pack. But he didn't only bring this one here. And the worst part, he had cooked for this woman. Angela had never once seen him cook for his first wife, Natalia. The only other time she remembered him cooking was when his younger sister had been ill, and even then it had been out of necessity because Miss Zoe had said she wanted his cooking and no one else. Yet now he had woken up early in the morning to prepare an entire feast for this wolfless woman. Chapter 102, Jealousy Part 2. In Angela's mind, she was superior to this wolfless outsider. She firmly believed that if a moment ever came when Sebastian had to choose between the two of them, he would choose her without hesitation. She had known him since childhood, had grown up in his home, had been near him for years. This wolfless woman, on the other hand, was someone he would marry only because she had won a competition, not because he had chosen her from his heart. Angela did not bother to hide the anger and bitter hatred on her face. She believed the useless woman could not see it, but she had completely forgotten about the reflective glass panels lining this particular hallway, which allowed Viola to catch every single expression mirrored clearly behind her. Viola nearly rolled her eyes at the sight of Angela's twisted expression. The girl truly did not need to exhaust herself over the alpha. Viola was not stealing him from her. The marriage was nothing more than a means to secure her revenge and protect her sister, nothing sentimental, nothing romantic. Moreover, it was not as though she planned to set foot in this mansion again. She had only entered because Sebastian had been unconscious. Once she left, she doubted she would ever return here, even after their marriage. She was well aware that Sebastian had not housed his Luna here since his first wife. This was not her home, and Angela was certainly not working under her authority. Whatever feelings Angela harbored for the alpha, Viola had no intention of interfering, as long as Angela did not attempt to scheme against her the way Viola herself had once schemed against women who dared to approach someone she considered hers. She had once been a morally ruthless woman, willing to take any path necessary to remove rivals from her man's side. And she had recognized that same dangerous glint in Angela's eyes. But she no longer possessed the energy, or the cruelty, of her former self to battle another woman over a man. Still, something inside Viola was unsettled by Angela's possessiveness toward the alpha. The feeling was disturbingly familiar. It was the same instinct she used to experience whenever she sensed a threat to someone she claimed. What she did not understand was why she would feel even a flicker of that toward this infuriating alpha. She quickly shook the thought away as Angela led her into a bedroom and then into an adjoining bathroom. Unlike earlier, when Angela had concealed her dislike in Sebastian's presence, she made no effort to hide it now. She scoffed openly before storming out of the bathroom, returning moments later with a dress in her hand. Without ceremony, she tossed it over Viola's head. "Open the wall cabinet. There are soaps and lotion inside," Angela said curtly. "You will find a new set of toothpaste and a brush to use. And whatever you use," she added in a tone befitting a mistress addressing a servant, "make certain you dispose of it. The alpha hates sharing his things with people, especially those beneath him. He does not like seeing such items left where he can notice them. Throw everything away." After speaking, she fixed Viola with a challenging look as if daring her to protest the rude treatment. Viola merely watched her with a detached, unreadable expression, as though neither the insult nor the tone had touched her. That only infuriated Angela further. She had hoped to provoke Viola into reacting, perhaps into acting arrogantly, like someone already claiming the title of Luna, scolding or even striking an omega for her insolence. Angela wanted her to lash out. Even a slap would suffice. Then she could cry before the alpha, who disliked women prematurely assuming the authority of Luna before being formally crowned. She had seen it done before where one of the women he took mistreated an omega because she already thought herself his future Luna, but in the end, Sebastian had banished her from his pack. Though Angela did not relish the thought of bruising her carefully maintained face, she was willing to endure it if it meant positioning herself above this outsider. No matter how Viola had won the competition, she did not belong among those Sebastian kept close, like Angela herself. Viola, however, was fully aware of what Angela was attempting. She simply did not have the energy for such games. "I will dispose of everything I use," Viola replied calmly. "If you will excuse me, I would like to remove my clothes." Angela's fingers curled into tight fists. She opened her mouth as though to retort, then closed it again. Finally, she turned sharply and left, silently vowing to deal with Viola later. After all, she had already acted, by handing her the late alpha mother's dress, which Sebastian had forbidden anyone to touch in his room. He would be furious if he saw someone else wearing it. A smirk curved across Angela's lips as she walked away, pleased with her plan. Inside the bathroom, Viola brushed her teeth in the sink and put her hair up in a shower cap before stepping into the shower. Unfortunately, every product in the cabinet was distinctly masculine. There was not a single feminine item in sight. She hoped the alpha would not object to her using his body wash and lotions. Just as Angela had instructed, she discarded the toothbrush and any disposable items she had used. It would indeed be inappropriate to leave her personal things in his private space. From the towel to the lotion, everything carried his signature scent. By the time she finished, her own natural fragrance had been completely masked by his. She bit the inside of her cheek thoughtfully. Would he be displeased? Regardless, he had given her permission to freshen up here. And since there were no feminine products available, only expensive, high-end men's brands, she had little choice. She did not wash her hair, so dressing did not take long. She was already eager to return downstairs for breakfast. When she slipped into the simple yellow gown, which appeared designed to fall just above or below the knees, it hung much lower on her frame and reached all the way to her ankle. It looked loose and ill-fitted to her petite body. The sleeves were wide and gathered at the wrists, and the neckline dipped into a V with small buttons down the front. A thin tie at the waist pulled it in slightly, while the rest of the dress flowed freely down to her ankles. Standing before his mirror, she examined herself critically. The dress did nothing to flatter her shape. Instead, it made her look like a child playing dress-up in her mother's wardrobe. She assumed it must belong to Zoe or some other tall woman. Zoe, after all, possessed the kind of striking figure that seemed to run in the Cade lineage, as every single one of them were a walking beauty. Viola considered changing back into her original dress, but its fabric had been uncomfortable and tended to cling awkwardly after meals, emphasizing her stomach. With a small sigh, she decided to leave the yellow dress on and exited the room. Angela was nowhere in sight by the time she stepped into the hallway again, and Viola felt a quiet wave of relief. The girl was exhausting and annoying, and she would not mind if they never crossed paths again. Sebastian had taken off his apron and changed into a dark blue tank top with a basketball print on the front. He was placing the final touches on the breakfast table when he sensed Viola's presence approaching from behind. He turned around, but his breath caught in his throat the moment he saw what she was wearing. His eyes narrowed on the dress for a brief second before the tension slowly eased. Had it been anyone else, he would have been furious, perhaps even ready to kill, for daring to touch that dress, let alone wear it. But she was not just anyone. There was no way she could have known that he had forbidden anyone from touching his late mother's belongings. He had never told her. Strangely, she looked good in it. The soft yellow fabric swayed gently with every step she took, and the sight made his eyes soften. It reminded him of his mother, of how she had always looked radiant even in the simplest outfits. The dress, though slightly loose on Viola's smaller frame, didn't take away her beauty in it. When she drew closer, he noticed something else. She smelled just like him. His scent clung to her body, layered over the faint sweetness of her daisy fragrance hidden beneath. The mixture was intoxicating. It reminded him faintly of the way mates carried each other's scent after heated sex. The thought of such intimacy with her made his lower belly clench, and his briefs tightened around his hardened length in uncomfortable arousal. How a simple thought of her could arouse him so fast. He had never brought any woman here before, so he had never bothered to purchase female products. Unless she stayed long enough to explore the mansion thoroughly, she would not know that Zoe's belongings were stored away carefully in one of the unused rooms, preserved along with her dresses for the rare occasions she visited. Still, he was oddly glad Viola had used his things. The more she used what belonged to him, the more satisfied he felt. The persistent ache of the mate bond inside his chest when he hurt her, seemed to quiet slightly. Even his mood, which had been soured earlier when she distanced herself from him, brightened again. "What are you looking at?" Viola asked, her voice slightly self-conscious as she adjusted her glasses and smoothed down the dress. She could feel his gaze fixed on her. He stood there holding 2 plates in his hands, his eyes glued to her. Yeah, she knew she looked bad, but he didn't have to stare. Sebastian bit back a smile and shook his head lightly. "Nothing. Yellow suits you, like a blooming sunflower," he said casually. "I like sunflowers. They're beautiful, so beautiful." He watched as a faint blush rose to her cheeks. She quickly looked away, clearly flustered by the compliment. The chandelier lights above reflected off her ebony black hair and glossy skin, making her look even prettier in that moment. A satisfied grin tugged at his lips. At least she reacted like other women when complimented. She was not completely indifferent to him. That was a good sign. "You have been grinning way too much lately. Don't tell me you have fallen for her. She's mine because you said you don't want her, and until you eat my shit, I don't think you should look at her for me." Muffin, who had been buried at the back of Sebastian's mind by the venom of the black howler, stirred awake now. Sebastian immediately pushed him back into the depths of his consciousness, preferring the silence. He liked it better without his wolf talking and distracting him from quietly admiring his mate. Chapter 103, Laughing Together Part 1. Viola didn't know whether she should take his words as a compliment or not, because she did not feel that she looked good in a dress that swallowed her up. But what she hated even more was that her blush was uncontrollable and inevitable under the way he was looking at her. She composed herself and walked closer to the table and was stunned by everything laid out upon it. There were all kinds of meals, arranged as though they belonged in a 5-star restaurant and was prepared by a top chef. Just looking at the display made her stomach release a very embarrassing loud growl. Her cheeks heated instantly, and she quickly turned her head away to avoid looking at Sebastian when she felt his eyes drop toward her stomach. Sebastian bit down on his bottom lip to suppress the amused laughter rising in his throat when he caught her sneaking a secretive glance at him, like a rabbit peeking its head out of a hole to see whether the predator had left. Viola instantly froze when her eyes locked with his silver ones, and she immediately regretted looking. His eyes were lit with mischief, and the way he was biting down on his lower lip made him look so ridiculously handsome that she found herself staring longer than she should have, until he cleared his throat. She fought the urge to slap herself awake and internally scolded, "Stop looking at him like you've never seen a handsome man before. The psycho is being nice now, the next moment he'll become arrogant again." She turned her back to him, standing stiffly beside the table and staring at the food with silent, hungry eyes, her pride and years of discipline under the hollow system refusing to allow her to sit down and begin eating. After all, he had not given her the go-ahead to eat or touch anything on the table, and she did not want to act without permission. Noticing how she remained standing, Sebastian let out a quiet sigh. "Have a seat. The food will get cold," he said casually, his silver eyes reflecting the chandelier light and twinkling with mirth as he found her reactions oddly adorable. One moment she acted as if he were her enemy. The next, she completely ignored him. And then there were these rare moments when color rose to her cheeks, warming them, and tickling a corner of his heart he hadn't known was still there. The blush on her face had yet to fully subside as she carefully sat on the chair he pulled out for her. He had expected her to ignore the gesture, but the fact that she did not pleased him more than he cared to admit, because that was progress. Instead of sitting down himself, Sebastian moved around the table, bringing forward the dishes he believed she needed most to maintain good health and a healthy weight, placing them in front of her. If she was going to be the mother of his heir in the future, she would need more nourishment and more flesh. With the fact that she did not have her wolf, a matter he planned to investigate further once she became more used to him, once she warmed up to him, just as Muffin had said. He carefully served the food onto her plate like one would for a special someone, because to him, she was beginning to seem like someone he needed to constantly take care of in order to have peace with the mate bond and his wolf. Viola sat there silently, watching the alpha serve her. She wanted to tell him she could serve herself perfectly, but she knew it would be useless. He would not allow it and would end in an unnecessary argument. She waited patiently as he filled her plate and poured her a cup of hot, steaming coffee. When he finally stepped back, he fixed her with an intense gaze, as if he intended to watch her eat without joining her. "Won't you have breakfast too?" she asked, looking up at him. It wasn't because she cared whether he ate or not, but because he had worked hard to prepare this meal. More importantly, his intense stare was beginning to make her want to squirm. Did he really plan to watch her like that? At this rate, she might accidentally put the food in her nose instead of her mouth. When she lowered her eyes back to the table, she sincerely hoped she was not drooling onto her plate. Perhaps it was because she had not eaten anything since yesterday morning, but every single dish looked unbelievably delicious and professionally arranged. She wanted to wolf them down. She doubted this was his first time doing something like this. She could not help wondering if it was simply routine for him to cook for each of his mates. She knew this was not special treatment meant only for her. Nobody had ever done anything especially for her, not even Evan. On the rare occasions her adoptive parents treated her differently, it was only because they had noticed how close she and Evan were becoming and how strong the possibility of her becoming their Luna seemed. She refused to lie to herself and pretend this was something special for her alone. Everything always came with a price and she would wait for the price of his recent niceness towards her, but until then, she needed to be on high alert. Still, a tiny prick pierced her chest at the thought that many other women might have sat exactly where she was sitting now, enjoying the same carefully prepared meal. She blinked the absurd emotion away. It had no reason to exist. There was no way she was jealous over a man she did not even like bringing other women here to share breakfast with him. That would be completely outrageous. She quickly convinced herself that the uncomfortable feeling was simply because she had been thinking about Evan and how he had never done anything special for her, like cooking her breakfast. "Are you going to keep standing there? The food is getting cold," Viola said when she felt his eyes still fixed on her. Didn't he know it was uncomfortable to be stared at like that? Sebastian, who had indeed been watching her, blinked before a smirk slowly formed on his lips. "Why does it seem like you want me to eat with you? I made everything for you, but if you want me to sit and eat with you, I will gladly do so," he teased. Although he truly had made everything for her, since he rarely enjoyed his own cooking, he would not have minded sitting down beside her. He was simply skilled at hiding the eagerness that made him feel embarrassingly like a dog wagging its tail for attention. However, she completely shattered that quiet, puppy-like anticipation when she parted her lips and replied flatly, "I don't want you to sit with me." Sebastian felt his heart knot at the rejection that slipped so easily from her pretty mouth, and it twisted like a vine tightening painfully around his chest. This woman was ruthless in her own quiet way, for she knew that every rejection she gave him would wound him, whether she meant it or not. Couldn't she see that he was genuinely trying to make amends before their marriage? Perhaps it was time he conducted a more personal assessment of her, to understand what she truly wanted in order to finally put their hostility behind them. Maybe he should speak with his sister and gain some insight. Women understood women better, after all, or so he hoped. Viola noticed the dark look that crossed his face after her words and could not help but sigh as she rubbed her forehead lightly. She had not meant her comment literally, she had only been sarcastic. But it seemed he had taken it seriously, and now the atmosphere in the room was turning frigid under the weight of his alpha aura. If she wanted to enjoy her meal without choking on that oppressive energy, she needed to soothe him. "You can join me if it makes you happy. Have a seat," she remarked. However, her face was so straight and unreadable when she said it that Sebastian interpreted her tone as forced politeness rather than sincerity. His expression only worsened in intensity, and Viola nearly rolled her eyes at what she perceived as childish behavior. Was he seriously throwing a silent tantrum now? She only wanted to eat in peace without feeling his mood darkening the entire dining hall. Instead of speaking again and possibly making it worse, she reached out and grabbed his wrist, tugging him forward to sit down beside her. Viola barely felt anything when she touched him, perhaps just the warmth of skin against skin, but for Sebastian, it was entirely different. Because of the mate bond, a sudden spark rushed through his body, a tingling and strangely pleasing sensation that traveled along his nerves. He looked down at her fair fingers wrapped around his wrist, momentarily captivated by the contrast in the size of their hands and the difference in their coloring. "I wasn't being serious about not wanting you to join me. You made all this, so it's only fair you eat with me. Now have your seat," she added with a light chuckle, unable to suppress the faint amusement she felt at the sight of the alpha behaving so moodily. Sebastian felt another subtle tickle in his heart at the sound of her soft laughter. He was genuinely taken aback. This was the very first time he had ever heard her chuckle. Even if it was small and fleeting, it still felt like progress in their strained relationship. Laughter meant she did not completely despise him anymore. "Right. Well, if you're insisting, I will eat with you," Sebastian replied, his mood lifting considerably. He decided to simply enjoy this meal with her and allow her to grow more comfortable around him before bringing up the serious conversation he had been meaning to have. Viola snorted inwardly. "Yeah, right. I didn't insist. You were being moody, and it was disturbing the entire atmosphere." She kept the thought to herself and allowed him to believe whatever he preferred. Just as he had served her earlier, Viola now served him in return. She did it not out of affection but because she disliked feeling indebted to anyone in any way. However, Sebastian's grin widened noticeably as he watched her serve him, and he began eating his own cooking for what felt like the very first time, savoring it simply because he was sharing it with her. Chapter 104, Laughing Together Part 2. "I will set our wedding and your crowing ceremony for a week from now," Sebastian announced after they had both emptied the plates in front of them. He watched her put her cup of coffee down on the saucer and gave him a small nod. "Is that time all right with you?" he asked, and she nodded again without speaking. Sebastian was not satisfied. He wanted to hear her voice. He needed words from her. They had eaten in silence, and he didn't like it. "Patience, man. Don't rush her. She's still getting accustomed to you," Muffin said. "For how long? I am willing to do anything to make her feel free around me. Rome wasn't built in a day, you know. Just because she ate your food doesn't mean she is suddenly free and okay with you. Go gently. Any pace is enough as long as there is progress." However, Sebastian wasn't a patient man. In fact, he had never been one since he was a pup. When he wanted something, he would do anything to make it happen in a day. But with this certain mate of his, who was so different from all the others, it seemed he would be forced to practice patience, something he really didn't have in him to endure. He wanted them to talk properly, to each other, like friends instead of reluctant allies. He had thought a breakfast together would be a way to achieve that, and telling her about her crowning of Luna, something she had seemed so desperate for, that she had risked her life to participate in the competition for the position, would help. But even that announcement didn't change the natural, blank expression on her face. It was almost as if he had just announced the weather rather than the ceremony. Sebastian decided to try to make her talk in another way. He put his own coffee cup down. Now that you have one, it means you have earned your 3 wishes. Have you thought about what you want me to grant you? He questioned, almost eagerly, waiting for her answer. From what he knew of her, she would not ask for money, so he could not help his curiosity about what she intended to request. Viola felt her heart leap at his words. Her 3 wishes. She almost laughed at the thought because he made it seem like he was a genie who could grant her every desire, but then, he was in some ways. Only he could grant the wishes she truly wanted, being the most powerful man in the entire werewolf world. Those wishes had been part of the driving force that pushed her to fight with everything she had, even risking her life. She had already calculated everything she wanted and memorized it clearly in her mind since the moment he signed the contract. She knew exactly what she wanted him to grant, and every single request aligned perfectly with her plans to fixing the things that had broken her and made her live every moment of her life with regret. However, she hesitated when it came to voicing the first one, uncertain whether he would truly be willing to grant it. But then he had signed the agreement that he would grant her everything and anything, no matter how absurd it may sounded or be. She gave him a nod before wiping her mouth and lifting her gaze to meet his. "What is it?" Sebastian asked. "I want to see Evan and the North Pack Princess, Ember. I wish for you to invite him to our wedding and my crowning ceremony." "That is my first wish," she said calmly, watching carefully as his eyes slowly lost their earlier glimmer and dimmed like a dying candle. "I have blacklisted both packs. Any pack that is blacklisted no longer has access to enter Silver Pack territory. Couldn't you ask for something else?" Sebastian inquired, hoping she would change her request. He was not the type to forgive easily or go back on his words, and those 2 packs had directly offended him. He should have known she would not wish for something simple. And why did she want to see her ex? Did she still have feelings for him that made her want him invited into Silver Pack territory? That thought darkened Sebastian's eyes for a moment, but her next words softened it again. "No, that is what I want. And you have to grant it as per our agreement. I am not asking you to remove the blacklist entirely, just send them an invitation to come here without revealing the identity of who won the competition. The only way I can get back at them is if I get to see them again, and I can no longer step foot into either of their packs." So that was the reason, Sebastian thought, feeling a sense of relief. Viola had not forgotten what they had done to her. Evan had not only ruined her life, he had broken her heart and let her suffer for 4 long years, even though she had been the one to make it at least remotely possible for him to be crowned alpha instead of his brother. She had given him all her teenage years instead of using them to gather her own wealth and power. She had spent every cent on him, invested not only her time but her heart in him, only for him to break it. Lenny and Evan had tortured her in ways that left scars she could never fully overcome. And Ember, Viola's fist clenched tightly as she remembered how close she had come to death in that forest that night in the North Pack. How could she possibly let him off that easily? If that is your wish, then they will be special guests at our wedding, Sebastian promised firmly. The look in her blue eyes told him she was doing this to exact revenge, and who was he to stop her? He, too, held a grudge against Moonwillow, especially that foolish Evan. "Anything else you want to ask for?" Sebastian asked, sipping his tea and privately satisfied that she did not seem to harbor lingering feelings for Evan. "I will tell you the other 2 wishes when the time comes. Right now, though, I have a question, if you do not mind me asking," Viola stated, turning sideways on her chair so she was facing him, her elbow resting on the table beside her plate. "That depends on the question, me Aimer." "What is it?" he teased lazily, holding her gaze and enjoying that she was now fully facing him, her knees only an inch from grazing his. A faint blush crept up her cheeks at the endearment, spoken so thickly, but then she knew it meant nothing. Nick used that with her all the time. Viola quickly suppressed the strange effect he seemed to have on her and the embarrassing ease with which she grew flustered around him, especially after what he had done in the resting room to save her life. The shameless pervert. What caused the feud between you and Moonwillow? She asked. She had been curious about this for a long time, but she hadn't been in any position to ask anyone. When the hostility between his pack and Moonwillow began, she had not yet been adopted and was still living in the orphanage within the Nightshade pack, far away from both Moonwillow and Silver pack territory, where she barely heard any of their news. She hadn't even known about the feud until Moonwillow stopped receiving any new, modern items from the Silver pack. She had noticed it when they visited another pack and saw that they had everything new. When she asked why Moonwillow didn't have the same, her adoptive father had said it was because they had been blacklisted over a petty feud, adding that Sebastian was a very petty alpha to hold such a grudge over something that should have been easily forgiven. Nonetheless, he never told her exactly what that petty incident had been and quickly changed the topic. Chapter 105, Laughing Together Part 3. Sebastian's expression barely shifted at her question. Only the corner of his lips tilted slightly upward. Curious, are we? He chuckled softly. Yes, I am curious. I was too young when everything happened, and no one ever told me the full story. And now I believe I am entitled to the details since I will be your Luna, she said seriously, not mincing words. It wasn't every day that she would find this alpha in such a mood. It was better to take advantage of it and hear the details. You are aware that curiosity kills the cat, aren't you? He teased, his silver eyes glimmering with dark amusement. It was not a secret others didn't already know. It was simply that speaking about it stirred irritation within him and the past pain he had buried behind carefully built walls. Talking about it brought back memories, bitter, angry memories that made his insides churn. Yes, but a cat has 9 lives. So 1 life down, which means I still have 8 more to go. Let's use 1 more to hear the story behind your enmity with my former pack, Viola mused, leaning back in her chair and crossing her arms, a small but confident smile playing on her lips as she looked at him expectantly. Are you considering yourself the cat and me the killer? Sebastian teased, tilting his head sideways, straying from the topic. Viola pursed her lips. You said curiosity kills the cat. If considering myself the cat will make you tell me, then so be it. I am a cat, and please don't stray from the topic. I am not straying, he lied, and then his silver eyes sparked. If you can repeat every word you just said in Spanish, I will tell you everything about it without leaving anything out. I saw that you are learning Spanish. Let's see how much progress you have made, because you will be taking an oath in my native language during your ceremony, he mused, not telling her that he had seen it on her phone, that she was learning Spanish, lest she get reminded that he had invaded her privacy and get angry again. Viola felt her throat go slightly dry at his words. He wanted her to repeat those words in Spanish. She backtracked and tried to remember the exact words, realizing how long the sentence was and that she didn't know every word of it in Spanish yet. She hadn't even been aware that she would give an oath in his native language. Viola's lips pressed together. If she weren't so damn curious about what caused the feud between him and her former pack, she wouldn't be attempting to embarrass herself by speaking in a language she hadn't yet mastered in front of him. And worst of all, she hadn't brought the wristband Nick had given her because the system talked way too much, almost like it could read her emotions and thoughts. It was creepy in a way. You are being unfair right now, Viola muttered, glaring at him. But the alpha only smiled and shrugged. Think of it as anything. You will thank me later for helping you practice my native tongue before your crowning ceremony. Let's hear it, Ninata. Repeat every single word, Sebastian said, propping his elbow on the table and resting his cheek against his palm in a nonchalant way, watching her patiently. He looked like a perfect Greek Adonis painting sitting in that position, and his intense eyes made her feel not only a thread of nervousness in her stomach but also an unnerving tension that made her fight the strong urge to tell him she was no longer interested in playing his game. But then again, she needed to practice her Spanish. Viola could remember certain words, but for the life of her, she couldn't recall what a cat was called in Spanish. She had learned it, but she had forgotten, especially with the alpha looking at her like that. Most of the words had slipped out of her mind. Was perro a cat? It should be, right. Taking a deep breath, she began to speak what she believed were the correct words. Digest curiosa mata el perro, si contando mi mismo el perro harol tu desa, entonces si así. Yo soy un perro, y por favor no desvíes del tópico. Viola's words in English, curious kills the dog, if counting myself the dog will do you say, then so be it. I am a dog, and please don't stray from the topic. She looked at him, and the expression in his clear silver eyes made her immediately realize she had gotten it somewhat wrong. He looked like he was fighting down his amusement. Isn't it right? She asked with a small chuckle. Sebastian suddenly burst into laughter. The maids around the dining hall turned in shock to look at them at the sound he let out. They had never seen their alpha smile so openly, let alone laugh. Was he truly enjoying himself enough with this wolfless woman to laugh at her words? That was unheard of. Ever since he lost his parents, he had stopped allowing himself any lightness in life, until he married his first Luna. After her death, whatever warmth had remained in his eyes vanished entirely. He became colder, harsher, and meaner. Even as a child, he had been ruthless, often requiring his mother's gentle guidance to temper his temperament and follow the calmer example of his twin brother, Alex. But every loss he endured through the years had doubled that ruthlessness. Fun had no place in the alpha's life any more that many became terrified of him. He was surrounded only by aloofness and indifference, and even the smallest mistake from someone could cost them dearly. Only his sister managed to draw out the faintest remnants of softness within him, and even with her, he did not laugh like this. Actually, many of the new workers in the Alpha's quarter had never even thought he was capable of laughter or smiling at all, so they all looked stunned by this sound coming from him. Viola watched him laugh, utterly baffled by what she had said that was so amusing. Was her mistake really that funny? She hadn't even known this man could laugh, yet here he was, cracking up like she had delivered the joke of the century. He laughed so hard the corners of his eyes glistened with moisture. Though Viola felt she should be offended that he was laughing at her mistake, she found herself biting back her own laughter. His laugh was ridiculous, he was practically snorting like a pig, even making faint whistling sounds between breaths. She covered her mouth with her hand to hide her growing amusement. Unable to hold it in any longer, she glared at him. "Stop that. What did I say that was so funny? Hey," she exclaimed when he bent forward over the table and the pig-like sounds grew even louder and more ridiculous and so unlike him. And then she completely forgot how much she disliked him and that she was being laughed at. She began laughing too. Was she going insane? Or was he the insane one? What a pig he was. That thought only made her laugh even harder, and she even ended up falling off her chair onto the floor, which only made the alpha crack up even more. The maids watching couldn't help but think that this laughter would never end today, and some of them were even biting back their own amusement, for their alpha was actually laughing for the first time in years. Meanwhile, a certain Omega was fuming with rage, her expression dark as she watched the scene unfold before her. Chapter 106, Accident. In the end, the Alpha never told Viola the story behind his feud with her former pack. After his laughter had finally subsided, he had pointed out her mistakes in the words she had spoken, telling her that until she reached a stage where she could communicate with him fluently in the language, he would not reveal the story. Viola had been frustrated, because she didn't see what the big deal was in him telling her, and from what she had learned from her former pack members, it had been a petty incident that caused the feud. If it was so petty, then why was he holding back the information? But knowing that her curiosity to hear the details from him would become another driving force to make her focus on her language learning before the ceremony, she had given him a curt nod and said, "Fine, I will master it, and you will tell me everything. Deal. You will have the detailed history of my feud with them, But for now, focus on your learning, Sebastian had told her. He didn't want her to be talked about or plotted against in a language she couldn't understand, especially not in her own presence. If she wanted to have full control as Luna, she couldn't afford to give anyone a reason to claim she wasn't truly one of them. And as his wife and Luna, it was only natural that she understand his native tongue. Hence, no matter how much he didn't like talking about his history, he would have to tell her someday to keep this deal. Viola had once asked Zoe, and Zoe had told her she didn't know the details either, because she had been a little girl when it happened and nobody talked about it anymore, as it upset the alpha. The only person who could tell her was the alpha himself, which was why she had asked him. In the end, she hadn't received any satisfactory story, only a stomach ache from laughing so hard that her lungs felt like they might burst. Viola couldn't recall the last time she had laughed like that. In fact, she wasn't the type to laugh loudly, as she had been taught to be refined like a Luna. Even if she found something funny, she was expected to chuckle softly behind her palm. However, the alpha's laugh had been so contagious that she couldn't help herself. Did he always laugh like that? Unknown to her, this was his first time laughing this hard as well. Actually, she also noticed that the alpha was behaving differently here than in the Silver City, where he always carried a very cold expression, as if the world owed him money. But here, his expression was relaxed, to the point that he had even laughed that much. Now that she knew he would only tell her the story behind him and her former pack after she learned to speak Spanish better, Viola sat in his living room going through her language app as she waited for him to come and take her back to the pack city. She had wanted to leave by asking the driver to take her back, as his beta had suggested yesterday, but the alpha had told her he was also going back to the city, and there was no need for her to take another car when they could go in his. He had asked her to give him a few minutes to take a shower and change. That was why she was now sitting, legs tucked on the sofa in his beautiful living room, the flat-screen TV showing a news channel on mute as she browsed through her phone and worked on her language app. She had so much to do once she returned to her penthouse that thinking about it made her anxious. She would be reaching out to the orphanage for her sister, and the thought made her stomach turn, threatening to bring back the breakfast she had eaten and unexpectedly enjoyed more than any meal she'd ever had. Not wanting to feel sick at the thought of calling the orphanage, she chose to distract herself by learning for now. But her brows soon pulled together as she recalled she had left her purse in Sebastian's room. Knowing that once he came down they would be leaving, she decided to go up and get her purse and shoes, as she had been wearing his around the house. Because he hadn't looked upset nor ordered her to take them off, she hadn't. They might be big, but they were far more comfortable than her high heels. She slipped her feet back into the large shoes sitting beside the sofa, where she had taken them off to tuck her legs beneath her, and made her way toward his room. The mansion was so big that one could easily get lost, but she had memorized her path from coming down for breakfast earlier and retraced her steps now. As she climbed the stairs, dragging the big shoes on her feet, her phone began to ring in her hand. She was looking down at it to see who was calling, not watching where she was going, when she suddenly collided with someone, the force sending the other person falling. Viola quickly reached out and grabbed the person's wrist before they could tumble down the staircase, dropping her phone in the process, where it crashed to the floor face down, its screen shattering. The sight of her first phone in 4 years breaking made her heart tighten. She looked up at the person she had collided with, only to see that it was none other than Angela, the bitter Omega she had hoped never to see again. Viola didn't need to be told to know that the girl had crashed into her on purpose. Angela had been descending while Viola was ascending the stairs, and while Viola stood on the step looking down at her phone, Angela had been looking straight ahead, clearly seeing her there. Nonetheless, Viola pulled the girl back up to steady her so she wouldn't fall. But Angela did something utterly unexpected that made Viola gasp in shock. Rather than standing back on her feet as Viola had guided her, she purposely threw herself off the rest of the stairs she wasn't standing properly on, making it seem as though Viola had pushed her as she tumbled and cried out, hitting her elbow and head before finally stopping at the stair landing, bruised and in tears. "Ah, I broke my arm. Why did you push me?" Angela cried, looking up at Viola with tears streaming down her beautiful rosy cheeks. I didn't do anything to you." Viola watched with a look of mild surprise as it instantly became clear to her what Angela was up to when she began to cry. All the workers in the house started to gather below the stairs, looking horrified and casting accusing glances at Viola, as if she were a witch who had harmed an innocent flower. Viola's brows twitched upward. She was somewhat familiar with such scenes, because she had done the same many times to gain Evan's attention when she noticed him giving it to another woman. She would hurt herself, sometimes even cutting her own wrist, just to appear pitiful and draw his focus back to her, or to blame it on another victim so she could watch Evan punish them and feel important to him again, just to be assured that he was still hers and no other woman could take him from her. Viola knew she had committed many terrible deeds in the past. She had been cruel, and karma had caught up with her, punishing her in the worst possible way. She had suffered double the humiliation she had inflicted on others, but she never imagined she would face this again, that she would have to be the victim of a game similar to the one she had played on she-wolves she marked as her rivals. She almost laughed bitterly as the saying, "What goes around comes around," played through her mind. So Angela was indeed exactly what Viola had thought her to be. She had something going on with the Alpha and felt threatened by her. Viola calmly bent down and picked up her broken phone. Turning it around in her palm and seeing the shattered screen, her expression darkened slightly. "It's broken." The maids, noticing her expression and how unapologetic she appeared for pushing Angela, couldn't help but think of her as the worst kind of person. Though many of them didn't actually like Angela, as she liked to flaunt how she was the Alpha's favorite in the house, showing off the jewelry he had given her, as well as expensive dresses, makeup kits, and skincare, they still sucked up to her whenever she handed them old things she no longer used, which they considered treasures. "Are you all right, Angela? Your elbows are bleeding." Several of them rushed to her, cowering as Angela trembled, her body shaking while she looked up at Viola with a fearful expression. She pushed me. Chapter 107, Heartless. I am not fine. My arm and legs hurt, I think they're broken and my bones feel damaged. I don't know why she pushed me. I was only passing by her. Angela sobbed, but internally she was smirking, knowing that this was where she would put this wolfless woman who had dared to make the Alpha laugh in her place. She couldn't let her dreams of climbing the social ladder be ruined by some nobody who came from another pack, someone far beneath her in status. She was an Omega, while the bitch didn't even have a wolf. How could she give up years of dreams for someone like her? Had it been Layla, Angela would know she had lost to a worthy, important person, but a wolfless bitch. Never, since she was a little girl, she had harbored dreams of being Sebastian's wife one day, rejoicing with every single death of his Lunas, waiting for her turn when his rumored curse would be broken so she could become his fourth Luna, who would survive. Angela didn't mind at all that he was marrying this wolfless, because there was no doubt she would eventually die. She was a sacrificial lamb. What she felt threatened by was the fact that the Alpha was behaving differently with her. Angela wanted to be assured that she was still important to him, and she had quickly devised this scheme the moment she saw the wolfless ascending the stairs. Alpha Sebastian had never liked to see her upset. He would buy her jewelry every time she cried, or pretend to remember the times his mother had treated her like a daughter. He had once hugged her and patted her back. He was kind and loving toward her, which made Angela confident he would choose her over this woman he was forced to marry. She cried louder so he would hear from his room and come down quickly to deal with the bitch. "I can't believe she is standing there after pushing Angela," whispered some of the maids, giving Viola disgusted looks. They found her arrogant for someone who had come from the gutters of the North Pack and managed to win the competition. Shouldn't she be apologizing? Was she seeking punishment from their Alpha? No doubt she has no idea who Angela is to the alpha. If I were her, I would apologize immediately, mused another, as they had all believed, just as Angela had told them, that she was the alpha's bedwarmer and that he gave her gifts for that purpose. Angela was basically the alpha's woman. She cares more about her stupid phone than the alpha's woman, added a third. Viola heard every one of their whispered words, and, in truth, they were right. She cared more about her phone than Angela's injuries because it had been a gift from Zoe, something precious to her, while Angela was nothing but a senseless fool who had hurt herself on purpose just to make Viola look bad. She cherished everything given to her by people she cared about, and she felt the back of her throat burn with anger at the fact that Angela's stupidity had ruined something precious. Viola's eyes drifted to the Omega on the floor, playing the victim. Her fingers clenched at her sides as she said firmly, "I will give you only one chance to apologize to me, Angela. I will let this go if you drop the act and apologize for breaking my phone." The other workers gathered around Angela gasped at the wolfess's audacity to tell someone she had heartlessly pushed down to apologize. Just how arrogant could one person be? Angela pressed more tears to her eyes as she said, I will apologize to you if it will make you feel better, future Supreme Luna. After all, I am just a lowly Omega and you are the soon-to-be Luna. I am sorry, she said, bowing her head, and grimacing in pain so everyone would pity her more. The others couldn't help but think that Angela had humbled herself to apologize, even though she was the one who had clearly been hurt by that vicious woman. They all glared at Viola with resentment, unable to see why they should respect her when she wasn't even their Luna yet and was already being so heartlessly cruel to someone they believed was close to their alpha. What would happen to them if such a wicked woman becomes their Luna? Viola was aware that Angela's apology was half-hearted and only given to earn more pity. As much as she wanted a sincere apology, it wasn't going to bring back the broken phone and would only waste her time she should be using for something far more important than facing unnecessary drama that reminded her of her own past. Before the alpha could come down and potentially be misled into believing Angela's act like the other workers, as Evan had once believed hers, Viola decided to leave the house without him. She had started disliking him less and didn't want any more reason to hate him to a no-return level, knowing she would have to live as his wife and that hatred would only make everything unbearable. It was best to leave, especially since she had already seen how he seemed to have some hidden relationship with this particular Omega. Viola didn't speak to Angela again as she began descending the steps to leave. But just as she reached the landing where Angela was sitting, faking serious injuries, the girl grabbed the hem of her yellow dress, stopping her. "I have apologized to you. Don't you think I also deserve an apology in return for being pushed?" Angela asked innocently, wiping her cheek with her other hand. She couldn't allow the wolfless to leave before the alpha came out and would do anything to delay her and let her face his wrath for hurting her. Viola looked down at Angela gripping her dress. Her expression was blank, almost emotionless, as she stared at Angela with piercing blue eyes that made the girl want to cower. There was a sudden, strange energy radiating from the wolfless, but Angela forced herself to meet her gaze, reminding herself she was nothing but a wolfless. She didn't have a wolf, so there was no way she could possess any suppressing aura, no way she could emit the kind of dominance radiating in the air. And yet, why was Angela feeling a shiver crawl down her spine, as if she was standing before the alpha himself? Her throat went dry. She gulped down a mouthful of saliva, the sound loud in her own ears. Wasn't it said the bitch was wolfless? Viola crouched down to Angela's level so only the girl could hear her words. "Drop the act right now. I will not warn you again, Angela. You are testing my patience," she said calmly, wanting the girl to understand that she wasn't easily manipulated. Viola had been an expert in games like this before and if she was pushed to her limit, Angela wouldn't like the outcome. "What do you mean by, you could kill me? Why are you threatening me when all I asked for is an apology?" Angela cried, looking up at Viola with terrified brown eyes, making it seem as though Viola had just whispered a threat of death directly into her ear. Viola looked at the girl and realized she wouldn't drop the act. In fact, she was playing it deep and twisting everything. Viola suddenly sensed the Alpha's presence approaching, and as the other Omegas began to bow their heads, her heart gave a heavy thud. Would he believe what Angela had said and punish her? She had played this kind of scheme before and never paused to consider how the other women felt when she had lied about them, but now, being in that position, Viola realized it was a very unpleasant feeling that made one dreadful. However, she didn't think she wanted to wait to find out who the Alpha would believe, not when she wanted to teach this Angela a lesson for ruining her phone and her mood. Viola never wanted to be the person she had been 4 years ago again, but when it came to protecting the small allies she was building with the Alpha, she knew she had to respond to cheap, underhanded acts. Angela's ridiculous cries grew louder as she, too, sensed the Alpha coming down the stairs, and before he could reach the landing where they were, Viola did something that took everyone completely by surprise, their eyes widening in utter shock at what unfolded before them. Chapter 108, Cheap Tricks. Viola, who had been crouching beside Angela only a moment ago, suddenly cried out and threw herself off the stairs, making it seem as though Angela had pushed her. Angela was still clutching the hem of Viola's dress, her hand outstretched at the very instant Viola fell, a perfectly framed scene that the Alpha came down just in time to witness. Viola tumbled, scraping her knees and elbows on the sharp edges of the steps until she fell the rest of the way from the stair landing to the floor. However, unlike Angela, she sustained more bruises and cried out in genuine pain, a sound that immediately made Sebastian's heart tighten, and in an instant, he was racing down the stairs to reach her. "Viola," he called as he went down 2 steps at a time, reaching her side in the blink of an eye. Angela's eyes rounded in disbelief. She was more than certain she hadn't pushed the bitch and had only held her dress, but Viola's fall made it appear otherwise, and the Alpha had witnessed it. She watched as the Alpha brushed past her without sparing even a single glance, and Angela's heart broke. Not willing to give up, she also cried out, "My leg hurts." If Sebastian heard her, he blocked her out as he pulled Viola into his arms, preparing to carry her to the healing house immediately. However, despite her injuries, she pushed his hands away and groaned, "Don't touch me." There was anger evident in her voice that stopped him short. Viola was angry because she didn't want to be the kind of woman who had to scheme just to earn attention, and if it hadn't been for his woman, she would never have resorted to such a cheap and undignified act in order not to get accused of something she didn't do. She couldn't believe he was such a shameless womanizer that he had another woman among his own workers. Couldn't he at least have some class and maintain a sense of professionalism? Alphas didn't sleep around with their house helps precisely to avoid future problems of jealousy and possessiveness, not unless that woman was also one of his many mates. Sebastian's hand froze mid-air as she warned him not to touch her. His expression darkened at the cold look in her eyes as she glared at him. Just a while ago, they had been talking and laughing in the dining hall, but in the matter of minutes it had taken him to shower and change, she had grown distant again. Viola never intended to fight for his attention by throwing herself off. She had just wanted to make the stupid Omega realize that resorting to such cheap tricks was lame, and that she herself had done far worse in the past and could still do it far better than her. As for Sebastian, he could believe whatever he wanted to believe, as long as he didn't punish her for his other woman's injuries. He wouldn't blame her for Angel's injuries now that he had witnessed the girl pushing her off. Anger boiled inside Sebastian when Viola didn't even bother to look at him and kept her eyes averted, and he let out his alpha energy, forcing every single person there into submission. Knowing he couldn't take it out on her, he turned his focus on the person who seemed to have been the cause of all of this. Angela herself sat there with tears in her eyes, looking pitiful, but if there was any sympathy within Sebastian, it was reserved for the frail but stubborn woman next to him. "What the fuck happened here?" he demanded, his voice cold, his silver eyes hardened. All the workers bowed down, including Angela, whose palms had turned sweaty upon seeing the soft look in the Alpha's eyes disappear. He had never looked this angry towards her before. Did he believe that bitch? I mean I was walking by when Miss Viola pushed me off the stairs. Angela stammered, tears streaming down her face. I even apologized to her, but she wasn't satisfied and threatened to kill me if I told you that she pushed me off. Alpha, everyone here is my witness, they all saw her push me and threaten me. The Omegas who still believed Angela held some special place in their Alpha's favor were quick to nod, murmuring their support for her claims without hesitation. If it were to be Wade who was more important to the Alpha, Angela had been with him the longest. Yes, we all saw her push Angela and threatened to kill her, they echoed. Sebastian heard this and turned his eyes to the woman beside him on the floor, whose expression had now gone blank. She didn't even bother defending herself, only staring at the floor, leaving him to believe whatever he wanted to believe, causing his frustration to mount again at the fact that she had closed up to him after he had thought they were making great progress already and that very soon she would warm up to him and trust him. Why did it seem like the little progress he had made had now been shattered again? He felt his insides burn with a sudden annoyance toward what most had caused his setbacks in a matter of minutes. Sebastian didn't care what the other Omegas and even Angela herself said. What mattered was what he had witnessed, his mate getting pushed off the stairs in a way that made his heart stop for a moment. He wouldn't tolerate anyone hurting his mate or causing her to distance herself from him again in his own house. Not to mention, he had been kind to Angela because his mother and hers had been close, and anyone close to his parents naturally received his kindness. He had noticed more than once how Angela gave him subtle signals, sometimes wearing short dresses with no underwear and purposely bending where he could catch a glimpse of her naked butt cheeks, sometimes even wearing transparent shirts without bra, and leaving her erect nipples. Sebastian had seen all of that but had overlooked it because of her sick mother, who no longer worked for him. He had ignored many of her advances, but now it seemed the time had come to put her in her place. She had just crossed lines she should never have come close to. He had given her too much freedom, to the point she believed she could create false accusations to harm a future Luna without consequence. Deltas, Sebastian called, summoning the werewolf patrol guards in the quarters, and they hurried to answer his command. Angela was internally rejoicing, certain the Alpha believed her over the bitch, who she thought had tried to scheme against her, but the Alpha's next order made her go pale instantly. Take Angela away, and remove every single worker present here. Hand them over to the punishment system house, and after Angela serves her sentence, assign her to work in the pack factory. She is no longer welcome here. Let her sick mother still receive the special benefits, but Angela and all the others here will never set foot inside my quarters again. Burn every single piece of jewelry and every dress she owns. Immediately upon hearing this, the workers all fell down, bowing their heads and pressing their foreheads to the floor in apology, as it instantly became clear they had wronged their Alpha. Angela, who had been pretending to be so hurt she could barely stand, attempted to run to the Alpha to beg as well, forgetting she was playing weak, but the Deltas apprehended her before she could reach him. No, please, don't send me to the factory. I will apologize to the future Luna if it will make you happy. I am sorry, she cried, knowing the factory was a harsh and dangerous place to work. She had enjoyed the luxury of her position here and couldn't imagine being thrust into the factory. Silver Pack has many factories within its land, where things were made and the machines and chemicals used there were strong enough to ruin skin and disfigure a person if they were not careful enough. Angela didn't want to go there. Her dreams was here, with the Alpha. She wanted to beg the Alpha and even the bitch who was the reason she was now being dismantled, but the Deltas holding her didn't allow it. She was dragged away, crying and screaming at the top of her lungs. Forgive me, I won't do it again, she shouted, her voice echoing through the mansion. Don't do this to me, Alpha. Chapter 109, The Undeniable Attraction. After the house was cleared of Angela and the workers who had witnessed and supported Angela's claims, Everything fell silent again, with only the faint humming of the mansion's air conditioner and house system audible. Sebastian stared at Viola, who still refused to look at him, and after a few moments, she pushed herself up to her feet. She limped as she turned away to leave, roughly kicking his shoes off her feet and grabbing her broken phone in one swift motion, stunning Sebastian, who nearly got smacked in the face by one of the shoes she had flung without warning. Just how stubborn was this woman? Sebastian thought, watching her limp away, intending to leave without talking or acknowledging him. He didn't know what he had done wrong to make her this angry or what exactly had happened here before his arrival, but he was certain he couldn't allow her to leave his quarters in such a state of fury. He rose to his feet, where he had been crouching beside her before, and strode after her. He caught her elbow and turned her around, but she yanked her arm back, hissing as if in pain. Sebastian hurriedly loosened his grip, belatedly realizing she must have bruised her elbow, but he didn't let go. "We need to treat those bruises. Come with me," Sebastian said gently, but she stubbornly turned away from him, scowling at the wall, her brows furrowed tightly and her lips pressed into a grim line, cheeks flushed rosy. Despite her angry expression, Sebastian couldn't help but find her unbelievably gorgeous. What was she? An angry little bird. "Let go of me. I have to return to the city in time to meet with Zoe for my fitting," she remarked flatly. Zoe had been the one calling her before the phone screen broke, and she didn't need to be told that it must have been about the fitting they had already agreed on. Furthermore, she didn't want to stay in his main quarters another second, having just realized something, letting herself become attached to him enough to feel even slight displeasure at the fact he had other women wasn't good. It would only risk reverting her to her old self, the woman who schemed and manipulated to get attention. He might have dismissed Angela and punished her just now for Viola's sake, but he wouldn't do that if the woman turned out to be another mate. Viola knew that would force her to resort to scheming and cheap tricks to earn his favor and avoid punishment. Every pack had a punishment system where offenders were subjected to hard labor until they were broken. Viola had endured enough tutoring and discipline for a lifetime already and had no desire to face it again. She knew that, in order to avoid similar situations with his other women in the future, she would need to keep herself distant and protect herself from becoming a target. If she didn't give anyone a reason to treat her as a threat, no one would scheme against her. Angela had been a maid, the others were daughters of powerful werewolves whose schemes could have far-reaching consequences, especially someone like Layla. She had fought for the position of his Luna and wife not because she wanted to possess him, but because she had her own goals, entirely separate from romance. Her responsibility was to produce an heir, and that didn't require forming any sort of personal relationship with him. Not to mention, she wasn't fond of men with too many women around them, especially men who couldn't control themselves to the point of having a woman among their household staff. She glared at him grudgingly. "Let go of me," Viola repeated when he refused to release her elbow, where he held her firmly and yet gently. "You are," she began, but he let out a sigh, moving in front of her, and before she knew it, he bent down and gathered her into his arms, carrying her in a princess-style hold like she weighed nothing at all. "You are so light, Ama. I should feed you more," Sebastian said with a smile, gently rocking her in his arms as though she were made of soft cotton, clearly enjoying the subtle, delightful spark that came with holding her so close. She gasped in surprise, not expecting him to carry her, let alone dare to rock her like a baby, and immediately began to wiggle, trying to free herself and get down. "Put me down," she gritted out furiously, her pride more wounded than her body, but Sebastian's reply remained infuriatingly calm. "Not a chance. If I put you down, you'll run straight to the doors and disappear from here before I look at your wounds. Just like I said, I need to check the extent of your injuries, so stop struggling." Viola struggled even more, wanting him to set her down, but the more she struggled, the tighter he held her. She was fuming with rage but forced herself to relax, knowing he wouldn't put her down. She gave him a forced smile and said, Okay, fine, I won't run away, so can you put me down? My legs are working perfectly, and I can walk, she reasoned, hoping he would oblige, looking up at his impossibly handsome, perfect jawline. But he looked down at her, returned her fake smile, and murmured huskily, "No, and don't argue with me, because it won't change my mind and won't make me put you down on your feet, you are clearly limping. Be a very good girl and stay still. You will soon be my wife, and you might want to start getting used to being pampered by me, sweet love." In spite of herself, heat rose to her cheeks, and she felt the warmth of his words, which only angered her further as it made it clear she had no control over herself and reaction when it came to him. She decided not to speak and simply snorted, looking away to stare at the white walls. He let out a thick, amused laugh that trickled through her chest in a way that made her heart flutter, and she bit down hard on the inside of her cheek until she drew blood, warning herself to minimize how much she let herself react to him. After all, she was human, a woman like everyone else out there who couldn't be immune to such shameless, flirtatious endearments, even though they were not spoken in terms of anything intimate. Sebastian, on the other hand, shook his head, biting down on his lips to suppress more of his laughter at the realization that she was throwing a silent tantrum. He hated when women sulked in an attempt to make him appease them. He lost interest immediately and wanted to avoid such women, which was why he had been looking for a Luna who wouldn't pull that on him. In fact, he had made it known to many of his mates he had encountered that he didn't like women who sulk and that they should act mature. It had always been irritating, so why was he finding this one cute and completely captivating? And why, on earth, was he already thinking about ways to appease her before she would leave his quarters in such a terrible mood? Sebastian bent down, still carrying her in his arms, and retrieved the shoes she had flung away before beginning to climb the stairs to take her back to his room. Wanting to make her talk, he said, "If you like the shoes you wore around the house, you can take them back with you." Actually, he liked that she had worn them all this time. He wanted her to keep them, as the idea alone was strangely satisfying to him. If watching her walk around his house in his shoes made him feel this good, he found himself wondering what it would feel like to see her wearing his shirt instead. Especially if she wore it without a bra, the fabric clinging to the curves of her body and outlining the pointed nipples he had already seen and had his mouth on before. That dangerous train of thought was enough to stir heat through his veins, turning him on far more quickly than anything else before, and he had to mentally rein himself in before his imagination ran any further. But she burst his bubble by saying, "I don't want your damn shoes. All I want is to be put down, right now." Sebastian's expression soured again, and he told her, "As you wish," and began to drop her, not gently put her down, but drop, forcing Viola, who had crossed her arms over her chest just so she wouldn't touch him, to gasp and quickly wrap her arms around his neck to avoid falling. Sebastian chuckled as he felt her arms wound around his neck, her face coming close to his, her warm breath fanning his skin and sending goosebumps up the back of his neck. "Much better. I like it when you hold me, and if you remove your arms from my neck, I will indeed drop you. We are so high on the stairs that if you fall this time, you will break your bones, love. So hold on tight," he teased, his voice laced with open amusement. Viola could only grit her teeth and hold on, not trusting that he was merely joking and that he wouldn't actually drop her if she dared to let go. To be safe, she kept her arms firmly wrapped around his veiny, corded neck and rested her head against his shoulder, since he was holding her so high in his arms that it was the only comfortable position she could manage. He didn't even know how to carry a woman properly, Viola thought, glaring at the tattooed column of his neck as if it had personally offended her, when she felt a small thread of satisfaction inside her at the thought that he didn't know how to carry a woman because he probably didn't do it often. "You are so annoying and infuriating," she muttered, though in spite of herself, she was secretly enjoying being carried, especially since her hip was still throbbing from her dramatic fall down the stairs. "And you are very stubborn, just like a donkey," he replied without missing a beat. Viola frowned at being called a donkey, wanting to glare at him properly, but she decided not to reply at all. She didn't have the energy to exchange more words. Instead, she inhaled deeply, only to be invaded by his intoxicating, strangely soothing scent that filled her lungs with every breath. It seemed to wrap around her senses and settle somewhere inside her. Did he really have to smell this good all the time? Chapter 110, Whispered Words. Sebastian was disappointed when she didn't reply. However, he didn't say anything else until he took her back to his room and carefully set her on the sofa. Then he warned, "Don't move an inch from there," before turning away to retrieve a box of first aid supplies from his closet, where he kept it for his sister's sake, as she had a slow healing ability that required human treatment to aid it at times. Viola let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding when he came back with the first aid box in his hand, relieved that it meant he wouldn't be using his tongue to heal her bruises and injuries, because it would have been completely inappropriate to do such a thing in human form. She wanted to avoid having his tongue on her skin again as much as possible. She reached out, intending to take the box from him and treat herself, but he moved it away from her reach and swatted gently at her hand. "Let me do it. Sit still." Viola began to part her lips to tell him that she was perfectly capable of treating herself, and in fact, the injuries were not a big deal, as she had endured worse than this in the past. But he had crouched down in front of her, placing the box on the floor and reaching out to lift the hem of her dress over her knees, bouncing up across her thighs so he could see the extent of her injured knees. "If you don't sit still and move again, I will be forced to use my tongue. I will naturally assume you'd prefer I lick you rather than use the kit," he questioned when she attempted to push the dress back down, looking up at her from his crouching position. Viola instantly stopped, sitting still and allowing him to do whatever he wanted, as long as his tongue wasn't involved in the treatment. "Good girl," he praised, opening the box and retrieving a cotton pad. They weren't serious injuries, just bruises with light bleeding around them, which made him sigh in relief because he was grateful she hadn't broken her skull from falling down the stairs like that. The thought of her being harmed right inside his house by an insignificant Omega he had only been kind to for the sake of his mother made his jaw clench. Angela should feel lucky that he still respected her mother, otherwise, he would have immediately banished her from his pack for daring to scheme against his mate. He gently dabbed the cotton pad against her skin to wipe away the slight bleeding from the bruise before reaching for the ointment jar and uncapping it. He blew a soft stream of air over her knees as if trying to soothe any discomfort or lingering pain. Viola jolted when she felt his warm breath, and her fingers tightened around her dress when he dipped his index and middle fingers into the jar of gel ointment and slowly rubbed it over her bruised knees. The contact sent an electric-like spark through her body, causing her to shiver. She bit down on her lip at the unexpected current, knowing he must have felt it as well, because he suddenly looked up at her, forcing her to quickly avert her gaze and pretend she hadn't felt anything at all. Sebastian frowned as he resumed rubbing the gel ointment into her skin. He could have sworn he had heard her take a sharp inhale and shiver at his touch, as if she had felt the same delightful spark he had. Had he imagined it, or had she reacted like that purely from pain? But as he continued to rub the ointment in slow circles, he couldn't help noticing the goosebumps rising on her fair thighs, just as he felt them rising along his own arms. Seeing this reaction, he couldn't help but wonder if she had her wolf, would he also be her fated mate just as she was his? Many of his mates had other mates, and the bond always turned out one-sided, but with her not having a wolf, there was no way he would know. Wanting to test if she was indeed feeling the spark, he rubbed lazy circle around her kneecap, inching away from the bruises. Viola's throat went dry, and she felt her stomach flip in a way that made warmth settle inside her as his finger inched up toward her thighs where the dress was gathered. When she felt him pushing the dress further up slowly, like a pirate trying to uncover some treasure hidden inside her dress, she became aware that he was doing more than just attending to her injuries and looked down. Like a thief caught in the act, he quickly withdrew his hand from her thighs. Viola flushed scarlet, but she couldn't say anything about his shameless action, as acknowledging it would do nothing but unnerve her further. She pursed her lips, clenching her fingers at her sides. When he asked if there were other places where she was hurt, Viola was quick to say, "That's all. Can I go now?" she asked, her eyes falling on her purse on his bed, which she had come earlier to retrieve but had fallen into Angela's scheme. "Not yet," Sebastian said as he rose to his feet and retrieved her purse from the bed. He opened it and placed the small jar of ointment inside so she could use it again later if needed. He then moved to hand it back to her, but as though suddenly remembering something important, he paused and asked, "Do you like my gift?" He was referring to the set of jewelry he had sent her the previous day. Viola had completely forgotten about the very expensive set of jewelry sitting in her living room, as she had thought about how to return it but hadn't gotten to it yet. But him bringing it up now reminded her and proved that he hadn't sent it by mistake. "It's beautiful," she said honestly, and Sebastian almost began to smile. But she continued, "Unfortunately, I can't keep it. You can take it back when we return to the high tower. I don't have anything to do with it." His smile disappeared completely, replaced by a scowl. She didn't like it. All women liked jewelry, and the more expensive, the more they valued it. "Is there something wrong with it? Is it not to your taste?" he asked. "No, I just don't want to keep it. And please, next time refrain from wasting your money buying me any gifts, because I won't wear them." Saying that, she got up to her feet and began to turn away, but Sebastian was quick to catch her before she could run, as it seemed that was her favorite thing to do, always escape him. Did she like him to keep chasing her? Was she perhaps playing a game of push and pull with him? "I bought them for you. They belong to you now," he said, reining in his temper as Muffin had advised him. He had been told never to lash out at her, or he would lose his chances of making amends completely. Women don't like getting yelled at, and he knew Viola would run from him more if he ever resorted to yelling, not that he wanted that in their relationship, if there was any relationship at all. "And I don't want them," Viola retorted, her deep frown making her look even more determined. "Do you force people to take gifts they don't want?" she wondered, glaring at him. She watched as his expression gradually softened from its earlier hardness, and before she could even attempt to push back, he pulled her forward, his arms snaking around her waist. He leaned down close, whispering in her ear, his hot breath fanning her earlobe and sending tiny shivers with every word he spoke. "If you return them to me, I will only get rid of them. Take them as my gift to you for winning the right to become my wife. I have a very bad habit of spoiling my wife, and you will soon be in that position. Start getting used to it, sweetheart," he murmured, brushing his lips against her ear, making her shiver involuntarily. "I like it when you shiver like that." He pressed a quick, warm kiss against her lobe before moving his head back, grinning in satisfaction at how red she had turned, like a ripe strawberry, a strikingly captivating berry. "Shall we?" He extended his hand with the poise of a gentleman, but she ignored it entirely and hurried past him, rushing to the door as if fleeing a demon in the room. Was she shy? Still grinning and mentally shaking his head, Sebastian bent down, gathering her high heels from the floor in one hand and her purse in the other, and went after her. "Be careful on the stairs, darling. I am not chasing you," he called out, wanting her to avoid tripping, but Viola ran as if she were fleeing for her life, her heart throbbing wildly within her chest. Chapter 111, The Alpha's Mate. The Silver Pack Healing House. Layla, who had been unconscious for a complete day, had finally woken up in one of the VIP rooms. She could be seen sitting on the bed with her head bowed, her mother next to her, while her uncle stood before them, looking so pissed that she couldn't dare move an inch. "You had one single job, just a simple responsibility to make me proud, but you blew it off. Do you even know what it caused me, you fool? I am now a laughing stock among my own people just because of you." Elder Halvrik chided, angry veins popping against his forehead and neck as he couldn't contain how disappointed he was in his niece, who had lost to a mere wolfless girl. The idea was laughable, so outrageous that he wanted to hit her just to put some competence back into her obviously empty head. Layla's mother, Agnes, who was sitting next to her, wanted to interject and stop her brother from scolding her daughter, but she had never really had the courage to stand up to her elder brother, who was known for his very bad temper, anger he had inherited from their own father. Seeing Layla's energy rising, Agnes knew her daughter's own temper, which was as strong as her brother's, was about to flare as well. She quickly put her hand over her daughter's, giving it a squeeze to calm her. The last thing she needed was two angry people facing each other and putting her in the middle. One would think that her older brother was too hot-headed, but her own daughter was just as hot-headed as he was, and sometimes she got a little cold sweat when she wanted to talk to Layla in that mood. As a mother, she knew her daughter could be a little terrifying, even to her, which was why she had never really stopped Layla from living her life outside their pack and exploring the world the way she wanted. Being here would only make her constantly clash with her uncle, who wanted so much in life yet hadn't settled down to have a child to control for it. She didn't know what had brought Layla back to the pack permanently, but Agnes was sure it was because her daughter liked the alpha and had hoped for a marriage. However, now that things hadn't gone as planned, she needed to stay in the middle lest these two set the whole place on fire with the hot-headedness that ran in their blood. Hermano, will you calm down and let's talk this out carefully rather than shout? We are in the healing house, and people are bound to hear if you continue. Shut up, Agnes. Tu tambien eres una gran deception. You are no different from your daughter, you hear me? He snapped at his sister, who quickly pressed her lips together. This wasn't the first time he had called her a disappointment in their native tongue. One could say it was his favorite words to say to his younger sister. If you had married the alpha of the Blood Moon Pack instead of the brother of the Red Moon Pack's alpha, we wouldn't be here now, Elder Halvrik chided displeasingly. Layla, who heard this, was barely holding back her own tongue. Since she was little, she had heard this phrase from her uncle over and over again. Had her mother married an alpha he picked for her rather than chosen her fated mate, who was the brother of another alpha of a different pack, she wouldn't have been such a great disappointment and wouldn't have given birth to another disappointment. Though the Red Moon Pack was powerful and was strongly backing up Layla and her parents, to her uncle it didn't matter, because his sister hadn't married an alpha and had instead settled for a beta. Her uncle was the main reason she didn't like staying in the Silver Pack, because nothing she or her mother did was ever good enough. She had tried countless times to please him, yet it never turned out right. And now, when she had the chance to make him never open that mouth of his about her again by becoming the Luna and marrying Sebastian, everything had gone downhill, all because of a wolfless girl from nowhere. The thought that she had failed to a weakling was more insulting to her than it was to her uncle. He didn't know how she felt, waking up believing she had won, and that the wolfless must have died fighting the Black Howlers, only to be told she had failed and the wolfless would be marrying Sebastian in a week. Her only hope at rising above her uncle and showing him she wasn't a disappointment, had collapsed in an instant. Layla had never failed in anything she did. In fact, she was feared by many she-wolves in the pack for a reason, because she had an alpha wolf. But in the end, she had failed to a wolfless. Wouldn't that make many who had feared her until now see that she was nothing after all? Her worst fear in life was becoming a failure and being viewed as a nobody. But wasn't she now falling into what she feared the most? Her insides curled with anger, but the anger slowly began to subside as something drew her in, and she finally raised her head to look at her fuming uncle. Just because I failed the competition doesn't mean I have failed and lost my chances at being Luna, uncle, she told him, watching as he looked at her with a dark, questioning gaze. What do you mean? Layla sighed, pulling her hand away from under her mother's, fighting not to show that she was irritated at her mother's cowering behavior. The fact that her mother had allowed her uncle to have this control over their lives was the reason he still tried to control Layla now, even when she wasn't his daughter. Have you forgotten that I am one of Seb's mates? I have more power over him than the wolfless girl ever may. In fact, he doesn't care about her and wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice her as the third Luna who would lift his curse if he can't find the prophesied one. She is bound to die, uncle. I still have ample chances with him. Elder Halvrik's face immediately lost its harshness at those words. He had completely forgotten that fact due to his anger, but now that she had mentioned it, he realized they hadn't lost the chances at all. If he backed her properly along with her useless father's family backing, she would be carrying the Alpha's heir in no time, even with the wolfless in the picture. You worry too much, uncle. Perhaps the moon goddess is trying to save me from the fate of the third Luna's death. The wolfless is nothing but a sacrificial lamb for taking that position, Layla reasoned. Let the wolfless have his Luna's position, because Layla believed she would have every single night with him after the marriage, until the girl's death and her chance arose. All she needed was to get this old wolf off her back, and then she could think and find her way to making things right again with Sebastian. They had grown apart during the competition, and she needed to see him, tonight. With that thought in mind, Layla got off the bed and approached her uncle, saying, "Do not worry. I will make you proud, so proud, uncle." She gave him a tight smile, then turned to her mother. "I am leaving this place today. I feel perfectly well right now, Mammy. I need to see Seb." Chapter 112, Terrible Possibilities. Viola was brought back to the high tower skyscraper in Sebastian's car, where he had insisted she ride with him, even though the drive had been silent and fraught with tension. She would have actually preferred to have the driver drop her off, but there was no need to create a fuss when they were, after all, heading to the same destination. She had felt the tension even more because of what he had done before they left his quarters, where he had whispered into her ear and she had felt his warm breath tickling her. Thank goodness he hadn't forced her to sit in the front with him. She had sat in the back while he drove and she had enjoyed the peaceful scenery of the lane back to the city, which calmed her a lot more. When they returned to the city and the skyscraper, he had silently walked her back to the public elevator without a word and then handed her back her purse, which she had almost forgotten he was holding, along with her high heels, as Viola had walked barefoot from his car without minding it at all. When she took the purse and shoes from him, he had turned away without a word and gone in the direction of his private elevator, which made her brows draw together. It wasn't that she wished he would talk to her, but it was astonishing how coldly he had turned away when he had been getting under her nerves in his quarters. "I will never understand him," she muttered, shaking her head and biting her nail at his mood swings. By the time Viola reached her penthouse door, the entire grounds of the skyscraper were deserted and somewhat empty, and she had only come across a few Omegas working around. She saw many screens announcing her wedding and crowning ceremony, which made her a little nervous, but she quickly pushed the emotions away. She'd been told that many had returned to their main quarters after the competition, but they would come back for the wedding and crowning ceremony. When Viola reached her floor, in front of her penthouse, she found a box waiting for her. Inside was a brand new phone, exactly the same as the one that had been broken. She knew instantly that the Alpha had sent it, because everything from her old phone was backed up inside the new one when she turned it on, and only he knew her phone was broken to send her a replacement. How did he even get it backed up for her? She wondered as she stepped into her place. She would have been surprised that the phone had arrived there before her, but she had a feeling he had called someone to have it delivered up here. The infuriating man kept doing things for her that she couldn't help but feel he was piling up debts for her. And seeing as he could access everything backed up, she couldn't help but realize that her privacy wasn't private here, and she needed to be extra careful. "I still like Zoe's gift phone better," she muttered, looking at the phone and the pink case. "Now I will have to thank him." She closed the door behind her, and the space of her living room felt enormously too big for a single person. Viola walked up to her living room and laid down on the sofa, calling back Zoe, who she'd missed a call from in Sebastian's quarter. They talked for a while, with Zoe telling her about the designs she had picked for the ceremony and that she would bring them for sampling tomorrow before they hung up the call. Viola stared at the blank screen of her new phone after the call ended, contemplating whether she should go ahead and do what she had planned once she returned home, but a fear lunged inside her heart, and the thought of tapping into old, painful memories made her hesitate. She turned her eyes to the afternoon sky through her glass wall, absent-mindedly watching an airplane fly by in the clear blue sky with little white fluffy clouds. She watched until the plane disappeared into the horizon, then slowly turned away. She would soon be getting married and being crowned the Supreme Luna. The sooner she made peace with her past, the better it would be for her and her path to redemption. Being the Supreme Luna wasn't going to be an easy feat, not to mention she would be required to have children, a thought that terrified her more than she wanted to admit. She didn't believe she was fit to mother another being in her current state, but before that time came, Viola needed to make sure she was at peace with herself and that she had her sister safe and sound back with her. With Ivy next to her, and finally awakening her wolf, she might actually prepare herself to learn to be a mother. By that time, she would have no past holding her down in its chains. She needed to break loose from that chain, and the first step was reaching out to the orphanage in Nightshade Pack, just as she had intended the moment she was certain her stay here would be permanent. At least, if Viola died from the rumored curse of the Alpha's prophecy, she would be at peace knowing her sister would have luxury and a home. With that thought, Viola tapped the screen of her phone, which displayed Zoe's image, and then went on the internet to search for Nightshade Pack, a pack she had sworn years ago, after her adoption, never to look into, so she wouldn't lose the love of her adoptive parents once they found out the truth behind the adoption and her past deception. The results of her search made her eyes tremble, and she sat up on the sofa, staring at her screen in disbelief at the images and articles about Nightshade that came on the internet. 10 years ago, Nightshade Pack, the smallest pack in the werewolf world, had fallen into ruin due to an attack by rogues, losing their resources and many lives in the process. Viola felt her insides churn as she searched for the orphanage. That was what mattered the most to her, the orphanage where everything had started. She found the orphanage. It was still operating, but it had fallen into a very bad state that made the back of her eyes burn. Was Ivy still there? Was her sister still waiting for her to come? She wondered, seeing that there was no contact number to reach out to, as it was said the signal had been cut off from the pack after the attack and was never repaired again. Viola clasped her fingers over her mouth in despair. She had wanted to reach out and confirm if Ivy Mallory was still in the orphanage, but it turned out she had no way of doing so now, and the only option would be for her to travel and journey to Nightshade to find her sister herself. Only Viola couldn't go now, not when the wedding preparations were going on and the ceremony was coming up. At least, the journey to Nightshade back and forth would take like 4 days, if not more, which meant she would have to wait until after the wedding. Viola felt herself falling into more despair, and her phone slipped from her hand without her even realizing it. What condition was Ivy in if she was still in that wretched place that looked half broken in the image? What if, during the attack years ago, something had— no, she couldn't dare think that. If something had happened to her sister, she would never be able to forgive herself, never. Nothing should happen to her, nothing. Viola reverted to peeling off the skin around her nails without even realizing it, until it began to bleed and hurt so badly that she looked down to see her fingers trembling uncontrollably, with tiny drops of blood dripping onto the polished floor. Chapter 113, Past Confession to Him Part 1. Knowing that she would never be able to stop herself from hurting herself in one way or another now that there was a big possibility her sister might not be all right, she blindly got up from the sofa. She walked around the house like an aimless ghost, just so she wouldn't think, just so she could be numb, and she found the easiest way to do so. Her legs carried her to the built-in glass front wine cooler, where there were various kinds of wine stored in the built-in refrigerator with clean, clear glass that gave anyone a tempting view and a wide range of choices from the expensive bottles arranged neatly in order. She slid the glass door aside, and immediately a stream of cold air escaped, washing over her face. Viola's trembling, bleeding hand reached out for one bottle from the set and pulled it out. She didn't even bother to find a glass to pour the wine into. She opened it and lifted the bottle straight to her mouth. She wanted the numbness and oblivion that came with drinking. She had once loved drinking herself into nothingness. Even as a teenager, she had been wild, partying as if her life depended on it, drinking just to forget her own evil deeds toward a sister who had given her everything. But for 4 years now, she hadn't tasted wine, and the familiar sweetness mixed with the slight, barely noticeable burn sliding down her throat gave her a reckless thrill. When she had first noticed this wine space, she had sworn she wouldn't touch any of the drinks because they were far too expensive, but now she didn't care. She gulped it down greedily, letting it pour down her throat without restraint. Viola grew frustrated when, even after drinking a generous amount, she didn't feel that welcoming numbness. She decided maybe it needed more time to settle in and dull her senses. She walked slightly unsteadily toward the piano in the living room, something she had come to consider her only companion in this big house, and sat down on the bench. She ran her fingers gently over the smooth surface before pressing a key, the sound echoing softly through the large, quiet space. Before she could stop herself, her fingers began to create a very melancholic symphony, its familiar sound wrapping around her like a warm yet sorrowful blanket that made her feel even more empty, more alone, and consumed by nothing but loathing, for no one else but herself. "I betrayed you, Ivy," she whispered brokenly, her heart feeling as though it were being squeezed tightly inside her chest, cracking apart. Before she had even known what love was, Ivy had given it to her freely, but she had been nothing more than a selfish person who turned a blind eye to it because she wanted to soar high, higher than her fragile wings could ever truly carry her. But those wings had broken along the way, sending her crashing back down, shattering her illusions and forcing her to see what a terrible person she had been to her only blood relative. She continued to play the piano, filling the living room with nothing but the haunting sounds of a sorrowful melody. Somewhere along the way, Viola began to sing the lyrics of a song she had heard a month ago, her voice growing shaky and fragile. Memories from her past played in her mind like a broken record. Many people don't remember scenes from when they were babies, some don't even recall their toddler years. But Viola held memories far beyond what seemed natural. She recalled one from when she had been nothing but an infant wrapped in a towel. She had seen a woman with blue eyes looking down at her and her sister, smiling through tears of joy, like they were a happy gift to her. But that memory was soon replaced by another, of that same woman rejecting them because she believed that one of them would bring nothing but disaster. "It's coming from this one," a voice had said, and the blue-eyed woman had been looking at Viola, not Ivy, her once joyful expression turning bitter as her gaze fixed on her. The memory had stayed with her for as long as she could remember, and Viola knew the woman must have been their birth mother. She had given them away, telling the person who took them, "Keep them away from me, even if you have to kill them. One of them is the cursed one. Make sure she never succeeds." Those same cruel words had been written on the note that came with them when they were delivered to the orphanage. The people there naturally assumed she was the problem, the cursed one, because unlike Ivy, Viola had been a hellcat, a very stubborn girl, with trouble following her like a second skin from childhood. That was why she was hunted by nightmares of people calling her the cursed one, even Ivy in her dreams, but Viola knew that if a knife were ever placed against her sister's throat and she was forced to say it, Ivy would never do so. She would never call her the cursed one. Ivy was the good girl. She was everyone's favorite. That was why, when the Lindens came to adopt a child, the people at the orphanage chose her over Viola, whom they claimed should never be allowed to step out into the world. Why, she never knew, but that only made her feel unwanted. It only made her grow into a bitter and heartless little child, who believed if she didn't make a way for herself, She would never get to leave that orphanage where everyone called her cursed. As a little girl, she had already known how to lie and put others in trouble in order to save herself. She had watched Ivy take punishment for her, and Viola had never stepped in to admit that it was her fault. A bitter smile graced her face as she recalled a scene of her twin sister stroking her hair. Just minutes earlier, Ivy had been beaten for Viola's crime, yet her sister would still smile and tell her, "It doesn't hurt, Serena. I am already used to it, and I will never get tired of taking the beating for you. Here, eat more." Ivy would push her plate of food in front of her while she herself suffered from the pain in her back, where she had been whipped for Viola's crime. And instead of consoling her sister, Viola would thoughtlessly eat the food and enjoy every bite, refusing to let herself feel guilty because it had been Ivy's decision to take the punishment in her place. Thinking about it now, she realized that perhaps everyone in the orphanage had been right. She was indeed cursed, the villain who deserved nothing but pain, while her sister should have been the one to receive everything good for having such a pure heart. Evil people like Viola were meant to live in hell after destroying others' life. Wasn't that the fate of every villain in every story? She had already had a taste of her own version of hell. Chapter 114, Past Confession to Him Part 2. Her fingers moved with much more speed over the keys, playing her heart out while apologizing repeatedly to her sister between broken breaths. "I am sorry, Ivy. I will find you if it's the last thing I do. I will give you back double the amount of everything you once gave me. I will give you my life if you ask for it," she whispered softly, her heart breaking into pieces with every promise she made. Viola played the piano for the rest of the day, to the point that her fingers were barely able to move anymore. They trembled uncontrollably, aching from overuse. Shaking and drenched in cold sweat, she finally decided to rest her head on the cold surface of the piano. She stared at nothing in particular, feeling loneliness consume her all over again, wrapping around her like a heavy fog. Turning her eyes slowly, she took in the vast space of the penthouse, filled with furniture meant for more than a single person, the long couch designed for a family, the extra chairs, the unoccupied guest rooms. She thought the space was too big for her and couldn't help but wonder if one day she would have a family in a house like this, where there would be no loneliness, where there would be no bitter regrets lingering in the air. The darkness felt haunting now that the sun had gone down and all the lights were off in the house, except for the city lights spilling in from the walls. The silence was suffocating and depressing, and the enormous windows that overlooked the beautiful city lights of silver could make anyone feel extremely small and insignificant in comparison. She couldn't help but crave the desperate company of another being, but Zoe was busy making dresses, and Nick had left with his family to return to their main quarters, sending her a text that he would come back soon. She had no one to call and speak with, no one to talk to in order to stop this depression from swallowing her whole, no one to keep her from drowning in her thoughts. All alone, that was what her fate seemed to be. That was what she was cursed with, perhaps. Loneliness. Viola was on the brink of falling asleep in the embrace of her bitter loneliness when she thought she heard her phone ringing. Her eyes opened slowly, and she frowned in confusion, wondering who could possibly be calling her at this hour. Without hesitation, she got up from the bench and walked back to where she had dropped the phone face down on the floor earlier. She picked up the call without even bothering to check who was calling. Was she truly that desperate for company? "Hello," she answered quietly, her voice as hollow and depressing as she felt inside her heart. She walked back toward the piano, but instead of sitting down, she moved closer to the glass wall. She stared sightlessly at the city lights filled with life, though she knew many people out there were hurting alone just like her. "Viola," his husky voice sounded in her ear, and for a second, she had almost forgotten she had even picked up a call. She moved the phone away from her ear and glanced down at it to confirm whether she had only imagined hearing his voice in her head or if he had truly called her. Her heart skipped a beat when she saw the caller ID. She blinked at the sudden rush of emotion his voice brought to her, her fingers growing clammy as she recognized how painfully familiar this feeling was. But she couldn't possibly be having it for this man. Sebastian, she whispered his name, her slightly hazy mind not giving her any reason to avoid saying it. All she knew was that she felt a small pang of relief just from hearing his voice. Sebastian's insides warmed when he heard his name spoken so softly, and something told him immediately that she wasn't fine. He had called her because he himself had been feeling strangely sad and lonely, a feeling he knew did not belong to him but could only be hers. Their bond was too strong, he could feel her emotions as if they were his own whenever they became overwhelming. "What happened? Did someone upset you?" he asked, his voice smoothing into something warm and tender, like the comforting heat of summer. It was gentle, careful, like someone who truly cared about who might have hurt her. "No one. I just feel," she trailed off, unable to finish the sentence as her throat tightened painfully and her fingers curled tighter around the phone. Sebastian, who had been sitting in his office, shot up to his feet abruptly. Matt, who was sitting on the couch nearby, looked up at him in confusion, but Sebastian ignored him completely at the sudden realization that something was definitely wrong. She would not sound this broken without reason. He moved away from his desk, pacing slightly in his office space. "What do you feel, honey? Tell me, why are you sad? Did I do something to upset you this morning, Sebastian asked gently, his voice calm and coaxing, as though he were trying to soothe a frightened child. Matt continued watching him silently from where he sat, sensing the tension in the air. Viola didn't say anything. She was unable to explain to him how she felt or what had caused the overwhelming heaviness inside her chest. She kept staring at the distant lights of the other skyscrapers, wondering if she was finally losing her mind, if she was slowly going insane under the weight of her own guilt and loneliness. "It's nothing. I am okay," she lied, even though a part of her desperately wanted to ask him to come over and stay with her. But that was completely stupid, wasn't it? Why would she want him to come? Was it because last night in his quarters and this morning she hadn't had the chance to dwell on her past, since she had been too busy fighting with him and arguing? He annoyed her endlessly, but even that irritating tension felt better than this hollow ache spreading through her heart, killing her soul. Sebastian frowned at her words. Did she think he had been born yesterday to believe she was okay? He could feel her sadness as if it were a part of him, seeping through their bond and settling heavily in his chest. But rather than argue with her and insist that she wasn't fine, he decided it would be better to go to her in person and make sure she didn't end up hurting herself in her fragile state. Holding the phone away from his ear for a moment, he turned to Matt and said, "I am retiring for the night. Handle the rest of the matters and send the documents back to the Red Moon Pack." Matt rose to his feet, frowning. "What about Layla? She's still waiting at your place, and you told her you'd meet her shortly. Don't forget, it's because of her that the Red Moon Pack is making this deal with us." Sebastian didn't even hesitate. "Give her any excuse. Viola needs me more, and I can't let her be by herself in this state. Good night." Saying that, he didn't wait for Matt's reply and strode out of his office, heading straight toward his private elevator with long, urgent steps. Chapter 115, Past Confession to Him Part 3. Viola was too busy looking out the window and trying to figure out what was wrong with her to hear what Sebastian had said to Matt on the other side of the phone. She pressed her index finger against the glass wall, tracing the distant city lights and wishing she could somehow capture them and pull them inside herself. Perhaps they would brighten her darkness, her loneliness, and the hollow space in her chest. "I am getting what I deserve in life," she muttered, completely forgetting she was still on the phone with Sebastian. "I did this to myself. I took away her light and her chances." Sebastian, who heard her clearly through the line, frowned deeply. "Talk to me, Emma. Whatever is bothering you, you can share it with me. Talking makes things better at times. Sharing your sorrow can make it feel less heavy," he said gently, though he was completely confused about what she was referring to. She sounded as if she was drunk. Was she drunk? As if in a daze, Viola tilted her head slightly to the side. Talk about it. Would talking about it take away this heaviness? Would it make her feel less wicked, less cursed? It was becoming harder for her to concentrate as the wine slowly took effect. She squeezed her eyes shut as the world began to spin around her, but she tried to shake it off. Still, her steps turned unsteady as she stumbled across the room toward the couch, finally collapsing onto it. She felt utterly exhausted, her mind clouded and heavy. I did something to my own sister, someone who trusted me with her whole life. I don't believe talking about it would help or redeem me, she whispered. Her voice was so small and fragile that Sebastian wouldn't have caught it if he didn't possess sharp hearing. His eyes impatiently shifted to the elevator numbers as they changed floors, his lips pressing tightly together. He didn't fully understand what she was talking about because, from what he knew, she and her sister had not been that close before she had been placed in the hollow system. Did she have another sister he didn't know about? Or was there more to the story than he had ever dug into about her history with her family? Try it. Talking can be a very good way to release a burden. Take it from someone who has experienced that. I did something to my brother as well, something I can never imagine myself capable of. It kills me every single day. It still does, Ama. But I talk about it with my wolf, and I feel better each time, he said as he stepped out of the elevator on her floor and made his way toward her penthouse. He didn't know the full extent of what she was referring to, but Sebastian was painfully familiar with the guilt of doing something unforgivable to a sibling, something that haunted you every waking hour. For years, he had wondered how he could have done that to his twin brother. For years, he had searched for answers and found none except the crushing belief that perhaps he was cursed, someone who couldn't control his own fate, someone who could kill without ever intending to do so. Everyone saw him as the ruthless alpha with no heart, the one who had killed his Lunas and his own twin. But if only they knew even half of what he battled with inside, they would be stunned. His pain ran deeper than the deepest ocean. He simply never allowed it to consume and destroy him again because no matter how depressed he became, he couldn't change who he was or what had shaped him into this man. Then we are the same, Viola said quietly, hugging her midriff with one hand as if trying to hold herself together. We are both evil to our own blood. They will never forgive us because we don't deserve forgiveness. A single teardrop rolled slowly down her cheek. She was aware of the rumors that he had killed his twin, and if it was true, then they were no different. Two evil people drawn together, two heartless beings who had wronged their own twins. She let out a bitter laugh at the irony of it all. Sebastian felt his insides clench painfully. Forgiveness doesn't come easily, but that doesn't mean one should beat themselves up forever for something done in the past. It is done and can never be changed. Only fixing it, if it's still fixable, will make any difference, he said softly. His voice was so calm and warm that Viola felt a strange, fuzzy sensation spread through her chest, making her believe, just for a moment, that maybe she could fix her mistake. Fixing things, she muttered weakly. I want to fix it. Now come open your door for me, he said, knocking twice. He waited outside for her to open it. He had tried using her passcode earlier, but the keypad had flashed red, signaling the wrong password. She had changed it from her name. His mood dampened slightly at that realization, though he was also faintly proud that she had thought to tighten her security. It was crucial now that she would become Luna. However, he couldn't deny that he felt a small sting of offense. She hadn't changed it because of his sister or cousin, she had changed it because of him. That meant he was still nothing but a stranger in her life. Viola blinked in confusion at the knock on her door and his words that he was outside. It couldn't be real, could it? She stumbled unsteadily toward the door and pulled it open, only to see him indeed standing there in all his glory. Despite her foggy brain, she found herself mesmerized by his presence. The hallway light spilled into her dark living room, casting an almost unreal glow around him and making him look like a dark angel surrounded by light. She looked up at his clean-cut, devastatingly handsome face, one she doubted would ever stop being alluring to her no matter how many times she looked at it. She had seen many handsome men in her life and had rejected many during her teenage years, but rarely had any of them captivated her enough to make her stare openly. That was why she felt confused by the fact that this one captivated her so deeply, even though she insisted she didn't like him. His presence sent a wave of fluttering sensations through her stomach, and her heart skipped uncontrollably. She watched as the corner of his lips twitched upward in a faint smile. "Am I not allowed to come in, sweetheart?" he asked in a lightly teasing tone, trying to dispel the depressing air surrounding her. Moreover, he found it strangely pleasing that she was staring at him in open awe. His appearance hadn't changed much since that morning when they had parted ways in the elevator, except for the silver strands of hair he had run his fingers through many times, leaving them in a messy state, with a few strands falling over his eyes. Viola blinked and stepped toward him instead of backward to invite him in. Her eyes remained locked on the strands of hair falling over his eyes, and without thinking about what she was doing, she rose onto her tiptoes and lifted her hand to brush the hair away from his eyes. Sebastian was surprised by her action, which made his heart race unexpectedly. Seeing her strain slightly to reach him, he bent down to make it easier for her. But the moment he lowered himself closer, he immediately caught the distinct scent of berry wine on her breath. "You've been drinking," he pointed out, noticing her flushed cheeks and the way she was biting down on her lower lip while looking up at him like a small, vulnerable kitten. If only she were this soft and open while sober. "No," she mused dreamily as she lowered her hand from his hair to cup one side of his cheek. "So handsome." Sebastian chuckled softly at the way she touched him so freely. She was never like this when sober. Normally, she wanted to argue or escape him at every opportunity, but now she had become touchy and unguarded, something he found himself shamelessly enjoying. Before anyone could possibly see them standing like that in the hallway, with him bent over and her touching his face so intimately, Sebastian gently took her hand from his cheek and interlocked their fingers. He guided her back into the dark living room. "Your lights are turned off. No wonder you feel depressed. Staying in the dark and drinking alone is not good for your mental health," he said as he reached for the switch and turned the lights on. The moment the lights illuminated the room, Sebastian noticed that the wine wall refrigerator had been left open, cold air spilling out from it. Right on the counter in front of it sat an empty bottle, and the sight made his eyes narrow immediately. Chapter 116, Past Confession to Him Part 4. "You drank all that, love?" he asked in disbelief, his eyes traveling over her small body as he wondered how she had managed to drink all of it. Wasn't that far too much even for a man, not to mention a petite little woman? The wines in silver were all made with special ingredients. As werewolves don't get drunk on human wine, it had to be manufactured differently for it to affect them, and most were strong enough to knock someone, wolfless or not, unconscious. "I can't believe you drank all that," he said, looking down at her flushed cheeks. She only looked at him cluelessly, as if she had absolutely no idea what he was talking about. "You have no idea what you did, do you?" he chuckled, reaching out his hand to tuck the strands of hair falling over her face back behind her delicately red ears. He then adjusted her glasses as they had begun to slide down her nose, causing her to squint up at him. He rubbed his knuckle gently against her smooth cheek, and she suddenly reached up, catching his hand and holding it to her face, sighing in relief. "I am glad you came," she muttered, smiling like a little fool, causing a spark to travel through Sebastian and a warmth to settle over him. He knew alcohol tended to lower one's inhibitions and reveal a person's truer self. Did she always act like a kitten when she was drunk? Because by everything sacred, he damn well liked it. "What am I to do with you?" he whispered, more to himself than to her, as he closed the door behind them. He let her keep holding his left hand to her face while he used his other hand to lock the door securely. He walked with her into the living room. "Have you had dinner yet?" he asked, aware that she often skipped dinner, and he wanted to find out if she had been drinking all that wine on an empty stomach. She was not much different from a human in certain aspects, and Sebastian had actually found himself researching human health habits last night after he put her to sleep on his bed. He was certain it was unhealthy to consume that much strong wine without eating first. "I don't feel like eating," she muttered, walking away from him as the desire to lay on the couch and sleep overwhelmed her now that he was here. Was it his presence that allowed her body to finally relax enough to feel sleepy? "It's unhealthy to skip meals. You have to at least eat a little," he said, grabbing her wrist gently and pulling her back to him before she could go and collapse onto the couch. "I don't want to eat. I want to sleep," she grumbled, poking her finger against his solid, hard chest in weak protest. But her stomach betrayed her, letting out a loud growl, as it always seemed to do whenever she lied about not being hungry. "Your stomach says otherwise, sweetie," he chuckled at the sound. She blushed deeply and tried to push him away, but he kept her in his hold, gently, yet firmly, refusing to let her escape. "You won't talk your way into sleeping without eating now that I am here. Don't be stubborn. It's for your health," he said, slipping his arm around her waist. She willingly leaned against him this time, and the small gesture made him smile. Viola couldn't help it. He was not only warm but deeply comforting to her. She had never truly known anyone whose presence could soothe something inside her, especially that biting bitterness of regret and the constant ache of loneliness. Without even realizing it, she leaned more into him, slipping her arms around his narrow waist and resting her head against his chest. She felt his hold around her grow tighter in response. Sebastian's tender smile widened at the way she clung to him. "Let's see what you have that's edible in your kitchen," he said as he walked with her, half hugging him, toward the kitchen area and the double-door refrigerator. He opened it, and his brows rose in surprise as he saw the shelves stocked with leftovers and fruits in different kinds of containers, many sealed with cute bunny covers. Did she ever actually finish her meals? It looked like she saved almost everything after only taking a few bites. He let out a small laugh. No wonder he had thought she was losing weight. The little rabbit wasn't eating properly anymore. "It seems I won't have to go through the process of cooking something new. We can microwave some of these dishes," he said as he gently released her to start pulling out a few containers. But Viola made a soft complaining sound in her throat and immediately clung to his arm, not wanting it to leave her waist or stop holding her. It surprised Sebastian, and he looked down at her in mild astonishment. "You're warm and comforting. Don't leave me here alone. It's lonely," she said childishly, her eyes looking up at him pleadingly like an abandoned puppy desperate for attention. Sebastian felt his heart tighten at the sight of her pleading gaze. She didn't even have to beg him. He would never leave her alone in this vulnerable state that affected him just as deeply. The last thing he wanted was for her to spiral into self-harm because the weight of her depression had become too overwhelming, something he himself could barely endure through their bond. He removed his hand from the refrigerator and gently cupped her cheek, stroking it with his thumb. "I am not going anywhere, honey. I just need my hand to take out the dishes," he whispered, pulling her into his chest and placing his hand at the back of her head, ruffling her hair gently as he stroked it in a soothing motion. Viola childishly pursed her lips, rubbing her ear against his chest as if claiming him. "Don't use your hand. Let's use something else to bring the dishes out. I want you to keep holding me." Sebastian let out a soft chuckle, fully aware that it was the wine speaking and that this fierce little hellcat would never have said such a thing if she was sober and fully aware of herself. "I will hold you even more once I reheat the food," he reasoned patiently. He never expected that when she was drunk, she would reveal such a soft, needy side of herself to him. A part of him shamelessly wished she could be like this even without the alcohol. Chapter 117. You have a snake on your neck. Actually, Sebastian had always thought he hated clingy women, but he was just now realizing that he would like her to be clingy, to depend on him and rely on him. He would like her to always act this way, where she didn't want him to release her, where she held on to him as if he were her only anchor. But then he reminded himself that everything she had gone through, the betrayal she had suffered from Evan and then his own rejection of her in that forest without even bothering to truly know her, was enough to make anyone close themselves off. She had not only gone through a lover's betrayal but a family betrayal as well, all because she had been wolfless. She must have endured so many traumatic experiences in the last 4 years of rejection that it was no wonder she would never ask for anything from him or trust him fully. Every rejection must have surely damaged something inside her, leaving cracks that might take time and patience to mend. It might take time for her real self to come out to him, for her to see him as more than the man who had once almost left her to die. To earn her trust, he would have to work hard to make her forgive him completely and from the bottom of her heart. He would have to find a way to bring down the walls around her heart and heal whatever damage had been done to her during those painful years. He didn't know her full history beyond what he had discreetly investigated. He didn't even know which sister she had been speaking of betraying, but Sebastian planned to find out, because something she had said resonated with him far too deeply. She wasn't like the other women he had known, and he understood that it was time to use a different approach instead of being forceful the way he usually was when he didn't get what he wanted. Any attempt to force her into accepting him might result in the opposite of what he desired. She might run away from him completely. He still didn't have a concrete idea of what kind of relationship he wanted with her, but he knew one thing clearly: he wanted her to heal. He wanted her to stop pushing him away. He wanted her not to hurt this way, not to ache so deeply that he could swear his own pain was nothing compared to hers. Rather than tear down her walls with brute force, he would learn to dismantle them brick by brick until she would willingly help him do so. As her mate, he should not allow her to distrust him, especially in this dangerous world of silver. "If you will eat with me, I will also eat," came her small voice, surprising him. He took in her frail appearance more carefully. Her eyes were still filled with the sorrow he had heard in her voice earlier on the phone. He suddenly became aware of how empty the high-tower skyscraper felt and how enormous her penthouse truly was. Anyone would feel lonely in such a vast space, especially when his sister, who usually kept her company, was busy and away from this building. "Sure, I haven't had dinner either. Let's eat together," he told her, moving his hand from around her waist to stroke her hair gently, then sliding his touch down to her neck. She tilted her head slightly to the side, silently giving him better access to stroke her neck. She was truly acting like a kitten, and he found himself realizing he could get used to this side of her. He could still faintly smell his own fragrance lingering on her from the products she had used earlier that morning, and she was still wearing his mother's home dress that she had put on in his quarters. That small, intimate detail made him smile quietly to himself. "Now can I heat the dishes so we can eat together?" he asked, looking down at her. Her brows drew together slightly before she pouted her lips. "Only if you let me hold you," she mused, stepping directly in front of him and hugging him tightly around the waist. "Like this?" she sighed contentedly. Sebastian looked down at the top of her dark head pressed against him. Though it would undoubtedly be inconvenient to have her clinging to him like this while he prepared the dinner, he found that he didn't mind it at all. "Do whatever you like, sweetie," he said softly as he reached back into the refrigerator and pulled out several containers of leftovers. He would have preferred to cook something fresh for her, something warm and nourishing, but it was already late, and starting from scratch would take too much time. Reheating the leftovers seemed like the better and faster option. Sebastian had just closed the refrigerator door when he felt the little mischievous, drunk rabbit in his arms reach up and begin poking at the snake tattoo on his neck that peeked out from the collar of his shirt. She beamed up at him innocently. The sensation of her poking was strangely ticklish and incredibly distracting, especially as she rubbed herself closer against his front unknowingly while she tried to reach for his tattoo. You won't allow me to prepare your meal in peace, will you? He scolded warmly, though there was no real irritation in his tone. She shook her head in refusal. Be good, honey, he chided gently, reaching out to grab the hand that was poking him, but she tried to wiggle free from his tender grip. I can't. You have a snake on your neck, and it's looking at me. I want to pet it, she said in the sluggish speech of someone clearly drunk. Sebastian couldn't help but laugh. She was making him laugh far more than he normally did, and that in itself was unusual. To be honest, he had never had to deal with a drunk woman before, but if every woman was this adorable while drunk, perhaps he wouldn't have minded so much. Then again, he already knew that if she had been any other woman, he would have found her annoying by now. He allowed her to pet the snake tattoo even though it was subtle torture for him, because she was essentially stroking and rubbing along his neck, sending small sparks racing along his nerves and straight through his system. Chapter 118, Past Confession to Him Part 5. Sebastian had been in a foul mood after leaving Viola in the elevator and receiving Layla's text that she would come over to spend the night with him. In the past, he would have been happy that he could release some steam with Layla, as she was everything crazy in bed, and he liked and enjoyed every session with her when they were having sex, where they tried all sorts of fun positions. But today, he hadn't wanted her to come at all. Though there was still some strings of connection linking him and Layla, he could ignore them, but he couldn't ignore this woman. And as much as he would have wanted to tell Layla that he would be getting married now and that their sessions of hot sex might never happen again, he couldn't. For many reasons, one of them being the fact that she would immediately suspect Viola to be his mate if he could ignore her for Viola, and second, because the Red Moon Pack, who were greatly assisting the Silver Pack and were the reason the Silver Pack had such a large territory by giving away their lands, were doing it because of Layla's family. If something happened and they suddenly wanted their land back, it would cause many setbacks for the Silver Pack. So no matter what happened, he had to keep Layla close for the sake of his alpha duties, so his people wouldn't lose their luxurious homes. However, he would have to do it in a way that avoided having sex with her, because it would no longer be enjoyable with this addictive woman now in his life. Right now, he didn't look forward to returning to his penthouse because he knew Layla was waiting there, expecting him to come and share the night with her, especially when she knew the passcode to his penthouse and could go in any time she wanted. He had thought of changing it, but that would be unusual behavior that would trigger Layla's suspicions. So he didn't mind staying here longer, just to avoid her and to enjoy this new side of his touchy little kitten. Sebastian was trying to ignore her ceasing to put the parcel into the microwave when he noticed that her hand movement had suddenly stopped and her eyes had turned distant again. She was looking at him, but he knew she wasn't seeing him. "Sweetie," he whispered, touching her cheek as if to bring her back. But when she snapped back to herself, she suddenly moved away from him, turning her back and attempting to walk away. Sebastian reacted fast and caught her wrist, pulling her back into his arms. "What's wrong?" he questioned gently as he hugged her, giving her his full attention while the food heated up. She looked suddenly sad again, as if that cloud of sorrow had settled inside her once more. "I am a very evil person," she muttered in a quiet voice, unable to stop herself from telling him what was eating away at her very soul. No one had ever asked her what was wrong in such a loving voice that made it seem like she could spill out her soul to them. So Viola, along with the influence of the alcohol, began to speak. "I shouldn't have done that to her. We were supposed to have each other's backs. We were supposed to be there for each other." Sebastian stayed silent as he rubbed her hair, pressing her tenderly against his chest. He had no idea who she was talking about, but he had a feeling they were getting there. "She cared about me so much, but then we are twins. We are supposed to care about each other, but I was just too selfish to see it. I was too fixed on thinking about how everyone didn't like me there that I didn't see that my twin sister was also going through pain." Twin sister, Sebastian thought, his brows pulling together in confusion. There was no record that the Lindens had twins. In fact, she was the eldest daughter with a younger sister and a brother. There was nothing about a twin. Was she talking nonsense because of the influence of the drink? But that pain in her voice. What happened to your twin? He found himself asking, something in him believing her and wanting to console her. She didn't reply immediately. She was silent in his embrace, and he almost thought she had fallen asleep until he looked down and saw her staring at the wall with a distant expression. When he thought she wasn't going to say anything anymore, she finally parted her lips and spoke in a very quiet voice. I betrayed her. The Lindens were supposed to adopt her. I heard the people at the orphanage talking about it and saying how they needed to save Ivy from me because she was a good girl who deserved a better life than constantly getting whipped for my sake. I heard them, and I became so afraid and jealous. I was afraid that without my sister, they would kill me like they killed some of the kids there. And I was jealous because I know that I will never get adopted. I didn't want to die by getting my head cut off. I have seen it happen before. They killed some of the kids there and acted like it was nothing. I was terrified that without Ivy, who always protected me, I would be the next dead body they put inside the well where they threw the children. I wanted to save myself, thinking that since they liked Ivy so much, then they wouldn't kill her. I thought I was doing the right thing that day. It felt so right to me. I didn't know it was selfish and a very heartless behavior. She paused, her voice quivering as she recalled how at that time she had never felt for a second that she had done anything wrong. Viola soon resumed speaking, her arms tightening around Sebastian's waist as this was the part of her past that haunted her the most. Ivy told the people that she didn't want to get adopted without me, but then they said she had no choice because it was an order. The Lindens only wanted a 7 to 8-year-old girl. They didn't want the two of us as many always associated twins as cursed in that pack, but my fears made me scheme and wait under the bed of the caretaker at the orphanage, where Ivy was told to shower. I took her dress and shoes and put 'em on, and then I acted like her. I stepped out as my twin. Viola squeezed her eyes shut as if she wanted to squeeze out the memories she had erased from her mind during all the years she had lived with the Lindens, until 4 years ago. She remembered how she had worn Ivy's fancy dress and stepped out to meet the Lindens, who had embraced her warmly, believing she was the right child, as they had not even been told that there were two of her, identical in every way, down to the voice and every single detail. In fact, if it hadn't been for the difference in their expressions, where Ivy was soft and hers was always indifferent, they were such perfect copies of each other that even the people at the orphanage often got confused about who was who. Looking alike had made her schemes so easy to pull off that not even the staff of the orphanage realized what she had done, because Viola had carefully put on the same soft expression her twin sister always wore. Viola's chest tightened even more when she recalled how, when her twin had realized what she had done, she hadn't exposed her and remained in the caretaker's room. Ivy had simply watched her with tears in her blue eyes from the window. "Come back, Serena," she had whispered to me. But what had Viola done? She had turned her back and never gone back. She had never even bothered to think about her. I never went back for her. I am a very terrible person. I scheme against people. I even killed to keep Evan to myself. I have blood on my hands. I have people's blood on my hands. I am nothing but a cursed woman. I don't deserve happiness. I don't deserve anything in life. Her fingers fisted tightly around his shirt, clutching the fabric as though she expected him to push her away the moment the full weight of her confession settled between them. She was evil, and no one should want someone this evil in their life. No one should want her. She didn't deserve it. Only her sister deserved it. Chapter 119. Don't go away. Sebastian, who had been silently listening, blinked. It was an understatement to say he wasn't surprised. He had known there was more to Viola Linden than what he had managed to dig up about her, but he hadn't been able to figure out exactly what that was until now. No wonder her pain ran so deeply. No wonder there was something in those clear blue eyes that always looked as though they were haunted. No wonder she tortured herself repeatedly during those days she trained, pushing her body beyond its limits as if she deserved the punishment. It was because she had betrayed her twin. She had been adopted by the Lindens, now that made sense, and it also explained why they had so easily discarded her after she turned out to be wolfless on the day of her awakening. Had Sebastian been a normal, morally upright man, he would have been disgusted by her past action. But that would have been the height of hypocrisy when he himself was far darker and had done worse than what she had just confessed to doing in the past. And worst of all, he was still doing it, because that was the fate he had chosen, or perhaps the fate that had chosen him. The irony that they both had twins, and that in both cases they were the more twisted ones, made him smile bitterly. The only difference was that while she carried her pain and regret like a chain around her neck, he had long since stopped holding on to his, because it would have destroyed him if he had. If she expected him to agree with her that she was evil, then she had chosen the wrong man to confess to. He rubbed her back slowly, thoughtfully, as he parted his lips to finally speak, after everything she had said had settled heavily inside him. You deserve happiness as much as every other person out there, love, Sebastian whispered softly into her ear, wanting the words to settle inside her and make her drop the negativity she clung to. He wasn't the right person to console someone in this department, because he had done worse. However, he didn't like that she carried this weight so deeply in her heart. I cannot justify what you did as good, but you were nothing more than a little girl. Don't beat yourself up over something your 7-year-old self did. I have done worse, but I still learned to live with it. Do you know where this orphanage is? We can go there and find your twin if you want, he told her, knowing that whatever answers she needed might be found there, and perhaps even the path to her healing might begin in that very place. However, he was met with silence. Sebastian looked down and saw that her eyes had closed, her dark curly lashes casting faint shadows on her cheeks, with her glasses sitting crookedly on the bridge of her nose, slightly skewed to one side as if even they had grown tired along with her. She had fallen asleep, he realized belatedly. She had poured out her heart to him and told him a truth he knew she would never have revealed while sober, but that truth had only shed light on some of the missing pieces about her that he had been wondering about. He raised his hand and touched her cheek, caressing it gently as he muttered, "You have finally escaped eating dinner again." Waking her was no longer an option, for she needed the sleep to cool her mind. And though he didn't think she should always sleep without eating, Sebastian had no choice but to allow her to rest. Perhaps tomorrow, he might cook something fresh for her again for breakfast and get to talk to her more about the orphanage, the one where she had said they were killing children. Sebastian was aware of many orphanages as the Supreme Alpha, but he hadn't heard of any that killed their children. In fact, he was responsible for giving donations to many orphanages in the werewolf world, because it was something his mother had done faithfully when she was alive. So where was this orphanage? He thought, and he decided that perhaps he could find out more from her when he was able to get her to talk to him normally, without the influence of alcohol clouding her memories. With that thought in mind, he decided to carry her to the bedroom. However, since she was basically sleeping while standing and leaning against his chest, there was no way he could bend and carry her bridal style without disturbing her sleep. Hence, he gathered her into his arms like a baby, one hand under her bottom with her legs resting on both sides of his waist, and her head tucked against his shoulder, her breath fanning softly against his neck. He used his other hand to support her back, pressing her securely to his chest, and he heard her let out a deep sigh of comfort as she brought her arms up to wrap around his neck. "You smell nice," she murmured in her sleep, and Sebastian smiled. I am glad you like how I smell," he told her, carrying her toward the bedroom and unable to help but think that he was spoiling her, considering he couldn't even wake her to walk to the bed herself. "You are the first woman I don't mind spoiling, mi ama, and strangely, I want to spoil you even more until you are rotten and so clingy like every other woman," he whispered into her ear. Despite the fact that she was sleeping, she still grumbled words of argument at him, which he didn't catch fully, except for one word. Liar. He smiled faintly, gently swatting her bottom and causing her to lightly hit the back of his neck in protest. I can't believe you are still like this even while sleeping, he said, but this time she didn't reply. When he entered her room, he was assaulted by her daisy scent, which made him take a deep inhale. He walked to the bed and gently laid her down like a man setting down his most prized treasure, as she was slowly becoming that without him even being aware of it. He had put her to bed like this last night, and he couldn't help but wonder if this would become a daily routine after their marriage. He turned almost giddy with pleasure at those thoughts. The moment he put her down on the bed, her brows pulled together and she curled up to one side, muttering, "It's so cold." Sebastian pulled the blanket over her, adjusting it carefully around her and tucking her in properly, yet he was still surprised when she shivered under the blanket, causing him to frown. "It's not cold in here. It's freaking hot," he told her, looking around and noticing that the air conditioner of the entire house was turned off, and he himself had been burning with heat from within since the moment he had walked in. He couldn't believe how opposite they were. While he liked the cold and despised heat and anything warm, she craved warmth. He took another blanket from her closet and placed it over her, but she frowned and pulled her hand out to grab his sleeve. "Don't go away. Stay with me," she breathed, her eyes faintly opening as she looked at him. Sebastian became reluctant, not because he didn't want to stay, but because he wouldn't like her waking up tomorrow and claiming he had taken advantage of her vulnerable state. "Please," she added, and every trace of reluctance flew out the window. He reached up and loosened his tie, taking off his coat and letting it fall to the floor. He took off his shirt as well and removed his shoes, leaving only his trousers on before he got onto the soft bed with her and slipped under the double blankets that immediately consumed him with heat like a blazing summer afternoon. However, the little rabbit turned and moved into his embrace, using his arm as a pillow and fitting her own arm comfortably around his waist. "You are so warm," she sighed, bringing her face to bury it against his chest, her lips brushing dangerously close to his nipple, which caused him to tense slightly. "I feel like I am being roasted alive." "How can you not feel the heat?" he grumbled. But despite his complaints and discomfort, Sebastian sank deeper into the blankets so he could hold her and keep her warm the way she liked it. He put his leg over hers, fully aware that he was willingly tormenting himself by having her this close, unable to give in to the tension inside him as he would have with every other mate that had come his way. Before Sebastian fell asleep, he reached out to Matt through their link and told him, "Send our wedding invitations to Moonwillow and the North Pack. Give them the special invitations and send both my jets to pick them up separately." Matt, who was still at the office and trying to get Layla off his back as she had been disturbing him with constant calls and asking when Sebastian would return to his place, was surprised by the order. "Are you sure you want them both at the ceremony?" My wife wants them invited, so why not?" he said shamelessly, fitting his chin against her head and closing his eyes as sleep began to pull him under. Matt heard the way his friend addressed Viola and didn't say anything but arched a brow in surprise. Wife? Since when did his friend become this shameless over a mate? "I hope you know what you are doing, man." Was Sebastian's only answer as he was slowly being drawn into sleep, a place he hadn't truly gone to peacefully in years. He couldn't remember the last time he had felt this sleepy, and rather than fight it, he allowed himself to fall into it, his arm wrapped around her both protectively and possessively. "Good night, Ama," he muttered before beginning to snore lightly, and the house's automatic system dimmed the lights and drew the curtains over the glass walls while the couple slept undisturbed on the bed. Chapter 120, The Invitation Part 1. The next day, Matt didn't delay sending the special invitation to the North Pack and Moonwillow, inviting them to the wedding and crowning ceremony without mentioning the name of the bride, but only the pack she came from. Since it was sent through a flying drone controlled by the computers in Silver, it didn't take long to reach Moonwillow, landing on the pack house window with a delivery tone playing to notify them of the arrival of the invitation. It was Lenny, sitting comfortably in her parlor and getting her nails done by the Omegas, who first noticed the drone drop the box and the tone, and she was startled and astonished, since they had been blacklisted by the Silver Pack. Furthermore, they were left behind in technology, and she had never seen a drone before, nor did she have any idea what it was. Lenny called out to Evan, who was currently in a meeting with the warriors of his pack, and her panicked voice made him run to her at full speed, along with his warriors, as they believed something had happened to her. When Evan got to her, he found his mate staring at the window along with the 3 Omegas in the room. "What's wrong?" he asked, moving forward to hold Lenny, who pointed to the glistening silver box. "That thing, it was dropped here by a flying thing," she said, clinging to Evan for protection. Actually, lately she and Evan had been having some issues, as their pack was falling behind and lacking in resources so much that by the time she got to see her mate, he was crazily drunk and wasted at night where they should be sharing their passion in bed. They had been receiving countless complaints from pack members about their lack of supplies, with some escaping and breaking their bond with Moonwillow to join other more advanced, well-resourced packs. She hadn't gotten to hold Evan or have him hold her in a very long time, and now, as she was genuinely terrified of what the box contained, she clung to his side. He wrapped his arm around her waist and gave one of the warriors the go-ahead to look at what was in the silver, glistening box. The warrior stepped forward and cautiously took the small box. He first shook it before untying the red ribbon around it like a gift, and then removed the cover. "What's in there?" Evan demanded, suffering from a very bad hangover from overdrinking last night and not wanting to deal with any useless mysterious packaging. He was a good drinker and could usually hold up fine, but he had drunk more than his body could take last night and had woken up really annoyed. But having Lenny at his side, breathing in her scent as she relied on him for protection, he felt a little better and curious about the box. The warrior walked back to the Alpha and showed him what was inside, causing Evan's eyes to brighten at the neatly folded card inside the box that had "Silver Pack" written in fancy letters that shimmered with the words "Special Invitation." Evan didn't waste time, as he had been expecting this for months but had thought he would never receive it. He reached out and took the card, reading it, and the more he read, the happier he became. "Mother of Nature, we are specially invited to the Silver Pack for the new lunar crowning," Evan exclaimed, looking up at Lenny. "It seems Ember has finally been accepted as the Luna." Since it didn't give out the name but only the pack the chosen Luna was from, the North Pack, Evan naturally assumed it to be Ember. After all, she was the only one who had promised to fix the feud between his pack and the Silver Pack. And getting a special invitation couldn't have been anyone else. "Oh my," Lenny squealed, hugging Evan. Nobody knew it, but it had been a lifelong dream to step into the Silver Pack and see the most advanced and beautiful world everyone talked about. Being the largest and most advanced pack, not everyone was given access to step inside, and not many knew what it looked like except from pictures. "Didn't I tell you that giving her that bitch was a good idea?" Lenny said, referring to Viola, whom Evan had been reluctant to give to Ember for some reason she didn't know. After he had given her away, he had been constantly worrying that Ember might not punish her enough, and that he would have just killed her here himself rather than hand her over to the North Pack princess. Now you see how she didn't forget about us and sent us a special invitation. I believe in no time our pack will return to its full glory, and we will have all the good resources from the Silver Pack. Lenny could barely remain on her feet as she jumped up and down in happiness. Evan was also beaming with joy and relief, for this meant all his troubles would finally come to pass. Actually, not being someone who had put his sweat and blood into studying for the Alpha exam and learning about handling a pack, he was lacking in many ways now and regretted giving that woman to Ember. He hadn't wanted to admit it to himself, but she always had a way out of any problem and could fix the biggest issue in a blink, like it was nothing. She was the brain behind him becoming Alpha, and though he had thought he could rule himself without her help, he had been proven wrong these past few months as things piled up for him like bees to flowers, overwhelming him. Evan gritted his teeth in irritation at the fact that he would still have made use of her mind had she still been among his pack members, working under him. As her alpha, she wouldn't have dared not to solve his problems, which was why he had been pissed when he thought Ember had abandoned and forgotten her promise after he had given her that selfish, annoyingly possessive bitch. But this invitation immensely pleased him because it meant Ember hadn't forgotten, and here was a chance for him to get things right again in his pack. Moonwillow had once been among the bigger packs, but lately it had been dropping so fast he couldn't keep track of how his own people were escaping. He hoped Ember had not killed that bitch, because along with a signed peace treaty from the Silver Pack, he was certain he would get what he needed now that Ember would be crowned. Evan would need Viola along. The thought made him feel relieved, and he kissed Lenny for the first time in a month, as they had been having some issues lately due to his lack of attention. Chapter 121, The Invitation Part 2. It wasn't Lenny's fault, but it was always annoying when he needed something solved and she brought up a stupid, completely unrelated solution, unlike that bitch who would bring up a brilliant idea as if her brain were a machine that thought of ideas every second of the day. He had never seen a woman as smart as her, and that only made Evan dislike her, for she made him feel like his own brain was a mush of shit and gave him insecurities. Lenny was beautiful, a delicate flower one would want to protect and shield, and though she lacked the brilliance to help him run this pack, she had everything that made him feel strong enough to rule. She gave him the security that bitch didn't, and more than ever, his Lenny wasn't evil with a twisted, dark heart. She was filled with love for him, a genuine kind, but despite that, he knew he still needed the brain behind what had brought him to this position. That was why he would need this opportunity to take that woman back from Ember one way or another. Since Ember would soon become the Supreme Luna, she wouldn't be needing that ugly, disfigured woman anymore. All he had to do was give Viola some food and water and proper sleeping arrangements like the other Omegas here, and if she refused, he could threaten her with the fact that he could throw her back to the hollow quarters. That thought made Evan laugh, and he pulled back from the kiss to cup Lenny's beautiful cheeks as he said, "You were right, giving Ember that bitch was a good idea. I want you to dress beautifully for that ceremony because I want us to make a good impression on the Supreme Alpha so he gives Moonwillow back everything it deserves." "When are we going?" Lenny asked, happy and eager to travel, also glad that whatever issues she had been having with Evan seemed to have naturally resolved themselves with this wonderful invitation they had received. "It says that we will get picked up by the Alpha's jet in 3 days from now. We are going with the Lindens as it says they're also invited." Lenny beamed even more at the thought that the Alpha's jet would personally come for them. How lucky she was to have been smart enough to give Ember a grand welcome when she came months ago. Lenny couldn't help but think this was an opportunity to spend some vacation in the Silver Pack, enjoy the luxury, and relish her victory of stealing Evan away from that bitch. If she hadn't, she would never have gotten the chance to ever set foot into her dream pack. "Send the news to Beta Elliot about the invitation so they can also prepare for the travel," Evan said to one of his warriors. "Yes, Alpha." Just as Evan was happy about the invitation, the Lindens who received the news were also over the moon with happiness. Beta Elliot even sat with his elder daughter, as he no longer considered that abomination he had adopted as one of his own anymore and had removed her from the title of his eldest, giving it to his blood and flesh daughter, Nancy, because that was how it ought to be. Had he been patient with his wife a little longer, they wouldn't have even needed to adopt that girl, on whom they had placed such high hopes, believing she would bring them nothing but greatness and repay them for changing her life. But in the end, what had she brought them? Disgrace and humiliation. Rather than holding tight to the Alpha heir, she had lost him and dashed all their hopes in her. She was nothing but useless. "Nancy, you know now that Moonwillow is declining, it will be good for you to take advantage of this trip. We will soon have to secure a mate in the Silver Pack and also make friends with Ember," Beta Elliot said to his daughter, who was 17 but looked older than her age. "I know, Daddy, you shouldn't worry. Ember and I spoke during that moon festival, and she promised me a position among her circle," she assured him, beaming, unable to put into words how happy she had become these past few years without Viola in their life, who she constantly had to compete with for her own parents' attention. Nancy found it completely unfair that her father had once favored an adopted daughter over his real daughter, but she had soon realized the reason he had favored Viola was because he expected her to become so much and to repay their kindness for adopting her from the slums. But she had disappointed him the day she turned out wolfless, and Evan had discarded her. Now that Nancy was old enough to find her own mate, she knew she would also have to do better, to find someone better to make her father even prouder. Now that this opportunity had arisen for them to go to the Silver Pack, Nancy planned to latch onto Ember. She'd heard the Supreme Alpha had other cousins, and she could catch one of their interests, who knows. That thought made her so excited that she grinned, but the grin soon faded when she thought of something and asked her happy father, "Do you think we will meet her there?" Beta Elliot knew who she was referring to without her having to say a name. "Even if we meet Viola there, which I doubt because Ember wouldn't bring someone like that to such a prestigious place, Viola is no longer a part of our family. She is nothing but an outsider, and you are to treat her like a stranger and someone beneath you." "Yes, I also agree," Nancy's mother echoed her husband. "She has disappointed us enough. We don't need any more embarrassment from her. If you and your brother come across her, you don't know her, don't let anyone associate dirt like that with our clean family name." Nancy took their words like law and nodded. "You don't need to tell me. I know to avoid disappointments like Viola." She was already old enough to know what type of people she should have around her. Her former sister wasn't that kind. She would likely stick with her cousin, Lenny, or Ember. Those were her ideal people. Nancy thought this, excited. "I can't wait for the day." Chapter 122, Stunned Speechless. Silver Pack. Light drizzling rain was falling that morning, and a pink, luxurious car stopped before the high tower skyscraper. The car belonged to none other than Zoe, who had stayed at her own fashion house to finish Viola's design and make it the best it could possibly be. She hadn't slept a wink, and it clearly showed on her beautiful, delicate face. She put on shades to hide the dark circles around her eyes and stepped out of her car, taking the umbrella from the warrior her brother had assigned to her for protection since she was a little girl whenever she wasn't inside this building. Sebastian was so protective that he never allowed her to leave the Pack building to live alone without bodyguards, who were top warriors with honed senses capable of detecting danger from miles away. Their wolf forms were so terrifying that even she felt intimidated by them. She had once been against having these large, imposing warriors around her every single day, but over time Zoe had grown used to their presence, so much so that she now felt strangely unsafe without them nearby. She muttered a thank you to the bulky warrior as he took the suitcase out of her trunk, which contained the sample wedding dress she wanted Viola to try on. She took hold of the suitcase handle and made her way toward the building entrance, humming happily to herself as she couldn't wait for Viola to try on the dress. Though it wasn't completely finished, she needed a fitting sample to avoid any wrong measurements later. The cold breeze of the spring morning blew at her hair and sprinkled rainwater onto her face, but Zoe only brushed her hair away, smiling as she waved at the working Omegas who were all familiar with her and knew her as the most friendly person in the Pack. Many still found it hard to believe she and the Alpha were siblings from how different they were, and if it wasn't for their slight resemblance, people would have already begun spreading rumors that they didn't come from the same parents. Zoe waved off an Omega who rushed forward to relieve her of the umbrella and suitcase and stepped into the elevator instead. She looked down at her phone screen to see if Viola had called her back, but there was no missed call, and that brought a slight frown to her beautiful face. Since that morning, she had been calling Viola to tell her the time she would come over, but the phone had rung repeatedly without being picked up. This was so very unlike her V, and Zoe bit down on her nails, wondering why she hadn't answered or called her back. She couldn't still be asleep by this time of the morning, because that was definitely unlike V, who woke up even before the sky brightened. When the elevator reached Viola's floor, Zoe dragged the suitcase across the smooth, polished floor. When she reached the door, she placed the umbrella aside and typed in the passcode, already bending to pick up her umbrella again as she expected the door to open, but she was met with a red light and the signal that indicated she had typed in the wrong password. Zoe's brows arched, and she pursed her lips before retyping the password, but it gave off the same result, wrong. What the, did V change her password? She muttered to herself, blinking at the screen that was now signaling that if she typed the wrong password a third time, it would trigger an alarm and summon the building guards. All the doors in this building were designed to keep any werewolf staying there safe. There was no way for an intruder to enter easily, and the last thing Zoe wanted was to accidentally set off an alarm on Viola's floor. She thought to call Viola again, but just like that morning, it rang repeatedly with no answer. It was way past 11 a.m., and Viola could definitely not be sleeping at this time of day. It had never happened before, because every time Zoe came here in the morning, no matter how early, V was awake and had already taken her morning shower. She suddenly felt worry crawl into her chest and knocked on the door, but even that didn't seem to work. Zoe hated situations like this because they only reminded her of how easily someone she cared about could be killed, and she would never be able to reach them or have the power to prevent it. Those dark days she had gone through when she lost her brother, she could never forget them. After she had been told over the phone by Sebastian that Alex was in a peaceful place, death, she had run to his place and knocked on the door repeatedly, but Alex never came to open it for her. Zoe's heart tightened painfully, and she quickly began to contemplate raising the alarm, but then something flashed inside her mind and her gray eyes brightened. When Viola had set her first password, Zoe had been there, and V had made her scan her fingerprint along with hers in case she ever forgot the password, which Zoe had thought was impossible because it was bluntly simple. Zoe quickly tapped the fingerprint option on the screen, and her 5 fingers was soon scanned. Though it only took seconds to complete, it felt as though it was taking forever. When the door finally clicked open, she grabbed her suitcase, forgetting the umbrella entirely, and hurried inside. When Zoe stepped into the penthouse, she was stunned to find the kitchen counter filled with parcels of food taken out from the fridge but left completely untouched. She frowned when she saw the microwave left open, with one of the food parcels sitting inside it as if it had been forgotten mid-use. Not to mention the curtains around the glass walls were all still drawn and not yet opened. She walked into the living room and found V's phone lying on the couch, and it dawned on her why she hadn't picked up any calls. This was the first time she had ever come here to find Viola's kitchen slightly messy, and it made her worry even more because that was another unusual habit of her friend. She looked up toward the glass stair railing and noticed that the bedroom door upstairs was closed. Was she still sleeping, or had she? Zoe didn't even want to think about the second possibility, so she quickly took off her heels and hurried up the stairs to check the bedroom, already prepared to sound the alarm for a missing person if needed. Zoe had imagined all kinds of scenarios in her head as she ran up. She had even gone as far as imagining that she would walk into that bedroom and find a blood-stained bed and her friend's lifeless body, or worse, an empty bed with her completely missing. But nothing in this world prepared her for what she found when she arrived at the door. She froze, her gray eyes widening in astonishment. Zoe couldn't believe her eyes. She blinked a few times in hopes that the image would change, but everything remained exactly the same. V was on her bed, but that wasn't what stunned her. It was the fact that she wasn't alone. She was entangled in the arms of someone else, because Zoe could clearly see the outline of 2 figures on the bed. The bedroom was dark, so dim that if she didn't have sharp werewolf eyes, she wouldn't have been able to see anything at all. The thick curtains were fully drawn across the windows, making the room feel as though it was still the middle of the night. Zoe let her eyes adjust further to the darkness before she tiptoed into the room. As she came closer to the bed, Her jaw fell slack in disbelief when her gaze landed on the tattooed arm of none other than her brother, wrapped protectively around V's waist above the blanket. The blanket covered half of his body but all of her friend's body, with only her head peeking out from beneath it. Even her head was resting on her brother's other arm, which was curved around her protectively, his fingers flattened gently over the back of her head, keeping her face tucked securely into his chest. Chapter 123, Don't Wake Her for Me. The position was so intimate that it left Zoe gaping down at him, even though she knew she shouldn't be looking or invading their privacy. But who could blame her? She knew every side of her brother, yet she had never thought he was capable of holding someone this gently while sleeping, as she had never witnessed such tenderness from him before. And the most surprising thing was the fact that her brother, whom she had never seen asleep, was actually sleeping. When was the last time she had found him like this? Had she ever seen him sleep at all? Did he even sleep in his life? He was like a ghost who worked himself into looking the part of one, as though rest was something meant for the living, not for him. Right next to the bed, scattered across the floor, were male clothes. There was a coat tossed to one side, a shirt lying crumpled nearby, and then his shoes placed carelessly apart, and it made her gasp at what this clearly indicated. Did they have sex? Zoe was aware that there was absolutely nothing wrong with them having sex, as they would be getting married anyway, but what surprised her was her hypocritical brother. He didn't trust her enough to admit that V was his mate or that he liked her, yet here he was, lying on her bed and holding her so intimately as if she was something precious to him. Zoe glared down at him, fighting the urge not to pinch him awake. But something else drew her attention. Wait, from what she knew, V would never have allowed her brother to have sex with her because she didn't like him at all. Could it be that her brother had forced? Zoe's mind didn't even finish forming that thought when she was suddenly met with the murderous, intensely dark eyes of her brother looking straight up at her. The sight made a shiver run down her spine and caused her to fight the urge to flee the room. He looked like the devil who had crawled out of the pit of hell to burn her with his stare, and Zoe pursed her lips before asking, why are you glaring at me like that? Why the hell are you creeping on people while they are sleeping? He rasped, his voice thick and low as he carefully kept it quiet so as not to wake the little rabbit sleeping peacefully in his arms. He had been asleep until he slowly came awake, sensing a presence hovering near him. He would have attacked instantly if he hadn't immediately recognized that the person was his sister. Zoe crossed her arms over her chest and scoffed. I didn't creep on you. You're the one creeping into someone's bed. Does V even know you're in her bed, holding her so intimately? Are you there with her consent? Sebastian's eyes narrowed darkly at his sister as he realized what she was assuming. Did she truly think he had gotten into the bed without his adorable rabbit asking him to? It's none of your business. Go away and don't wake her for me, Sebastian muttered, shooing his sister away as he attempted to turn and bury his nose back into Viola's sweet, scented hair so he could continue sleeping. He hadn't slept enough, but before he could settle again, Zoe raised her voice. You are so shameless, hermano. You. She swallowed the rest of her words when he turned another dark glare at her. Then he looked down at the sleeping woman against him, whose brows had drawn together as if she were about to stir awake from their noise. Sebastian quickly reached out and began to pat her back gently, rubbing it up and down in slow, soothing motions until her frown loosened and she relaxed back into his arms. The arm she had draped around his waist tightened reflexively for a moment before settling again. He smiled softly when he noticed she was drooling slightly over the arm she was using as a pillow, her lips faintly pouted in sleep. Zoe watched him handle Viola with care, a soft expression resting on his face. But the moment he turned back to her, that softness vanished and was replaced by displeasure and a clear warning. Keep your voice down. What do you want? He asked, not liking that his brat of a sister had disturbed his sleep and was now in the process of disturbing Viola's as well. Why was she even here at this time of day, interrupting them? Zoe glared at him, thinking him the biggest hypocrite of all time. She knew he would never admit to her that Viola was his mate, but she already had her suspicions. Still, she had never seen him treat any of his previous mates like this. She was aware that confronting him and demanding the truth would accomplish nothing except heighten her own worries. She would feel more assured believing Viola wasn't his mate, because that would mean her life wouldn't be in danger due to the people who wanted Sebastian dead. But then she would also worry if Viola wasn't his mate and he was still treating her like this, because if another mate ever appeared in the picture, Viola might be discarded and terribly hurt. She didn't want V to suffer anymore, and she certainly didn't want her brother to be the cause of that pain. Zoe pursed her lips. I'm here to bring the dress sample. You know it's past 11, and you're still keeping V in bed. I do believe it's time to wake up, hermano. Sebastian looked down at his wristwatch and was surprised at the time. He had been completely unaware that it was this late in the morning because the curtains were fully drawn, and quite honestly, he didn't feel like getting out of bed anytime soon. He wanted to sleep more, breathing in her delicious daisy scent mixed with his own that now lingered on her skin. Sebastian looked up at his sister and saw her glaring at him again. Why was she acting as if he had stolen her mate from her? The spoiled brat. What? He asked. Zoe shrugged. I am waiting for you to get up so I can have V's time to myself to try on the dress. Sebastian muttered a curse and was about to tell her to scram, but then he suddenly recalled something important. Can you do me a favor? He asked, not even waiting for her to reply before continuing. I want you to reach out to your doctor for me. I need a bottle of your supplement and the other medications given to you when your wolf was crippled. Zoe blinked in confusion. Her supplement. Was something wrong with her brother's wolf? She wondered, her eyes becoming worried. It's not for me, it's for her, he said, lowering his gaze to Viola's peaceful sleeping face. Now that he was aware she had been adopted and wasn't related to the Lindens by blood, it might be that her wolf was simply dormant and needed something to force it to awaken, like the supplements sometimes given to wolves who were weaker or slower to shift. And if that didn't work, then it would mean she needed her twin. He still couldn't believe she had a twin. That information changed many things and made a lot of things make sense, especially because there was something in his prophecy he had never taken into consideration, a line that spoke about the right one being born into the world in a pair, just as he himself had been born as part of a pair. Even so, he didn't want to get his hopes up yet. Not until her wolf awakened and her full potential revealed itself. For now, he only wanted to try Zoe's supplement and see if it might help her, before allowing himself to believe in something that was impossible. Zoe's eyes brightened with realization. I thought of that too, and I'm glad you reminded me. I will talk to my doctor right away, she said excitedly, already turning and dashing out of the room. But her loud voice was enough to immediately make Viola stir awake in Sebastian's arms, and he muttered another curse under his breath at his silly sister, who clearly did not know how to stay quiet when it mattered most. Chapter 124, Why Did You Sleep Here? The moment Zoe stepped out of the room, Viola's eyes shot open and she immediately jerked away from his embrace, leaving him feeling empty and his heart twisting as she rushed away from the bed. At the same time, she instinctively reached for her glasses and slid them on. Viola had been disturbed from her sleep by the sound of voices, only to wake up feeling someone's arm and leg tangled around her. That alone was enough to alarm her and cause her to jerk away instinctively, as it was utterly unusual for her to wake up trapped in someone's embrace like that. The first thing she thought about was grabbing a weapon. She reached for a flower vase on the bedside table and raised it to strike whoever it was, but then her eyes adjusted to the dimness and she noticed the alpha sitting on her bed, shirtless, his bronze, tattooed chest exposed and his lower body covered with her blanket. He was looking at her with blank, mildly surprised eyes. His silver hair was disheveled, with messy strands falling over his forehead and around his ears, and his eyes looked hooded, like someone who had just woken up from sleep. But that wasn't what concerned Viola the most. It was the fact that he was on her bed, and it definitely looked like he had been there overnight. Alarm bells rang instantly in her head at the sight of him half naked on the same bed she had slept on, the same one where his warm body had been holding and embracing her a moment ago. What are you doing here? She asked, faintly recalling that she had spoken to him on the phone last night and that he had come to her place. However, after that, Viola had no clear memory of what had happened. Did she invite him into her bed in her drunken state? I just woke up, Sebastian said matter-of-factly, as if it were absolutely normal for him to wake up in bed with her. Putting down the vase, she frowned at him. On my bed? How are you waking up on my bed? Since when did we start waking up in the same bed? She asked, grabbing her temple, which was aching from the hangover of last night's drink. What devil had possessed her to drink that much to the point that her memories were foggy now? Sebastian noticed her clutching her temple with a grimace on her face and realized she must be hungover, and that the way she had hurried away from the bed must have worsened the pain. Silly rabbit, didn't she know that the wine she drank last night was definitely going to give her terrible headache this morning? Sebastian let out a sigh as he crawled out from beneath the blanket and moved to the edge of the bed. Then he stretched out his hand, wrapped his fingers around her wrist, and gently pulled her back toward the bed. Viola instinctively tried to jerk her hand away, wanting to tell him to leave her alone, but the words suddenly felt too heavy in her throat. She recalled how his presence had immensely calmed her last night, how that haunting loneliness had become bearable because of him simply being there. The feeling she had last night had been the kind that could push her towards self-harm without a second thought. It had been the kind of suffocating pain that made her want to end everything rather than carry that weight any longer. But the moment he came, everything had felt lighter, steadier, and more bearable. Now that he had grabbed her wrist and gently pulled her back onto the bed, Viola didn't resist. She didn't even have the strength to fight him, her head pounding as if a drum band were playing inside her skull. She went to him willingly, allowing him to guide her to lie back down. He pulled the blanket over them again and fitted his arm around her waist, drawing her back into his embrace, where she felt unexpectedly secure and safe, and that feeling of security in his arms was terrifying. Viola was confused by the feeling. If I hate him so much, how come I like it when he is around? She wondered, staring up at his handsome face hovering above her. He was laying on his side facing her, his elbow propped against the pillow, and reached out with his other hand to gently massage her temple. Viola continued to stare at him in confusion, wondering if she was losing her mind for feeling this way. Tell me if I'm pressing too hard, he whispered, his voice deep and husky from sleep, sending a subtle thread of warmth curling into her stomach. She had never heard his voice like that before in the quiet of the morning. But then she had never woken up on the same bed with him. Were they making it a habit to sleep in each other's room? She'd slept in his room in his main quarter yesterday and now he in hers. She couldn't say anything at first and could only blink up at him as he gently and meticulously massaged her head, rubbing his 3 fingers in slow circular motions around her throbbing temple. His touch was surprisingly soothing, easing the ache little by little. He continued for a while, until she realized the soothing sensation was lulling her back to sleep. Snapping out of the hypnotizing feeling, she reached up and wrapped her hand around his fingers, gently pulling them away from her temple. Do you feel better? He asked, twisting his fingers free from her hold only to swiftly engulf her hand in his much larger one, holding it firmly yet gently. Viola nodded, still frowning at how touchy he was and how he had imprisoned her fingers within his. The worst part was that she didn't dislike him holding her hand, and that realization frightened her even more. She was supposed to dislike all of this, him on her bed, lying so close, holding her hand in his. Why was her heart softening? Viola was painfully familiar with the feeling of her heart softening like this because she had experienced it before, and it had done nothing but break her in the end. It had ruined her. She was too damaged to dare let herself fall for another man, especially one she knew was surrounded by women and bound to hurt her as well in the end. Evan had not had many mates, but he had still hurt her and abandoned her for someone who wasn't his fated mate. What about this one? But then there was no harm in enjoying just this moment where he was being nice and warm toward her. There was no need to push him away now when she so desperately needed someone to anchor her to reality and not to pain. Why did you sleep here? She finally parted her lips to speak the first thing that came to her mind, as his intense eyes were unnerving her so much that she was beginning to feel self-conscious beneath his gaze. Because it's comfortable sleeping here, and because you wanted me to, he told her, bringing up their interlocked hands and pressing a slow kiss to the back of hers. The simple gesture caused her to instinctively yank her hand back, wanting to remove it from his hold, but he kept a firm grip on it, his fingers refusing to loosen. I would never have asked you to sleep here, she grumbled in protest, her brows drawing together when he didn't release her hand and instead moved even closer to her on the bed. His legs grazed hers under the sheet, the subtle contact making her throat go dry and her pulse stumble. I knew you would say that, so next time it happens again, honey, I will record your voice pleading with me so adorably to sleep with you, he teased, laying his head on her pillow and whispering the words directly into her ear, his tone low and amused. Viola felt her toes curl and her insides clench, and rather than give in to that strange and overwhelming sensation, she turned her head to glare at him and argue. There will not be a next time, FATED. Sebastian's expression darkened immediately, his lips falling into a thin, displeased line. For a moment, Viola feared she had angered him with something she said, and now he would say something in return to annoy or push her away. But when he spoke, his voice didn't carry any hint of rage. Who is FATED? I have no idea who that person is, and unless you want me to tickle or kiss you, don't ever say that name in my presence, he said, looking deeply into her blue eyes behind her framed glasses. Then his gaze trailed slowly downward, from her small button nose to her pale pink lips, and he felt a compelling, almost startlingly strong urge to know what kissing her would feel like. He wasn't a kisser. In fact, he barely kissed any woman when he took them to bed. It had always been strictly about pleasure and sexual release. But for the first time, he wanted to know what someone's lips tasted like, her beautiful, plump, petal-like lips. Lips he imagined were as delicious as her scent, and would be as addictive as she was. Sparks traveled into his body at the imagination. Address me by my name, or I will kiss you, he whispered into her ear, his lips brushing dangerously and seductively against her earlobe as he spoke. Viola shrank her ear against her shoulder at the ticklish sensation, and the warmth of his breath did something unsettling to her. She didn't feel it in her ear alone. The sensation traveled all the way to her core, making her want to flee from this devilish temptation. Yet his arm wrapped more securely around her waist, bringing her closer to him, his warm body seeping into hers through the thin fabric between them. Chapter 125, Forgiveness. It's inappropriate and too informal to address you by your name, Al. She quickly stopped herself when his head moved forward and his lips hovered barely an inch away from hers, causing her to freeze in place, her breath hitching. Did he really mean to kiss her if she called him FATED? Go ahead, complete it so I can kiss you, he teased, his lips just a breath away from hers. He could have forced a kiss from her, but Sebastian had already made a mental note to take things slow with her from now on. She had gone through deep trauma in her life that he needed to help her heal from, and force was not the way to do it. And though he was aching to taste her lips, to kiss her, to touch her, and to feel her hands on him, Sebastian knew it would take time. As impatient as he was, he needed to learn patience with this one. However, if she called him FATED again, it would signal that she wanted him to kiss her, and secretly, he wished she would. But he had forgotten he was dealing with a stubborn little rabbit. She clasped her lips together and kept them pressed inward while she stared at him without saying a word. She wouldn't call him FATED, nor would she address him by his name. That hurt something inside him, and he slowly leaned back a little before saying in a lower voice, "There is nothing inappropriate about calling me by my name. We will soon be getting married. So please, Viola, use my name. You have earned the right to call me by it. Will you do that?" He looked at her almost pleadingly, and the rare softness in his eyes made her heart tighten in a way that frightened her far more than his teasing ever could. Viola frowned. Sebastian saw the deep frown and thought she was displeased with him for trying to make her address him by his name. Couldn't she see he was trying? What more could he do to make her stop seeing him as the bad guy? He had never put so much effort into anyone before, and he was willing to do even more if it meant she would at least begin to trust him. Her rejection, her refusal to truly address him by his name, pained his soul and his heart. What else did she want him to do for her to forgive him? "You have done everything but one thing," Muffin suddenly said, and Sebastian asked, "What is that?" Muffin sighed dramatically, as if tired of his human. "You haven't apologized to her for everything you said and did. Don't you know that apologizing and taking accountability for even one wrongdoing can make a massive difference to the other person? Give it a try and see." Apologizing. Sebastian had never apologized or admitted he was wrong, not even when he had truly been in the wrong. Being the supreme alpha since the age of 10 had taught him that he didn't need to apologize to anyone, whether he was right or wrong. It had become ingrained in him and given him a sense of authority, a sense of importance. When had he ever apologized before? Never. He had never done it. But now, he realized he would do it, not because he believed it was the only way to make her forgive him, but because he believed, deep in his heart, that she at least deserved an apology. And if he gave it and she still didn't forgive him, Sebastian didn't know what else he would do. He looked into her eyes, where she was still staring at him with that frown on her face, and unable to help himself, he reached out and gently traced the deep frown with his finger. "I know you and I didn't start off in a good place, Viola," Sebastian said, looking into her blank eyes that were staring up at him. Her walls were too high, and he doubted he could ever break them, or bring them down, but it seemed he needed to at least try. "I abandoned you when you needed me the most, when I should have been the one standing by you and protecting you. I was wrong to try to send you away without trying to help you. I am sorry for everything I did to hurt you. At least let's step into this marriage as friends. As your friend, will you please stop addressing me so formally?" he asked, looking down at her with a pleading, earnest expression, his silver eyes not hiding the desperation to put the differences aside. Viola stared up at his face, stunned. She never thought the alpha was capable of apologizing, much less appearing genuinely sincere about it. "Friends," he had said. She also didn't want to step into their marriage hating him, and he hadn't asked for anything beyond friendship. Viola was okay with friendship. At least that way, she didn't risk falling for him. Friendship was a perfect zone. Had he asked for anything else, she would have pulled away immediately because she was afraid of hurting more. "It's just friendship, nothing else," Viola told herself. Then, looking into his earnest silver eyes that were staring at her and softening something inside her, she gave him a small nod of her head. "You have forgiven me?" he asked eager. Viola gave him another nod. "Really? Then can you say my name?" Why did it seem like he wanted her to say his name so badly? She thought, "Sebastian," she whispered his name, and her brows arched quickly as a big smile broke out across his face, his eyes brightening. Before she knew it, she was scooped into his embrace and nestled into his arms, her body laying against his chest and her head getting into the crook of his neck. "Hey!" Viola exclaimed in surprise, but Sebastian held her tightly, pressing his lips against her cheek as he whispered, "Thank you, love." Viola's heart skipped a beat. She pressed her hands against his chest, pushing herself slightly upward to glare down at him. The way he always used endearments made her heart race uncontrollably. Nobody had ever addressed her with affection, not even Evan, so she didn't know that it could feel this nerve-wracking and intoxicating. "Why do you like to use endearments? Isn't that inappropriate between friends?" Sebastian gave her a mischievous, heart-stopping smile that tugged at her heartstrings. "It doesn't matter. I use endearments on everybody, even my beta and my sister. It's nothing, don't mind it, I have a ton of it in my book. And just so you know, I didn't mind you drooling on me when you slept, so don't mind me using endearments. Viola was trying to digest the fact that he had just said he used endearments on his beta when she caught the last part of his words. Narrowing her eyes at him, she said, I do not drool in my sleep. That's a lie, Sebastian scoffed, still holding her close and clearly enjoying the moment, as he replied, there's the evidence on my shoulder, darling. That's not true. Viola denied it, even after seeing the small evidence. She couldn't believe she had drooled on him in her sleep. Zoe, who had finished making the call for the supplements a while ago, peeked through the door gap at the couple on the bed and couldn't help staring in disbelief. Suddenly, she heard her brother let out a hearty laugh at something V had said, and in no time, Viola was laughing along with him. After Sebastian had been crowned alpha, Zoe had never truly seen him laugh like this. Not even with any of his wives. She had seen him smile warmly with Natalia back then, but not this kind of laughter. Even the smile he used to give his first Luna had disappeared after her death, leaving him aloof and closed off. To be honest, Zoe had even forgotten what his laughter sounded like until now. She found herself smiling as she watched. Not only was he laughing, but Viola, who carried so much pain that it was visible in her eyes, was laughing too. Zoe had been worried that Viola might get hurt, but what if these two could be the ones to heal each other and find peace? What if Viola was finally the only one capable of softening her brother's heartless ways? Perhaps this marriage wasn't a bad idea at all. Perhaps it was the path to healing for them both. Chapter 126, Bad Habit. Viola didn't know how to escape Sebastian, who refused to let her go. He kept her lying on top of him, one arm wrapped firmly around her waist while his other hand held her wrist securely. It was still unbelievable that just one call from last night had been enough to mend the broken bridge between them and push them into what he called a friendship zone. But what she didn't know yet was how many boundaries were allowed in this so-called friendship, for she didn't think it was appropriate for him to hold her on top of him on the bed like this. Did friends cuddle? She had never actually cuddled with anyone in such an intimate position where she could feel the hard plane of his body pressed against her front. His skin was impossibly and addictively warm, and she liked it, as she was the type to easily get cold even in mildly warm temperatures. However, she couldn't dare relax her muscles completely and enjoy it, because at the back of her mind she was aware of how inappropriate this was. Should she tell him to let go now? Nonetheless, the fact that she wasn't entirely uncomfortable, since the blanket was between them, didn't make her fight to stand up. Instead, she rested her head against his solid chest, where his heart was beating steadily, until she heard the deep vibration of his voice in her ear as he said, "Doesn't it hurt you to peel the skin around your nails?" he asked, looking at the raw red skin around her nails as if she had recently peeled them again. When had she peeled it? It looked fresh. Was it last night when she had been in that state of mind? Viola lifted her head from his chest, looking at her fair hand in his tanned one and noticing how small it looked in his grip as he studied her chapped, damaged nails, nails she had ruined with her own hands. Embarrassed and ashamed, she curled her fingers inward to hide their ugliness, feeling self-conscious about her habit of unintentionally disfiguring her nails and not allowing them to look as pretty as a normal woman's nails should. She didn't even have polish on them. She began to yank her hand away from his grip, and when he let it go, she quickly hid it where he wouldn't see her fingernails. It's an impulsive habit. I can't control it. I only realize it after the damage is done. I should get up, she muttered quickly, trying to stand as it was already morning and she didn't want their conversation to get too deep and force her to reveal things about herself. She had a bad feeling she must have babbled and rambled to him last night, since she had the habit of speaking from her heart and pouring everything out when drunk. How much had she told him last night? Hopefully nothing. She couldn't let anyone see the skeleton inside her body, the deep, despicable woman she hid from the world, the selfish woman who would step on her own twin to get a better life. People ran away from women like that. People didn't make friends with villains. As she began to rise, his arm tightened around her waist, keeping her down, and she turned mildly displeased eyes on him. "Let go," she told him, her lips pursed. "I don't want to," he replied with a mischievous smile. Was she still trying to run away from him? This little woman, couldn't she stay on top of him a little longer? It was so satisfying that he could keep her there for the entire day. The delicious spark, the soothing scent, it was heaven. Having her lying on him was the most comfortable feeling he had ever experienced in his life, and though it was slightly torturous as he could feel himself hardening within his trousers, Sebastian would rather endure the discomfort of an erection than the emptiness of not having her beside him. "If you don't let go, I am going to pinch your skin," Viola said with a tight smile, bringing her hand to his upper arm in warning. She didn't want to remain here and have to talk about herself or her habits. Maybe one no longer considered themselves worthy of discussion after going through what she had. Because Viola would rather talk about anything than herself to anyone. If she could, she would trade her own shell for another one entirely. If it were even remotely possible, she would be the first to do it. That was how much she hated every single thing about herself. Sebastian, who was looking into her reflective eyes, saw a flash of self-hatred in them that made him frown. He knew better than anyone that she was suffering from internal conflict and unstable, dark feelings about herself. Did she truly hate herself that much? Was it possible for him to ever heal this damaged little woman of his, to make her comfortable enough to open up to him? There was always this belief that people who were deeply damaged were hard to fix and heal, and that in trying to mend them, you might end up damaging yourself along the way. Fortunately, Sebastian himself was a damaged soul, so there was nothing about him left untouched that she could possibly damage further. Not liking the look he had glimpsed in her eyes, he smiled and teased, "My skin is made of stone. Pinching me won't have any sort of effect on me. It won't make me release you, darling." He was about to reach up and tuck a piece of hair behind her ear when he suddenly let out a sharp yelp of pain as she pinched and squeezed with all her strength, the sting shooting all the way to his head. Viola chuckled at his yelp, and when he looked up at her, she gave him a smirk of victory. "No skin is immune to my pinching, Sebastian. Now let go if you don't want to suffer more of that." Before Sebastian could challenge her to pinch him again, just to see her smile and laugh at his expense, he was interrupted by the sound of the door opening as his sister walked in. "Hermano, I wanted to give you more time, but it seems you will never allow V to leave the bed and try on the sample I brought so I can get on with my own work. It's already past 12 now, and I really need to go back too." Zoe's words trailed off when Sebastian shot her a dark glare. How unfair that he was being so sweet to V and glaring at her like she had done something wrong. Zoe thought. Yes, mates came first, but she was also his sister. He should give her those sweet smiles too. She rolled her eyes at his dark glare, which barely fazed her as he didn't apply his alpha aura to it. Honestly, Zoe had given him more than enough time and had gone to sit in the living room in hopes that he would let V leave the bedroom, but it was starting to look like he planned to stay in bed with her all day long without giving her the chance to do the work that had brought her here, nor giving her the opportunity to bond with her friend. She liked them together, but she also needed to harden her heart enough to steal some moments with her friend and not let him have her entirely to himself. Not to mention with the ceremony so close, Viola's perfect dress needs to be ready. "I thought you left already," Sebastian said through their sibling mind link, and Zoe rolled her eyes. "How can I leave when I haven't completed what brought me here? By the way, the supplements will be delivered tomorrow." "Good, now go back to your fashion house," he dismissed her. But Viola, whom he had been trying to keep in bed, had already scrambled away from him at the sound of Zoe's voice and went to stand beside the bed. "Oh, when did you get here, Zoe?" Viola asked, feeling awkward and utterly embarrassed that she had been caught in bed in that position with the alpha, especially when she had always made it known to Zoe that she didn't like him, and she was only fighting to marry him because she needed the Luna position to secure her future. Chapter 127, Breakfast Together. Zoe was parting her lips to complain that she had been here for over an hour, but Sebastian gave her a warning look from behind Viola. She pressed her lips together in annoyance at his threatening eyes and the alpha energy that filled the room and practically choked her, yet in the end, she was completely defenseless against him. Not wanting to put V in an awkward predicament by revealing that she had been in the house for quite some time and had overheard their conversation and playful banter from downstairs, she chose to change her words instead. "I just arrived. Remember I told you yesterday that I would bring the sample. Not only the sample, I also brought you those specialties I promised." Viola let out a sigh of relief, knowing Zoe had only just arrived. At the same time, her heart felt lighter at the thought that Zoe had brought the specialties she had promised her days ago. "Really? Did you bring everything?" Zoe bobbed her head enthusiastically. "Sure I did. They're in my suitcase along with the dress sample. Let me go bring them out." She hurried out of the room, eager to escape the alpha's piercing gaze, because if looks could swallow a person whole, he would have devoured her for interrupting them. She giggled quietly to herself at the thought of how clingy he had been with V. After Zoe left, Viola quickly slipped into the bathroom as well, afraid the alpha might stop her or trap her on the bed again to continue a conversation about herself. A few minutes later, Viola stepped out of her closet and found the bedroom empty. The bed was awkwardly made, with the blanket folded neatly instead of being spread loosely the way she usually arranged it. She adjusted the bedspread with a faint smile, having a strong suspicion that the alpha, no, Sebastian, had made that poor attempt at fixing her bed, the very bed where they had slept together. But the smile soon faded at the realization that he had left. The mere thought of his absence suddenly made her heart feel strangely heavy and sad. She quickly shook the feeling off and muttered to herself, "You don't expect him to stay here when he has responsibilities." However, when Viola finished arranging her room and stepped out into the living room to join Zoe, she was utterly stunned to find Sebastian cooking in her kitchen. He was wearing an apron she hadn't even realized she owned, and the sweet aroma of food filled the living room. It was a sight to behold, and she couldn't help but wonder if this would also become a habit. Wasn't he a very busy man, being the supreme alpha? Should he really be cooking for her? She wondered, biting her lip. But then perhaps it was his normal habit to cook every morning, and this wasn't something he was doing just for her. Viola had no idea that the alpha rarely cooked for anyone and that he was doing this solely for her, so he could make sure she ate properly and didn't skip meals, which would eventually cause her to lose weight and grow unhealthy. It was his quiet way of providing for his mate, since it seemed that his food was the only thing she accepted more readily than his gifts. Viola went to try on the dress sample, and she loved everything about it and how Zoe was progressing the dress, even though it wasn't finished yet. By the time she and Zoe returned to the living room, Sebastian was setting the food on the table. "Can we eat in the living room so I can unpack Zoe's gifts?" Viola requested politely, not wanting to sound demanding of him when he had gone through the trouble to cook for them. Sebastian was quick to nod, flashing her a disarming smile as he said, "Anywhere you want, sweetie." "Thank you," Viola muttered, a faint blush rising to her face. Zoe watched the exchange in amused disbelief, as she hadn't realized their relationship had progressed this much. When exactly had this happened? She couldn't help the giddy happiness bubbling inside her at the sight of them together. She could hardly wait to become an aunt to their future adorable pups. The mere thought made her want to jump with excitement, especially since she had already held on tightly to Sebastian's promise that he wouldn't hurt her V. Though she was still terrified of the future and every challenge Viola might have to face, she decided she would try to place her trust in him once again. He had given her his word that V would not be hurt, and she chose to believe him. She silently hoped their future would be bright, filled with laughter and many little pups she could proudly spoil as their favorite aunt. Not to mention, Zoe was secretly looking forward to the day Sebastian would open up to Viola enough to tell her where he went every 3 months and why he had once broken his promise to not kill his twin. It would be comforting to finally understand the truth. He might not tell her, but perhaps he would tell the mate he loved. Hermano, I hope you made my meal as well because I'm eating too. I haven't had breakfast, Zoe said, batting her lashes and giving her brother her cutest, most exaggerated pleading eyes. No, go eat at your place. This is only for me and Viola, he replied flatly, even though he had actually cooked her portion as well. He was still mildly annoyed that she had interrupted his time alone with his mate. Did you hear him? He wants me to starve. Tell him to be nice to me, Zoe complained dramatically, glaring accusingly at her elder brother. Now that she had Viola on her side, she possessed the perfect weapon to make him bend to her will. Viola reached out and held Zoe's hand gently before turning to Sebastian with a small, placating smile. The food is more than enough for the 3 of us. Let her eat with us. Sebastian didn't waste even a second before giving a firm nod of agreement. Wow, you got this for me, Viola exclaimed in delight as she unpacked Zoe's gifts in the living room where they were eating, her heart swelling with gratitude and warmth. Viola and Zoe were sitting on the floor while Sebastian sat on the couch, sipping his cold drink and watching the 2 women praise his cooking while unpacking strange little items from the many boxes his sister had stuffed into her suitcase for his wife-to-be. It seemed to be a regular habit of Zoe's, buying silly, unnecessary, and sometimes impractical things for the people she cared about. He remembered a particular memory of Zoe buying something similar for Evangeline, his second Luna, once. Evangeline had barely given the gift a second glance after forcing out a polite thank you, only to discard it carelessly on the couch as though it meant nothing. Sebastian had been slightly pissed off at the time because he had clearly seen how hurt Zoe looked when her thoughtful gift was received with little to no genuine appreciation. From that moment on, Zoe never returned to the high tower to visit Evangeline again, or even him. She barely called, and most of the time she didn't even pick up his own calls. For a while, Sebastian had quietly hoped that Zoe would stop the habit of buying unnecessary little things for people, thinking it would spare her from being hurt again. But it seemed she hadn't changed that part of herself, and if Viola made the mistake of rejecting the gifts or failing to appreciate them, Zoe would undoubtedly be wounded once more. Yet only a few seconds later, Sebastian found himself utterly unprepared for the sight before him. He hadn't expected Viola to look so genuinely happy that she hugged both his sister and the gifts tightly to her chest, as if they were the most precious treasures she had ever received. Zoe chuckled as V hugged her. Hey, don't get so emotional. I made a promise to get them for you, and I even had them customized specially for you. But they're just too beautiful, Zoe. I don't think I can ever use such beautiful parcels and phone cases, Viola muttered, smiling through tears at the set of parcels and phone cases Zoe had given her. They were customized especially for her, with cute anime characters designed to resemble her, with her glasses and all. Only this version was far more adorable, complete with bunny ears and pastel details, including a small bunny-eared parcel she could use to store leftovers in her refrigerator. Sebastian eyed the gifts he had initially considered useless when Zoe first unpacked them from her suitcase. He had actually been far more interested in the wedding dress, but as per custom, the groom wasn't supposed to see the bride's dress until the day of the wedding. He had given Viola a priceless gift worth millions, something no average person could ever afford or even dream of touching. A limited edition necklace that she had refused to keep. Yet here she was, beaming and getting emotional over a piece of what he had considered junk his sister had brought. He blinked, finding it strange that someone would prefer something cheap over something glamorous. What was so special about parcels and phone cases with bunny ears? Sebastian was well aware that Zoe's room was filled with all sorts of cute, girly things that she sometimes forced onto him, making him accept and keep them just to make her happy. He hadn't known that there was still other grown women who liked such things, as all the women in his life before had preferred expensive jewelry over items like these. Chapter 128, Learning from his sister. He could never imagine Zoe giving something like this to Layla, for she would have found it insulting. But his little woman was glowing as if she had been handed the entire world. Was she truly that easily impressed by small, thoughtful things? He felt a faint sting of jealousy that his little sister was receiving so much attention and praise for such a simple gift, while he had been racking his brain to find something that would please Viola. It seemed he hadn't realized there was still this rare species of women left in the world, women who preferred simple, meaningful things over expensive, high-brand jewelry. Sebastian's eyes glimmered as he realized he could learn from his sister and get Viola something simple and thoughtful instead. She better smile and hug him tightly the way she was hugging Zoe when he stooped that low to buy such things. He kept watching them, intending to study what made Viola happy as Zoe brought out more packages and Viola eagerly tore them open. His eyes widened slightly when he saw that everything inside was nothing but cute, almost childish items. There were even home wolf-shaped slippers, a matching cap, and a one-piece nightshirt. Was this what it took to win her over? Cute, unnecessary things in pink and maroon colors. So the way to her heart was through things like this and not through expensive, high-end jewelry. I'll be damned, he thought in disbelief, watching the two young women having the time of their lives in the living room. Sebastian had originally been upset and displeased that his sister had interrupted their time together in the bedroom. But seeing that she was able to make Viola smile and come out of her shell more easily than he had, he found himself grateful that Zoe had come. Yesterday, Viola had been in a heartbreaking, shattered state that had touched a chord deep inside him. It was the reason he had chosen to stay here with her instead of going to his office. Yet now, he was relieved to see that Zoe was lifting her spirits effortlessly, bringing light back into her expression in a way he had been struggling to do. After they finished opening the gifts and Viola eagerly tried on some of them, like the slippers and the phone cases, they finally returned to their meal, chatting about random, baseless things, while Sebastian found himself completely lost in their conversation as he didn't understand most of it anymore. If you can't finish that, I can finish it up for you, Zoe said when Viola couldn't finish her meal. Zoe had already emptied her own plate, as it had been a long time since she last tasted her brother's cooking. He rarely cooked for her anymore unless she was sick, and that had been a very long time ago. Viola didn't hesitate and pushed her plate in front of Zoe. She watched as Zoe dug in and began to eat again, humming to herself because the food was delicious. Viola smiled and reached out to wipe the side of Zoe's mouth when the juice from the steak escaped the corner of her lips. To Viola, Zoe was now more like a sister than just a friend, the kind of sister she had once abandoned. A bitter smile tugged at her lips as she watched Zoe enjoy her meal. Yet at the same time, Viola couldn't help but feel slightly at ease, realizing that caring about someone other than herself was beginning to come more naturally to her now. Zoe opened her mouth to speak but immediately closed it when she saw her older brother giving her a warning glare, likely for taking Viola's unfinished food and devouring it like an uncouth lady when he had raised her to eat with proper manners. Zoe rolled her eyes at him. He was always trying to correct her the way a mother would because he believed it was his duty and responsibility as her only blood brother and the person who had raised her since babyhood. Yet she couldn't correct his own wrongdoings because he was older. They were only 8 years apart in age, but one would think it was 20. Zoe refused to live a boring, restrained life because of her brother, and she would eat however she pleased. In defiance, she stuffed her mouth even more. With the way you eat, Zoe, it's surprising to see you still stay fit with a model-like body, Viola remarked, still wiping the side of Zoe's lips. Zoe only smiled wider. I'm naturally good at losing weight, and this food is just too delicious to waste. Sometimes I think my brother should be a restaurant chef rather than the alpha he is. Just imagine that. Viola imagined it and found it completely hilarious, picturing the handsome devil working as a chef in a restaurant, wearing a tall white chef's hat on his head. She chuckled behind her palm but quickly coughed when she felt his eyes on her. In truth, he had been watching her quite intensely, and she began to wonder if she had food stuck on her face, and self-consciously wiped it. After Zoe finished almost everything, from Viola's leftovers to even some of her brother's, she received a call from her fashion house about the design she had ordered to complete the wedding dress. She gave Viola a tight hug, then gathered her suitcase with the unfinished dress inside it and left in a hurry, as she had so many demands to handle with the ceremony approaching. "You two have fun," Zoe called out playfully as she left the penthouse. When Viola bid Zoe goodbye at the door, she knew it was time to face the devil still sitting comfortably on the couch in her living room. She could still feel his intense gaze boring into the back of her head. Was she overthinking it, or had he truly been staring at her this whole time? Closing the door with a soft ding, she hesitated to turn around and face him. When would he leave, she wondered, despite the fact that a part of her didn't want him to leave just yet. Still, she knew he couldn't remain here for the entire day without returning to his duties. The skyscraper had felt so empty lately that she could have sworn she was the only one in the building, aside from the working Omegas, especially last night. If he left, she would feel that loneliness consume her all over again. And she was terrified of that feeling. Should she have just left with Zoe and gone to help her at the fashion house? Even though she knew Zoe had plenty of professional workers, Viola preferred being around people rather than staying here alone and thinking herself into depression. Until she was officially crowned Luna, she had no particular work to do and no pack responsibilities to handle that could occupy her time. She couldn't keep depending on Sebastian for company or distract him from his work, not that she had actually asked him to stay until now. "Are you going to keep standing at the door?" His voice came from the living room, breaking her out of her spiraling thoughts. Viola turned around to face him, crossing her arms over her chest as she resolved to get rid of him before she became so used to his company that, when he no longer gave it to her, she would end up feeling hurt and broken. "I was thinking I should keep standing here until you realize you're not in your office handling pack matters. Shouldn't you be leaving by now?" She arched a curious brow at him, but then frowned when she noticed how comfortably he was sitting, as if he had absolutely no intention of leaving this place today. Chapter 129, If You Can Find a Picture. Sebastian was sitting with one bare leg stretched along the long couch and the other foot resting on the floor, his back leaning sideways against the armrest and the back of the couch, one arm draped lazily along it. Shirtless and looking disheveled yet devastatingly handsome, he seemed almost unreal, like a perfect painting brought to life. Especially now that the house system had untinted the glass walls and drawn back the curtains, allowing sunlight to spill into the room and fall over his honeyed skin, which glimmered smoothly like a beautifully crafted sin. It almost felt as though he were in the comfort of his own home and she was the outsider intruding on his space. She didn't think she could ever grow used to his clean-cut handsomeness, no matter how long she looked at him. At this moment, he didn't resemble the unapproachable supreme alpha with cold, ruthless eyes. He looked nonchalant, relaxed, and completely at ease with himself, and she hated how much effect that had on her. "Are you forgetting that I have not just one beta but several who can handle my responsibilities when I'm not in the mood to deal with them? I'm not always required unless it's an important matter," Sebastian replied, nearly laughing at her obvious attempt to drive him away. As heavy as his responsibilities were compared to most alphas in the world, Sebastian had strategically assigned betas to every major duty in order to lessen his workload. There was one in charge of the warriors, overseeing their training and discipline. Another was responsible for ensuring the comfort and welfare of the pack members, making sure everyone fulfilled their roles so that Silver could continue to prosper. There was also one tasked with recruiting new pack warriors and appointing territory guards to secure their borders. Matt, however, functioned as the head beta, the one who remained closest to the alpha at all times, acting as his right hand and immediate support. Sebastian alone could never have managed a pack as large as this one while personally overseeing every individual's identity and affairs. Even with capable beaters assisting him, the pack could not function for long without his presence. Ultimately, his approval was required before any significant decision could be finalized, and his sharp instincts were often needed to determine whether something would benefit or harm the pack. Still, that didn't mean he had to sit in his office every single day, drowning in paperwork and formal matters. He could afford to take a day off without the entire structure collapsing. "So when are you going to leave?" Viola asked again. "Are you sending me away, honey?" he questioned, the corner of his lips twitching in amusement. She just wouldn't stop trying to push him out, would she? Her stubbornness seemed to have no limits. He stared at her as she stood there in a single oversized t-shirt dress that stopped just below her knees, with a kitten print on the front, her arms crossed like a tigress guarding her territory. She was a haughty little thing, filled with complexities he still couldn't unravel. Yet he found that he liked her that way. Perhaps it was her differences to the others he had met that drew him to her more and more. Standing there glaring at him and waiting for him to announce when he would leave, he couldn't help but find her beautiful, even without makeup, her hair frizzy and messy from not having touched a comb that morning. Did she realize how pretty she was? So beautiful that he wouldn't mind keeping a picture of her like this safely on his phone. As that thought crossed his mind, Sebastian asked casually, "Do you mind if I use you as my office system wallpaper?" No one ever touched his work system, and if he used her image, he would be the only one to see it. Viola blinked at the unexpected question, slightly thrown off. He could only use her as wallpaper if he had her picture, right? She was no longer photogenic and couldn't even remember the last time she had taken a photo of herself if it wasn't during that competition. As long as it meant he would eventually leave, she shrugged and said, "If you can find a picture, go ahead." She said it confidently, certain there was no way he could get one here, unless he went searching for the photo she had taken for her profile picture during the competition. But to her surprise, he pulled out his phone and, in the blink of an eye, snapped a photo of her. Viola gasped, not expecting him to take her picture so suddenly. Had he just captured her in this unkempt state to use as his screen wallpaper? Without wasting a second, she rushed toward him and reached for his phone, but she was a moment too late. He swiftly slipped the device into the back pocket of his trousers and then deliberately sat on it. "How dare you? Delete it right now." "I would have deleted it if you hadn't given me permission to use you as my wallpaper, sweetheart. But now I have my wallpaper. It's time for me to return to my office, just like you wanted," Sebastian said with a smile, simultaneously blocking her hand that was slipping beneath him to reach his back pocket and subtly shifting to stand, trying to escape her grasp and leave with his wallpaper. "You are not going anywhere until you delete that picture," Viola gritted furiously, pushing him back onto the couch before he could move and pressing her hand further under him in a desperate attempt to reach his phone. "Does that mean I can stay here? Because I'm not deleting it. That's my screen wallpaper," he mused, stopping her hand from reaching his pocket. Viola ground her teeth in annoyance. "You are such a very charming man," he finished for her, his eyes glimmering with amusement as, through her struggling to retrieve his phone, she had ended up in an undeniably intimate position with him on the couch. Chapter 130, Play a Game Part 1. "A very charming man," he finished for her, his eyes glimmering with amusement as, through her struggling to retrieve his phone, she had ended up in an undeniably intimate position with him on the couch. She was kneeling on the couch, her knees bent on either side of his thighs, leaning stubbornly forward in an attempt to reach his phone. He could feel her hand probing and pressing against him with every stretch toward his back pocket, sending his body into overdrive. Not only that, the way she leaned down caused her oversized shirt to fall open slightly at the front, giving him an unintended glimpse of her breasts. She was wearing a black lounge bra, her curves straining against the thin fabric as she fought him for possession of his phone. It was a dangerously sexy sight, and his eyes were naturally drawn there. When she pressed even closer in her struggle, her soft breasts brushed against his face, and Sebastian felt his insides curl tight like a live wire, sending heat and sparks racing through him. He fought the urge to pull her fully against him, to feel her pressed close and his mouth over her chest. Damn it, he was soon snapped out when he heard her reply to his words. Charming my foot, you are infuriating, and just so you know, I have seen men far more handsome and charming than the likes of you, Sebastian. She snorted, bluntly lying despite the fact that every fiber of her being knew he was dangerously attractive. But she would never admit that to him, lest it inflated his already formidable ego. Instead of feeling offended, Sebastian only laughed and decided to play a little rough with her. He reached out and grabbed the hand she had been trying to slip under him, pulling it out before securing his hold around her waist. With swift ease, he shifted her position until her knees gave way on the couch and she ended up straddling him. Viola gasped as she suddenly found herself sitting on him, straddling him, her dress riding up along her thighs as her knees bent at either side of his hips. Her breath caught when his arms circled her waist and pulled her closer, forcing her to brace her palms against his bare chest for support. She felt his hands slide from her waist to settle firmly on her hips, fingers tightening and pressing her downward. Only then did she become belatedly aware of something hard beneath her, making her frown as she initially assumed it was his trouser zipper, yet a zipper could not possibly be that firm. Viola parted her lips to speak but found herself unable to form words as she was drawn into the depth of his silver gaze. His eyes were mesmerizing, almost hypnotic. Sebastian studied her face at such close proximity. Their playful fight had left her hair even more disheveled, strands falling all over her face. He couldn't resist lifting one hand from her hip to gently tuck the hair behind her ear, revealing her flushed cheeks and breathless expression more clearly. Her lips were slightly parted, and because she had stopped struggling, he allowed his hand to trace slowly from her ear down to her lips. She jolted at his touch but did not pull away. His thumb brushed against her lower lip, almost as though he expected it to yield something sweet from how plump and enticing it looked. Every part of her appeared soft and delicate, except her hands, which told silent stories of all she had endured. Her eyes were breathtaking, the color of the ocean, blue like a clear sky, framed with dark lashes that made them even more striking. Sebastian felt an irresistible urge to find a doctor who could correct her sight and free her from the glasses that partially hid those clear, mesmerizing eyes one could easily get lost in, like plunging into the deepest ocean. "Has anyone ever told you how beautiful you are?" he whispered, his voice low, almost as if caught in a spell, unable to tear his gaze away from her. Instead of feeling flattered, Viola reacted like a cornered wildcat. She suddenly attempted to rise, pushing at his chest, her face masked with displeasure as though he had said something deeply offensive. "Let go of me," she demanded, glaring at him when he tightened his hold on her hips. Sebastian realized his mistake almost instantly. She didn't believe she was beautiful, and hearing it from him like this must have sounded like one of those cheap lines men used to charm women. He'd completely forgotten he wasn't dealing with just anyone but this special woman. "I have invited Evan and the Lindens, along with Ember, just like you requested," Sebastian said quickly in an attempt to shift the topic and stop her from struggling to get up. As expected, his words made her pause and sit back down, looking at him in surprise. "Really?" she asked, the anger in her expression fading immediately as she hadn't expected him to send the invitations so soon. They will be here the day after tomorrow," he replied softly, lifting his hand again to adjust the strands of hair that had fallen loose from behind her ear. He tucked them back once more, unable to help but think that she was as stubborn as her unruly hair. He had invited the Lindens because he had many questions for them, especially regarding the orphanage they had adopted Viola from. He knew that if he asked her directly now, while she was sober, she would reveal nothing about her adoption or her past. If she had been sober the previous night, she would never have told him what she did. The best course of action was to gather information from her adoptive parents and then investigate the orphanage himself. He needed to uncover what kind of dark dealings had taken place there, especially since she had said children reportedly died under suspicious circumstances. There was also the possibility that Viola's twin might still be there like she said, and if that was the case, everything would fall into place for him about his plans. But before jumping to conclusions about the coincidence of her being his mate and also having a twin, he needed to learn the truth about her background. Only then could he determine whether she possessed the remaining pieces he had been searching for all along. Chapter 131, Play a Game Part 2. Thank you, Viola muttered, not only for granting her this first wish, but also for his presence the night before, even though he had just annoyed her and she still very much wanted to smack his face for taking her picture without any warning. Her hair hadn't even seen a comb yet this morning and her face was completely bare, faint blemishes and all. Sebastian felt a warmth trickle through his chest at her first genuine thank you directed at him. He had once believed there would never come a day when she would say those words to him, and he certainly hadn't expected them to feel so unexpectedly satisfying. "Have you thought about your next wish?" he asked, sliding his hand back around her hip and spreading his fingers slightly to hold her there, subtly pressing her closer against the hardness that had only grown with her sitting on him. It was something he couldn't fully control. In truth, this was the longest he had gone without being with a woman, and it was all because his senses refused to crave anyone but her. Though Sebastian knew he could have sought out another woman and imagined it was Viola, he wasn't the kind of man who would touch someone else when he was about to marry one. He wasn't a cheater in any relationship, and he wasn't about to become one now simply because he was impossibly aroused. "Just like I said, I'll let you know when I'm ready to give my next wish. Right now, can you please delete that picture?" Viola said with pursed lips, becoming increasingly aware of how intimately she was sitting on him and how firmly he was holding her in place. "Sure, I'll delete it, but on one condition," Sebastian mused quietly, willing his hand not to wander beneath her oversized shirt to explore more than he already was. He wanted to touch her skin through the shirt, to explore her and feel the mate spark ignite inside him. He wanted to lean forward and lick her skin, to taste it, and savor it like a forbidden fruit. "What condition?" she asked warily, suspicion flickering in her eyes. "Play a game with me," Sebastian told her, studying her expression closely. "If I win." His gaze drifted slowly to her lips, and his voice dropped lower, thick with meaning. "You will kiss me." Viola felt something inside her tighten at the thought of kissing him, and a slow heat unfurled in her belly in a way she had never experienced before. Her throat went slightly dry. He wants to play a game with her. What type of game? "And if I win, you'll delete the picture." She counted carefully, realizing there was no harm in playing a game to get him to delete that picture he took of her. Sebastian nodded. "Yes, and I'll give you anything you want as your wedding present, along with your other remaining wishes," he added for more effect. "Deal." Viola agreed quickly, as she knew having more ways to ask for a wish from him was not something she should let slide, and there was no way she'd let him win. But then she noticed the way he was grinning far too widely, and she arched a brow at him. "You seem very happy, because you agreed to my part of the deal, and that makes me very glad." He reached out and pinched her cheek playfully, and she swatted his hand away. "Because," she pressed suspiciously, "I always win, honey. I never lose at games." Viola snorted softly. "And yet you lost to me when you thought I couldn't win the competition." "Don't get too excited, buddy. You'll lose again." She smirked confidently, not dwelling too much on the fact that he was clearly pleased at the prospect of getting a kiss from her. Nick had been the same, always finding an excuse to steal a kiss on the cheek. She couldn't help but think that being friends with the male Cades apparently came with them wanting kisses as part of the package. Sebastian felt a slight sting of bitterness that she remembered him challenging her strength, but the thought of kissing her quickly brightened his mood. "So what's the game, and what are the rules?" Viola asked, finally getting off his thighs as he released her. She crossed her arms over her chest, pretending indifference as she looked at him. "It's simple. It's a game I used to play when I was 6 with Matt. Everyone here played it as a child, and I've heard it's quite famous across the entire werewolf lands. You must know it too," Sebastian said as he stood and went to retrieve a plain sheet of paper and a pen from one of the kitchen cabinets. Viola suddenly felt nervous at the realization that they were about to play a childhood game. She had never truly been a child who played games. During her time at the orphanage, she had been more concerned with survival than with play. And after her adoption, she had focused on pleasing her parents and staying close to Evan, leaving little room for carefree games like other kids. So when it came to childhood games, Viola was painfully ignorant and embarrassingly bad at them. Watching Sebastian return with the paper and pen, she felt her palms grow damp with nervousness. Was this the moment she should back out? Sebastian knelt beside the coffee table and placed the sheet down carefully, then gestured for Viola to join him. She slowly walked forward and knelt on the opposite side of the table, sunlight pouring in through the glass and casting a warm glow over them. She placed her hands against the cold surface of the glass table, watching him spread the sheet. "The game is called Guess What I Wrote. Do you know it?" Sebastian asked, sounding faintly amused that he was about to play a game from his childhood. Viola shook her head, feeling oddly embarrassed. "No, I don't." "That's fine. I'll teach you the rules. It's not hard," he assured her gently, noticing the slight drop in her confidence. "I'll cup my hand around the pen and write something on the sheet. By watching the movement of the pen, you have to guess what I wrote. Whoever guesses correctly wins. Do you understand?" Viola let out a quiet sigh of relief when she realized it wasn't overly complicated. She nodded and focused on his hand as he shielded the pen and began writing down on the spreadsheet. For the next 15 minutes, they played. Very quickly, Viola realized how difficult the game truly was. Sebastian was an expert. Trying to decipher his words based solely on the subtle movements of his hand felt nearly impossible, for he barely moved the pen to follow whatever letter he wrote down and she kept guessing wrongly. "That's so unfair," Viola exclaimed when Sebastian emerged as the clear winner, correctly guessing every single word she had written. "You're only saying that because I won and you lost, darling," he chuckled, flashing her his disarming smile as she glared at him accusingly. He would have allowed her to win if he hadn't been so desperate to taste her lips with her consent and to also use that beautiful picture on his screen. "Now come and give me my prize," Sebastian said, settling onto the floor with his back leaning against the couch. One leg was bent at the knee while the other stretched out comfortably in front of him as he waited. Viola immediately regretted agreeing to this game, especially knowing how little experience she had with childhood games. But a deal was a deal. It was just a kiss, she reminded herself firmly. Nothing more. She'd kissed Nick's cheeks a few times before. It was no different with his cousin. With that resolve, Viola crawled around the table toward him on her palms and knees and knelt between his legs, as it was the only way to properly reach him given the way he was sitting. She discreetly wiped her slightly sweaty palms against her shirt before leaning forward slowly and cautiously, her heart pounding in her chest. Chapter 132, The Prized Kiss. Viola stopped halfway, hovering just inches from his face, her eyes subconsciously dropping to his lips as he moistened them with his tongue. That simple action sent a faint jolt through her and sparked a tiny shiver that made her gulp. He had pretty pink lips shaped like a cupid's bow, and when he licked them, they glistened moistly and impossibly shiny, and something funny happened inside her chest that made her heart give an odd little jump. She quickly averted her gaze from his now moistened lips and turned her eyes toward his cheek. "No, darling, it has to be on the lips, not the cheek," Sebastian whispered breathlessly, having watched the movement of her eyes behind her glasses as if he knew what she was thinking. At his words, she looked at him, startled. "Oh, on the lips," Viola mused, moving back slightly and kneeling down with her toes bent beneath her, sitting on her heels. She wanted to tell him she couldn't possibly kiss him on the lips, but then reminded herself it was just a kiss. There was no difference to her whether it was on his lips or his cheek. She gave him a small nod and leaned in, but just like earlier, she stopped halfway. Sebastian didn't rush her. He remained still and patient, watching her furrowed brows as if she were battling with herself. For a brief moment, he wondered if she would pull away entirely. Then, as if making a sudden decision, Viola closed the remaining distance and pressed her lips against his in a quick, firm kiss that landed on his mouth like a light, brisk punch before she immediately pulled back, moving away from him as she said, "You've got your kiss. I'm not playing anymore, and you will delete," she was saying, about to stand and escape him, refusing to think about the light touch of their lips, when he suddenly reached out and grabbed her wrist, pulling her back. Viola lost her balance and fell into his arms, forced to brace herself by flattening her palms against his hard, warm chest, her fingers spreading across the ink there. She was pushing to stand when she felt his arms snake around her waist, pulling her in to sit between his legs on the floor, her own legs draping over his long legs stretched on the floor. "What do you think you are doing?" Viola questioned, looking up at his face, now dangerously close to hers. She could see the smoothness of his skin and feel the heat of his breath against her forehead, sending a foreign, alarming tremor through her. Sebastian smiled, bringing one hand to cup the back of her head, his fingers threading gently through her hair, as he said, "Do you call that a kiss, love?" He leaned down, rubbing his nose alongside hers and whispered, "It doesn't count. It's a punch to my lips, not a kiss. Let me show you what I mean by a real kiss. Do you want to feel what a real kiss is like?" Viola felt her body go rigid as she watched his lips inch slowly closer to hers, pausing as if giving her a chance to refuse. There was no force, his eyes seemed to silently ask permission. Something inside her fiercely urged her to pull away and reject his kiss, fearing she might not truly like or welcome the outcome of it. Yet another part of her, the curious part that had never been kissed properly before and wondered what a real kiss truly felt like, willed her to stay where she was. Because she didn't move and only stared at him wide-eyed, he closed the distance between them, taking her silence as a yes. His lips gently pressed against hers, and the light contact made her freeze as she felt the softness of his lips. They were warm, and her toes curled inside her shoes. At first, it was a lingering brush of flesh against flesh, a blending of their breath, as if he was introducing her slowly to the feeling of the contact, giving her time to get used to it, or perhaps he was savoring the delightful sparks that rushed to his brain and shot all the way down to his cock. Then her name, Viola, was whispered against her mouth in a way no one had ever spoken it before, and her heart gave a trembling thud inside her chest. She felt his fingers slide tenderly into the back of her hair, patient, waiting for a sigh from her, yet she gave none. Then his lips pressed against hers again, this time warmer, wetter, more insistent, and the heat of his mouth sent shivers straight through her. Her fingers clenched into his chest, nails digging lightly into the firm planes as her breath hitched inside her lungs. He parted her lips slowly, teasing, before taking her upper lip gently between his, sucking it with careful pressure, then releasing it softly, leaving her slightly trembling. An electric spark shot through Sebastian from head to toe as her soft upper lip slipped from his mouth. He caught her lower lip between his gently, testing, teasing. With no protest from her, no flinching, he leaned further in, pressing his mouth fully to hers, tilting his head sideways and slipping his hand firmly behind her neck to hold her in place as he deepened the kiss. Viola's body felt utterly weightless, boneless, as if she was slowly melting into him. His tongue traced the curve of her lips with slow, careful strokes, exploring, pressing, and teasing, igniting a heat inside her she had never felt before. A light tingling sparked in her nipples, which had turned hard beneath her shirt, followed by a confusing and utterly foreign throbbing she felt deep in her core that made her want to cross her legs tightly together to trap and contain the strange, overwhelming sensation. Every motion was deliberate, every brush of flesh on flesh sending waves of warmth and tension through her. She was acutely aware of each movement, each pressure, each teasing slide of his tongue, and it was intoxicating, overwhelming, her brain scrambling to process the pleasure she had never known a kiss could bring. "Part your lips more, honey," he whispered against her mouth, and she subconsciously parted them without a second thought, barely aware of anything but the sensation of his mouth against hers. In all her 23 years of life, this was the first time she had ever experienced such a kiss. The moment she parted her lips, his tongue slid in, finding entrance to explore her more, and Viola felt a thread of heat explode inside her, traveling downward like fireworks. For the first time, Viola felt a willingness to let a man know this much of her, and when he sucked on her lip again, his teeth grazing her deliciously, she shivered and melted into the strange sensation. Sebastian was burning, dying for her to return the kiss, as her reaction sent his soul out of his body and back again, so intense it felt almost unreal. She tasted as sweet as honey, just as he had imagined, with an addictive flavor that made him crave more of her shivers, more of the little sighs that escaped her mouth to be swallowed into his, more of her body pressed against him, more of her skin and flesh against his hardness. But he didn't get any of that. She didn't push him away, but she didn't kiss him back either. It was almost as if it were her first time kissing, or she was simply allowing him to kiss her without reciprocating. Which was it? He wasn't much of a kisser, but on the few occasions he had kissed, the women had become impatient and returned his kisses hungrily. "Kiss me, Viola, please," he breathed, his voice almost desperate, though he didn't care. He wanted to feel more of her, to taste, lick, and savor her. He wanted her bare with him on this floor with their heated bodies pressed tightly together, because by everything sacred Sebastian could smell her arousal wafting in the air like an intoxicating aroma from a delicious meal he had never yet tasted, something tempting and irresistible that made his blood burn hotter in his veins. Chapter 133, Wanting More. Viola was aroused, but along with that rising arousal, she was also terrified. She wanted to kiss him back, even if only out of curiosity, to follow the slow movements of his mouth and respond to them in kind, but she couldn't. Even if she truly wanted to, this was the least she could give him without exposing another hidden part of herself, another secret that needed desperate fixing before their marriage and the mating night. She knew she would share more than a kiss with him eventually, but only when the time was right, and only when she had finally met Evan and destroyed a past that might actually prevent her from ever daring to let herself grow intimate and return such intimacy with another man. Viola wasn't worried about this part of her past with Evan, not truly, because deep down she didn't actually believe she needed to return every intimate act with her future husband, whom she did not intend to become romantically or unnecessarily sexually involved with if it was not for the purpose of making an heir for the pack. Besides, this was only a game they were playing, and she was somewhat relieved and even grateful that she had something firm inside her that prevented her from sinking too deeply into her curious nature and discovering too much of this unfamiliar aspect of life between a man and a woman. So no matter how curious she felt, no matter how warm and fluttering the sensations inside her body became, Viola simply allowed him to kiss her and explore the softness of her mouth without returning the kiss in equal measure, her hands balled tightly against his heated chest as if holding herself back from doing something she might later regret. When she didn't kiss him back, despite how he licked and sucked her lips, she felt his hand move to her ribs, coaxing upward towards her breast, and she stiffened, her heart throbbing. Instinctively, she pushed at his chest, trying to back away. "That's enough," Viola said, her heart racing as though it might leap out of her chest, shaking as she adjusted her shirt, wanting to retreat, but he gripped her hand, stopping her. "What's wrong? You didn't like the kiss?" Sebastian asked, a small, confused frown on his face. This was a first for him. Never had a woman failed to go crazy from a kiss he had given. To him, kissing was more sacred than sex, so he rarely gave them, and when he did give them, they were never received like this. But her reaction was almost as if she were blocking him out, rejecting his kiss, holding herself back from him. Was there another mate? It couldn't be the bastard who had left her to suffer for 4 long years, could it? From what he knew, they were not fated mates but sworn mates, and Evan had broken that bond, choosing another she-wolf instead. So what was it? Viola liked it. Okay, actually, she had never been kissed like that, and she was painfully aware that friends didn't kiss like that, in a toe-curling, heart-fluttering way that sent her nerves into a jittery frenzy and stirred a hot, curious desire inside her to explore this new aspect of life. But she just couldn't. You've already taken your prize. That's enough, she muttered, keeping her expression blank so he wouldn't read too much into her expression. Disappointment swept through Sebastian's veins. But he touched her jaw with the back of his index finger, a brief, reassuring brush upon her smooth flesh. He had taken his prize, but it hadn't felt like he had truly kissed her, for she had a resisting wall around even intimacy that made him wonder if there was another trauma there he would need to help her heal from. Can you sense what's wrong with her? Sebastian asked his wolf. She has a wall around her that smells like she is keeping her intimacy for another person. Muffin groaned, and Sebastian frowned, as that only happened when a mate was trying not to share themselves with another random man. But she didn't have a mate, did she? And he wasn't a random man. I smell her arousal, but she's blocking it just like she's blocking her emotions, Muffin said, being the one with the sharpest tool to sense what was more internal from a mate, and that only made Sebastian deeply displeased and almost angry, but not with her, with everything that had made her this way, that she wouldn't tell him. Is there something you want to tell me? He asked softly. She looked at him, startled, before she shook her head and moved her jaw away from his finger. Nothing, she lied. Sebastian let out a sigh. As much as he wanted to force her to be open with him, he knew they were still at an early stage of earning her trust, and this morning she had just forgiven him. He needed to give her more time. Rather than push her, Sebastian reached out and carefully fixed her glasses and hair as he changed the subject to lighten the atmosphere. I was thinking we should see a doctor about your eye. Sebastian's words trailed off as Matt's voice came into his mind link, which he had been ignoring since morning so he could have a peaceful day. But now it became persistent, and he had to listen. What? Sebastian asked, watching the woman in front of him frown as he had stopped mid-sentence. Man, what the hell? Where are you that you didn't open your mind link nor pick up your calls? Came Matt's frustrated voice, which he could no longer keep from showing. He rarely got mad at his friend, but he couldn't control it now, as Sebastian had been totally irresponsible by leaving him last night during an important dealing, along with Layla's matter. What's got you so worked up? Sebastian asked, reaching out to take Viola's small hand when he noticed she had started peeling the skin around her nails. He took one of her hands and held it in his, gently interlocking their fingers. She looked at him guiltily and embarrassedly before dropping her eyes to their interlocked hands. Everything. We have an emergency, and if you don't get here, I am taking a month's break and going back home to rest and let you deal with the pack matters and your other mate, Matt said, pacing in the office angrily. Sebastian had left yesterday at Viola's call, leaving behind important documents he was reviewing regarding the renewal of the contract deals he had made with the Red Moon Pack about the territory land granted to him to expand Silver many years ago. Actually, it was a contract that needed renewal every year, just in case Sebastian did something that made them want to withdraw and not continue the dealings. And right now, he was doing something that would soon piss him off by ignoring Layla, who had been in his penthouse since last night and had been pestering Matt with dozens of calls without breaks. Just how desperate was she? It was so annoying to Matt that he couldn't hold in his own frustrated anger at the alpha. I am coming, Sebastian replied before closing the link. As much as he wanted to pretend that he had no responsibility for his pack and wanted to stay with this little, broken woman of his and keep her company, he needed to leave now. But looking at her as she sat before him, staring down at their hands, honey and milk, he felt a stab to his chest. He didn't want to leave her. Chapter 134, Walk Me to the Door. He reached out to lift her chin, making her look at him before he asked softly, "Why do you suddenly look sad?" Viola shook her head, denying it. "I am not sad. You were talking on your mind link just now, weren't you?" she asked, already realizing that his moment of silence had been him speaking through his mind link with someone. As it always happened with alphas and betas who shared a mind link, they could be talking aloud and then fall silent to listen to the voice speaking inside their heads. It was a pattern she recognized, and she immediately noticed when he had stopped mid-sentence. Sebastian gave her a nod. "I guess you will get your wish to send me back to my duty after all," he told her, his tone gentle but edged with reluctant resignation. Viola felt a sharp stab to her chest. She didn't want him to leave, but she reminded herself that a pack always came first, and that she wouldn't dare stop him by wanting him to stay. Not that she would ever admit to him or herself that she wished he would stay. "You should have gone before they called you when I told you to leave." "I will get your coat and shoes," she said, quickly rising from the floor and hurrying to her bedroom to grab his things. She wanted to keep her disappointment hidden, ensuring he wouldn't see how much losing his company affected her. Even if they hadn't called him, she would have found a way to send him to his duty anyway, as that was what a good Luna was supposed to do, Viola told herself. And as his future Luna, she needed to start practicing that responsibility, even if it hurt her when it shouldn't even affect her in the first place. Since when did his company become bearable to her? She thought with a deep displeased frown. Viola returned with his coat and shoes and found him standing at the edge of the stair railing, looking up at her with his phone in hand. She carefully came down and handed him his things, and Sebastian took them with a soft, muttered thank you, his eyes briefly meeting hers with a flicker of appreciation. She watched him put on his shirt and drape his coat over his arm before slipping his feet into his shoes. Then he reached out and took her hand. "Walk me to the door," he said, beginning to pull her along before she could protest. Viola silently followed him, a tight knot forming in her throat for reasons she didn't understand, a mixture of longing and confusion pressing against her. Just where the hell was this feeling coming from? When they reached the door, Sebastian looked down at her, lifting her chin again before leaning down to press his lips gently to her cheek. "I will come by tonight, and we can talk about the doctor who will work on your eyes so you won't need glasses anymore. Don't look so sad," he teased, his tone soft and coaxing. Viola glared at him, forcing herself to hide and deny the fact that she liked his company more than she wanted to admit. "I am not sad. Get on your way, and you don't need to come over tonight. It's not appropriate for you to always come here before the ceremony," she said, opening the door for him while attempting to hide the faint blush creeping across her cheeks. Sebastian only laughed, already knowing she was too stubborn to accept that she enjoyed his company. He wondered quietly if there would ever come a time when she could be fully open with him about her feelings, without stubbornly concealing what she truly felt. Sebastian paused at the door, pinching her cheek lightly. "You can't convince me not to come. I will see you later. And don't skip your meals, or I will force you to eat double of it tonight." He patted her head gently, then withdrew his hand before she could swat at it, glaring at him in annoyance. "What a little stubborn kitten," he said, deliberately getting on her nerves, enjoying it far more than seeing the sad, resigned expression on her face at the thought of him leaving. He knew she was lonely and probably bored now that she was alone in this part of the building. "I am not a kitten," Viola countered. "But you act like one, a very adorable one I would like to pet and keep around." "Take care of yourself, little kitten," he said, waving at her playfully. She rolled her eyes, standing in the doorway with her hand on the frame, head peeking out, and replied, "If I am a kitten, you are a very annoying fly that buzzes around, and I want to swat you away every time. Do you know you are the only one who gets away with insulting me, honey?" Sebastian said, laughing as he walked backward down the hallway toward the elevator, watching her head peeking out of the door and one of her feet resting just outside the threshold. "It goes the same for me. I don't let people call me names," I could break a few teeth, but you get away with it time and again, Sebastian. One of these days, I do believe you will receive my punches, she warned, her voice half teasing, half exasperated. Sebastian let out another chuckle. Well, I do believe I already received your punch. Viola frowned in confusion, not remembering punching him even though she had been tempted many times when he had annoyed her. As if reading her thoughts, Sebastian said, "You punched me on the lips with what you considered a kiss." Viola flushed, her cheeks turning a deep shade of pink all the way to her ears. She found herself speechless, unable to find words to respond, and could only glare at him, opening and closing her mouth. Sebastian left, smiling to himself, but the moment he stepped into the elevator at the end of the hallway, Viola's glare softened into a small, quiet smile. She quickly shook it away, lightly slapping her own cheek to wake herself up to reality and stop getting giddy at the thought that he would come over tonight again. "Annoying idiot," she muttered, still smiling. Chapter 135, Might Be the One. Sebastian was smiling faintly all the way back to his office until he arrived and was met with a grim-looking Matt. The little happiness he had felt with Viola, the fleeting joy that had momentarily made him forget everything, including his own problems and duty, was suddenly wiped away as Matt, exhausted and utterly drained from ending a phone call, turned to him. "Thank the moon you're back. She's not backing off me until she meets you," Matt exclaimed in exasperation, ending the call with Layla for the 10th time this afternoon, each time telling her that the Alpha was too busy to answer her calls. Matt had come up with all sorts of lies to keep the Schwolf from suspecting that the Alpha had gone to see Viola and stayed the entire night and morning without once attending to his duty. But he had run out of excuses, and now she had told him she was on her way to meet Sebastian in his office since he was too busy to come back to his place. Sebastian's expression turned indifferent as he flung his coat onto the office couch and unbuttoned the top button of his shirt before sitting at his desk, but Matt was quick to warn him. "If I were you, I would take a shower before doing that, or before Layla gets here. You have another scent on you that is distinctly female, and anyone who has come close to Viola knows that's her scent," Matt said harmlessly, sitting down on the couch while thinking if a day would ever come when he could finally be free. The responsibilities of a right-hand beater were almost as stressful as those of an alpha. Especially an alpha with double mates. To protect the one he was getting attached to from everyone, he needed to be careful. Though Matt wanted to like Viola and fully support her, it seemed he was in for double the work and trouble because of her. Sebastian was acting way too differently and somewhat clingy around her, and if it continued, many people were bound to find out and begin targeting her. Her life in Silver would become miserable, and she hadn't even become the Luna yet. Matt didn't hide that thought from his friend, who had begun taking off his shirt to shower in the office bathroom. "Don't you think you should lay low with Viola for now until you marry her? It's bound to cause trouble if you keep getting distracted by her and going to her at every call, especially now, with guests soon arriving for your ceremony. I even heard that some of the Alpha diplomats from other packs will start arriving today, and you know all the guests will stay in this building, Seb." Sebastian's fingers paused mid-motion as he attempted to discard the remaining buttons, still savoring the last remnants of Viola's lovely daisy scent on him before he would wash it away. Then Matt's words settled in, and he scowled darkly. He knew exactly what Matt was trying to hint at and warn him about. Though the warning came from a place of concern, and because they had known each other since childhood, sometimes Sebastian wished Matt wasn't so relentlessly cautious, always reminding him of the realities he sometimes wanted to escape in order to simply enjoy life a little. With the guests arriving and every one of them housed in this building, spies were bound to be among them. It wasn't a hidden fact that many didn't like him because he hadn't acted according to their wishes or given them access to misuse the important resources of the Silver Pack. At any given opportunity, they would try to get rid of him, but none had succeeded in those attempts for years. They had once tried to use the late Evangeline, but Evangeline hadn't been among his mates, he had married her only because she had earned the position. Evangeline had once been poisoned with a witch potion, an activity Sebastian had banned in the werewolves world, but some still turned to witch magic. Evangeline had been so sick that many had believed she would die then, until her family stepped in and found her cure, using their powerful connections. The person who had tried to weaken him through her had quickly realized he didn't care that much about her because she wasn't a mate, and had left her be. Unfortunately, she had died a few months later by his hands, just like Natalie. Sebastian felt a growing sense of nauseousness at how easily he could kill the wrong woman his prophecy rejected. He shook the unsettling feeling away. Now that many guests would be coming to attend their wedding, there would be people who would come just for the purpose of spying on his relationship with this new Luna, just to see if she was someone they could use. They would monitor him and plan to strike where it would hurt the most, a mate he cared about deeply, one who had no strong backing from a father or influential family, a soft target they believed they could ruin without consequence. Viola was no one's daughter of influence, but she was his mate, and being that was a risk in itself. Matt was warning him not to fall into the mate-puppy affection that dragged him to her all the time. If only Matt had experienced half of the mate bond, he would understand it wasn't something easily controlled. Sebastian wanted to spend every second of every day with her. Not just the guests, the elders and the rest of the Cade family will also start to come for the ceremony. You should be careful how you... Matt didn't finish his warning as Sebastian let his frustration take over him, and he kicked the chair in front of him angrily and growled low in his throat. I fucking know. Back off my back, man. I'll lay low. He gritted his teeth, ripping off the rest of his shirt buttons and tearing the shirt from his body in a furious rage, tossing it into the trash so violently that the can shook. Matt bowed his head in submission, realizing he had poked the alpha in the wrong way. He hadn't intended to provoke him. He had only been cautious because he cared and worried about Sebastian, who sometimes lacked a voice of reason and sense of caution. Sebastian immediately felt guilty at the moment of rage. He closed his eyes, running his fingers through his hair as he looked at Matt's bowed head. Knowing he needed to cool off before speaking again, he disappeared into the adjoining bathroom to shower and clear his head of Viola's delicious scent and the frustration he felt at the thought of potentially not being able to see her tonight. By the time Sebastian returned, he was dressed in another pair of pants and was buttoning up his white long-sleeve shirt. Matt was still waiting in the office, going through digital documents, but now keeping to himself. I understand your worries, Matt, Sebastian said with a sigh, standing before the glass wall that overlooked his world. I need to be careful if I don't want her dead and also avoid showing people that she is one of my mates. But I just found out there's a possibility she might be the one, he explained, speaking without turning away from the view of the clear blue sky and the sun shining brightly. Matt quickly looked up from his tablet, frowning as Sebastian's words made no sense to him. How could a wolfless woman be the one, the same woman the alphas of every generation had failed to find, someone the prophecy claimed would hold the power to reveal the supreme alpha himself? What do you mean? Matt asked, setting the tablet aside and staring at Sebastian's broad back in absolute confusion. Do you remember what Elder Asaris said about the prophesied mate? She gave me another clue that the rest of the alphas never received from the prophecy, which I didn't believe before. One of the clues is the fact that she came into this world in a pair, just like every other alpha before me. I only found out last night that Viola has an identical twin, just like me. Every generation of alphas in silver had been twins, with one carrying the strongest alpha blood that bore the curse, but none of them knew that the prophesied mate was supposed to be a twin as well. Matt blinked in surprise, then let out a small chuckle as he stretched the back of his neck, bewildered and unsure of what to think anymore. He finally said, just because she has a twin doesn't mean she's the one. There are many twins out there. She doesn't have a wolf, remember. And that is the most important detail about your prophesied mate. Sebastian's eyes darkened. Yes, she didn't have a wolf, the prophecy said his real mate, the The one who would break the generational curse, would have one and also free him, but that didn't mean she was completely wolfless. There had to be a real reason why she didn't have a wolf when she has the pheromone. The fact that her bond with me is stronger than with any of the she-wolves I've met so far makes me believe she might be the one, Sebastian mused, finally turning away from the glass wall to look at Matt, who still appeared unconvinced. Matt let out a long sigh and asked, "Before we jump to conclusions and you end up marking her to death, where is this twin sister? If she is truly identical to Viola, just like you and your twinner, then we can start to think about how this could even be possible and why she doesn't have a wolf." Chapter 136, Get Out. "That's what I don't know yet," Sebastian remarked in frustration, keeping from revealing to Matt that Viola had betrayed her twin just as he had with his own, a matter that made him feel more connected to her in a way. He had never told exactly what happened between him and his twin, not even to Matt, his best friend. "You've invited the Lindens, right?" Sebastian asked, and Matt nodded, showing him their reply acknowledging his invitation. "Good, I'll find out more from them when they get here, but for now, nothing must happen to her." "She's..." Sebastian's words stopped abruptly as his sharp senses caught a waft of vanilla scent he had once liked but no longer found appealing. "She's coming," he said, irritation threading his voice. Matt, hearing that, didn't need further explanation. He quickly rose to his feet, gathering his phone and tablet. "You can deal with Layla. We'll talk more privately about Viola when she's not here. I cannot stand another moment with the Schwolf. Good luck." Matt was gone from the office before Sebastian could stop him. Immediately after, Layla strode through the door. She wore an armless red mini dress, her black high heels clicking sharply against the polished floor. Her vanilla scent grew stronger in the room, though it barely affected Sebastian like it did before. It was almost as if he was growing slowly immune to it. Was it because of Viola? Sebastian had expected a displeased Layla, knowing he had left her stranded in his penthouse last night, but she approached him with a bright smile, her green eyes gleaming with delight. "Alpha Sebastian," Layla exclaimed, walking up and hugging him before looping her arm around his neck. She beamed and said, "I saw the gift, and I love it so much." "Thank you." She leaned in to kiss him on the lips, but Sebastian, unmoved by her presence, swiftly blocked the attempt by grabbing her arm and removing it from around his neck. "Gift?" he asked with a deep scowl. He hadn't sent her any gift. What gift was she talking about? Layla, who didn't like that he had stopped her kiss and was scowling down at her, didn't think much of it, as she was used to Sebastian scowling all the time and the fact that he didn't get intimate during his work hours and used to strictly tell her to control herself. Actually, Layla was more than pissed and angry that he had left her in his penthouse without calling or texting an explanation after he had told her they would meet up. She had stayed there the whole night, boiling with rage and trying also to be understanding that he was busy, but her deep desperation to be assured that she still held a chance with him had made her impatient and mad when he didn't pick up her calls. Until she had found the gift on his kitchen counter that morning, which brightened up her mood. She must have missed it last night until she had stepped into his kitchen for a refreshment. "I didn't know you actually realized that I was dying to get my hands on this set of jewelry," Layla said, her fingers tracing the blue diamond necklace around her neck. Sebastian hadn't noticed, as he had no intention of admiring anything she wore or the womanly assets she displayed in the mini dress. When his eyes fell to her neck, where her long polished nails caressed the pendant like a lover's skin, Sebastian's silver eyes darkened like a gathering storm as he recognized it. It was the set of jewelry he had gifted Viola, and she had insisted on returning it. How the hell had it ended up with Layla? He wondered. The truth was, that morning, Sebastian had given the jewelry to Viola. She had quickly texted Zoe after their calls about her decision to return his gift, instructing Zoe to send a trusted Omega with access to the Alpha penthouse to take the box from her own place and deliver it back to him. Since Sebastian had not returned to his penthouse after coming back from his main quarters, he hadn't known that Viola had already sent it back. Layla, however, had seen it first and assumed it was meant for her. Sebastian's anger boiled, but the knowledge that Viola had returned the gift before their recent friendship, rather than after, helped him regain some composure and put a rein on his temper. Looking at Layla's happy expression, Sebastian couldn't help but think that this was the kind of women he was used to, the ones who, when angered or in a bad mood, could be lifted with something as simple as jewelry. But not his little kitten. Just why couldn't she be this easy to please? Then again, thinking about it, he liked that she was nothing like Layla. As much as he wanted to take the jewelry back, Sebastian didn't. Layla could keep it for as long as she didn't suspect anything. Besides, he had just figured out that the way to Viola's heart wasn't through expensive, priceless gifts, but through simple, cute things in the colors of maroon and pink, things he could have sworn no Schwolf wanted in this day and age, perhaps except his immature sister. "I love it so much. Thank you, Layla squealed, jumping to hug him, but Sebastian stepped back instinctively. Layla frowned. "What's wrong? Have I done something to upset you? I know you once told me not to come see you during your work hours, but you didn't come last night, and I couldn't. I have so much work on my hands, Layla. I think it's best we talk again when I am less busy," Sebastian stated indifferently as he turned away from her and went to sit behind his desk, pressing a button to turn up the holographic screen. Layla bit her lip, sensing that something was off about the alpha, but she couldn't put her finger on it. To her, she should always come first because she was his mate. "Seb, it's Alpha Cade for you from now on. You didn't pass the competition, remember?" Sebastian shot at her ruthlessly with a dark look. Layla flushed with embarrassment, a heat of humiliation consuming her. Yes, she hadn't won the competition, and she had been receiving a lot of snickering from people since she left the healing house, but she hadn't expected that statement from him. She was his mate, and he should have worried about her wounds, but he hadn't even asked. Her fingers curled into fists. "Does it matter whether I failed? I am your mate, and you know the wolfless will not last." "She is bound to die." Layla couldn't finish her sentence as Sebastian's eyes turned deadly, his expression murderous. The office suddenly became suffocating and chillily cold, his aura raising goosebumps on her skin and forcing her head down in submission. Her teeth began chattering as if she were in the middle of winter. Sebastian had never released his alpha aura on her, nor had he ever looked at her with such deadly eyes. What had she done wrong? Was he also ashamed of her now? "Get out," Sebastian barked darkly, knowing that if he didn't send her out, he might strangle her to death for daring to say such a thing about Viola. Layla's entire body shook at those two words, her insides sinking. Did Sebastian just coldly get rid of her? She wondered, but she didn't dare stay behind after his order of dismissal, not with that suffocating air in the office. However, she couldn't leave just like that without knowing her offense. "Seb, Layla, don't make me repeat myself. I am busy and not in the mood to talk," Sebastian warned her calmly, his fingers fisting on the table. Hearing those words, Layla chose to believe that he was dismissing her simply because he was busy, and that he hadn't liked her mentioning the wolfless sacrificial lamb. The faint, heavy weight of the necklace around her neck lightened her mood, and she gave him a nod. "Sure, you know where to find me when you're cool and in a good mood." She gave him a wink and then hurried out of the office, smiling. The moment the door closed behind her, Sebastian leaned back in his chair and stared up at the high ceiling of his office, tapping his fingers rhythmically against the arm of his black leather chair. Sebastian stayed like that for a moment, staring at the ceiling before he moved, sitting back straight. He brought out his phone, unlocked it, and tapped into his gallery, where he didn't have any images saved except one, the one he had taken that morning. He stared at her picture, his expression softening slowly. As much as he wanted to set it as his wallpaper, he could no longer do so out of caution, but he left the picture on his phone. Sebastian then tapped on the blue screen of the holographic display before him and located the contact of Zoe's personal doctor, the one who handled and treated weaker wolves in silver or late bloomers. Chapter 137. The reason behind her condition. Sebastian video called the doctor in his office, watching the hologram screen show the ringing as he propped his elbow against the surface of his desk to support his chin while he waited impatiently. After a couple of rings, it was finally picked up and a young, handsome man in the blue jacket that the healers of Silver Pack wear came on the screen, his dark eyes brightening as he saw the Alpha, and he bowed in greeting. Supreme Alpha. Dr. Gilbert, who was the head doctor of the pack and was known to be an expert as he had grown up with his healer mother, who was a sister to one of the elders, greeted with respect. "Is everything all right, Alpha?" Dr. Gilbert questioned, raising his head after the Alpha's acknowledgement of his greeting. He had actually asked that question because the Alpha rarely reached out to him except when something was wrong with his sister, whom he had treated and monitored for years to heal her wolf, which was still in the process of healing. Had something happened to Zoe? Sebastian could see the question in the doctor's dark eyes, and before he would think he had called because of Zoe, Sebastian told him nonchalantly, "I didn't call you because of my sister. Zoe is doing fine and living her life perfectly with the supplements you gave her, and I believe her wolf's presence is more noticeable every day than it was years ago." Gilbert let out a breath of relief, as just like every doctor, he didn't want to hear the news that his patient wasn't healing from his treatments. Now that he was certain the Alpha hadn't called him for Zoe, the doctor looked at his screen waiting to hear the reason for this call, but for some unknown reason, he thought the Alpha, who never hesitated or seemed reluctant, was actually hesitant to speak. Finally, after a moment of careful thinking on how to phrase his questions without letting it be known he was asking on behalf of Viola, Sebastian parted his lips and said, "I believe Zoe called you this morning for a bottle of a supplement." The doctor nodded, a big smile on his face revealing a white set of beautiful teeth that would dazzle a woman. "Yes, she did. She said it was for a friend, I believe." "Good. I am calling because of that friend. Zoe wants me to confirm some important matters regarding her," Sebastian said without a change in his blank, cold eyes that many couldn't meet, as it was like looking into an empty winter landscape without trees nor anything uplifting, but an emptiness that repelled one from looking into them, lest they felt the chills. However, a certain someone had started to become an exception and could see another side of those eyes, another side he didn't show to others. Dr. Gilbert nodded again, not thinking too much into it as everyone knew the Alpha pampered his sister and asking questions on her behalf wasn't unusual. What is wrong with this friend of hers? Did she also have an injured wolf spirit and is she unable to shift? He questioned, as those were the usual cases like Zoe's, whose wolf spirit had gone silent and she was unable to shift. "I can't say if that is what is wrong with her. From what I have gathered, she hasn't shifted since she turned the age of awakening her wolf." "She didn't get a wolf," Sebastian said, looking at the doctor's thoughtful face. "Maybe she is a late bloomer." "Late bloomers. She is not. Late bloomers get their wolf no more than a year or two after their awakening and they have a subtle wolf scent on them. She doesn't. The only scent she carries are her essence and then her pheromones, which needed concealing because of how strong it is," Sebastian explained, not caring if the doctor put two and two together and figured out who he was talking about. She was going to be his wife anyway, and it wasn't so unusual that he would be curious about someone he was going to marry. "Oh, that is a completely different and a very rare case then," the doctor said carefully. "To be honest, I do believe such cases are rare to come by and it only happens once in a blue moon. I have never personally treated someone who turns out wolfless but still carries a pheromone. The most common cases were weak wolves who can't shift, but you still sense the wolf's presence when they're close." Sebastian frowned, removing his hand from his chin and clasping it together with his other hand on the desk as he asked narrowly, "Are you telling me there is no chance of you knowing what causes such a case?" He had hoped the doctor would know, as he was someone who treated werewolves regularly, though even Sebastian himself was already aware that wolfless people were hard to come by and that Viola's case was particularly rare given that there was no wolf presence at all in her. He had hoped that speaking with the doctor would help him find some answers. Now that he was aware she could be the one he had been looking for, only the awakening of her wolf could confirm it 100%. I am saying I have never treated such a case, but I have heard that my father has, in the last generation. Give me a second to look through the records, the doctor said as he reached out for his glass tablet and then went through it for some time before his eyes brightened and he looked back at the screen. Thankfully we keep records. Here it is. My father has indeed treated a wolfless before. The record says many things about what might have been the factor of her wolf not awakening, the doctor said as he sent the record file on the screen for Sebastian to see. It was said the factor behind being wolfless can be many things. Medically, it could be because the person's parents turned out to be a human and an omega, which results in a wolfless child with a pheromone. And secondly, it could be that the wolf is chained away by trauma. Trauma has the power to chain down a wolf and let it remain hidden. And then lastly, Dr. Gilbert chuckled, this is an old belief, but as you can see, it could also happen when the wolf is spiritually locked away. That second and the last part caught Sebastian's interest more than the first option, for he wanted to believe that Viola was the one. If he accepted the fact that her real parents might indeed be a human and an omega, then there was absolutely no chance of her being the one, and him getting this close to her and getting attached would be nothing but carving a way to break him when she would finally die like the rest. He was looking for a confirmation that this curse would end in this generation and that Viola was the one who would last. More than the fact that he liked the woman, Sebastian also wanted to be free from his chains that brought nothing but death. Viola had so much trauma that he couldn't help but think it might also be a factor, but if it were only the trauma, one was still supposed to be able to sense the wolf. Let's hear more on the spiritual side. How does it happen? How can a wolf be locked away? Sebastian asked curiously. Easy, magic. I don't think there are people who still practice such a thing since you have banned the act, but a witch's magic is one of the ways to lock a wolf and never allow it to wake up. It will keep the wolf sleeping for eternity. Sebastian scowled at that information. Why would anyone want to keep her wolf locked up, if that was the case? She had been in the orphanage for some time before her adoption, with the Lindens behind it, or was it the orphanage where she told him killed children? Chapter 138, Ways to Help Her. Let's assume it is spiritual. Dr. Gilbert, do you have any ideas on how to break it and wake her wolf? He inquired, his fingers tapping on his desk as Gilbert began to look through his father's research file. As unlike the past generation, the new generation of werewolf healers were beginning to rely more on modern treatment methods and forgetting the old ways where healers used herbs and sometimes a witch's magic to cure things. The witch's way had been banned when it began to become clear that witches were cunning beings who took advantage of werewolves, and were sometimes paid to harm people, like they had harmed Sebastian's parents and caused the accident that took their lives. The thought of it always sent fire and regret into his veins, so he tried not to think about it often. Here it is. From what is documented here, I believe the only way to wake a sleeping wolf can be achieved when the person finds their mate, but that will be impossible since without their wolf they can't sense their mate, only the mate can do that. How can the mate help the person? Sebastian asked, his expression never changing from his neutral curiosity. Gilbert laughed softly. I find it cheesy and totally unreliable, but it says the mate can help by giving the person a sense of safety and security. Constantly being close, being intimate with the person and letting them feel the mate's presence might actually help in awakening the sleeping wolf. Though, just like I said, this source might not be a reliable one as it hasn't been tested, but there is no harm in letting this person step out more and mingle among males so a potential mate can sense them. The doctor then added with thoughtful eyes, actually, I would like to test this method and fill in the research file. If you wouldn't mind it, Alpha, can I have the contact of this person? I can work together with her and get to Sebastian didn't even need to think twice before he rejected those questions, for he already knew where it was leading. No, she is not a test subject to be used for healers. The thought of Viola spending her days with Gilbert, whom his sister was smitten by because she believed he was a hunk and a handsome man, one she even dreamt about while sleeping through her sickness, smiling and cuddling her pillow and calling his name, didn't sit well with Sebastian. He wouldn't let his mate anywhere near this doctor, not to mention he didn't want the doctor taking her out to meet other men when he was her mate and could do the job of testing it himself. The thought of Viola getting smitten by the doctor like his silly sister and muttering his name in her sleep made his expression darken and his lips press into a grim line. That was completely unacceptable. Furthermore, he didn't want any attention coming to her by revealing her to the doctor. If there was anything that needed to be done, he would do it himself. What else does the report say? Sebastian demanded a little harshly, angry and fighting the urge to smack the doctor's face, so that if Viola ever saw him, she wouldn't be so smitten. Gilbert snapped out of his shock at the Alpha's rejection of giving him the person's contact, and he felt a shiver crawl down his spine when he was met with Sebastian's suddenly colder eyes and dark expression. What had he done wrong to so suddenly upset the Alpha? All he asked for was a contact. I guess that's all. Having a mate's presence and putting her trust in him might help lure the wolf awake from its deep slumber. As the saying goes, mates are the cure to each other's sickness. But again, it's not a reliable, I know, I will tell her that, Sebastian said before adding a question he had wanted to ask. By the way, do you know any human therapist in the human land? Dr. Gilbert was one of the healers who had stepped into the human land to learn their medicines, and if there was anyone who could connect him to a therapist, it was him. At the Alpha's question, the doctor was taken aback, but he still gave an answer. I know a few. Why? Can you connect me with one? Right now, if possible. Gilbert blinked, but he didn't ask questions. Though they lived in a different world from the humans and humans didn't even know about their existence, some werewolves still had connections to them and kept a few contacts, as they would sometimes pretend to be human to carry out important matters. Gilbert soon connected the Alpha to a therapist, a clinical psychologist he knew in America where he had once gone to study human medicine. Once the call was answered and he introduced Sebastian as a close friend, Sebastian disconnected Gilbert from the three-way call, leaving him alone with the clinical psychologist. Sebastian wasn't an expert in speaking with or handling humans, but since he was posing as one himself, he didn't hide what he wanted to know from the person on the line who didn't live in their world. He was doing this because he wanted to understand Viola's trauma and find ways to help her heal from it, as he didn't like how little she thought of herself or how tightly closed off she was to him. Her wounds went deeper than the surface, and without understanding those wounds, he would never know how to cure them. From everything he had dug up about her past and the little he knew about her now, she wasn't the same person she once was, and from what she had confessed during her drunken state, she had been a very unfeeling person and had done things she deeply regretted. She thought so badly of herself that Sebastian didn't need an expert to tell him that broken people like that could easily harm themselves or break themselves further because they held no self-worth. Not to mention he wanted to help with any trauma just in case it was the reason behind her wolf not awakening. With those walls so high around herself, walls so strong she couldn't even allow herself to enjoy his kiss and pushed away his intimacy, Sebastian was certain that unless she was healed, she wouldn't be able to see herself clearly, nor see him, if she turned out to be the one he was searching for. Regardless of whether she was the one or not, Sebastian wanted to see the real Viola, not a broken one with pained eyes and a bleeding heart that spilled over and cut his insides open. He explained everything to the clinical psychologist, and the middle-aged man listened carefully, adjusting his thin glasses on the bridge of his nose before he said, "You want to cure her?" It was more of a statement than a question. Yes, the word came out too fast, but Sebastian didn't care, as this person was on the other side of the world. "I don't want her to keep hurting herself because of her traumas." I want to know how to fix her. The man studied him for a moment before he asked, "Who is she to you, if you don't mind my asking, Mr. Cade?" "She's my wife," Sebastian informed him bluntly without a blink of his eyes. It wasn't a lie, she would soon be his wife, so he didn't see why he shouldn't address her as such. The man nodded his head. "Let me ask you something," he said, looking at Sebastian through the screen. "If someone breaks their leg in an accident, can you force the bone to heal faster simply by wanting to fix it badly enough?" Sebastian frowned. "No, emotional trauma works in a similar way. The injury isn't visible, but the healing process still takes time." Sebastian leaned back in his chair slightly, listening to the doctor quietly. When a person carries deep trauma, their mind often builds a belief system around it. In her case, that belief seems to be that she is worthless and that speaking up for herself is not worth it. "What if I tell her she's worthy, will that help her?" Sebastian questioned, and the man laughed a little. "The problem isn't a lack of information, Mr. Cade. It's that her brain has learned a different story through her experiences." Sebastian suddenly looked frustrated. "So how can I help her? Does that mean she just lives like that, with a mountain of rocks around herself?" "No," the man said. "You can't overwrite that belief with logic alone." Sebastian tapped the desk lightly, listening. He spent almost an hour talking to the therapist on Viola's behalf, and by the time he was done, he realized the sun had set behind the horizon and the city lights were coming on, including the ones in his office. Sebastian never knew there would come a time when he would have to master patience, for everything the man had told him seemed like something that couldn't be fixed overnight the way he had hoped it would be. Gilbert had advised that there was a chance of her wolf awakening if he spent more time with her, and the therapist had also said she would heal if he helped her rewrite her belief system. So technically, he had to spend more time with her. However, the problem now was that Sebastian couldn't dare go to her again, not with the arriving guests whose presence he could already feel and sense. It would be questionable if they found out he had spent 3 nights with her in a row, when for now it was common knowledge that he was marrying her only because she had won a competition. After their marriage, people wouldn't question him being with her most of the time the way they would question it now, before he had married her. Sebastian felt a wave of disappointment wash over him at the fact that he would have to keep his distance for the time being, until their marriage ceremony, which was in days. "I hope you don't skip your meals again, love," he whispered softly with a deep frown, having a feeling that she might end up not eating. With that thought in mind, Sebastian decided to text her and let her know he wouldn't be coming tonight. Chapter 139, Jealousy. In Viola's penthouse, after Sebastian left, a foolish smile still lingered on her lips before she caught herself short and internally scolded the warmth right off her face, because it was so unlike her to be smiling like a schoolgirl thinking about what her crush had done. Even during her school days she hadn't smiled like this thinking about everything Evan did, and he hadn't even done that much to woo or court her to begin with, so why was she blushing and smiling like an utter fool at the mere thought of Sebastian? She found her insides acting funny whenever she remembered his kiss on her lips and how he had kissed her cheek at the door when he was leaving. It was just like a loving husband would do for a wife when leaving for work, and that train of thought made her bite down on her bottom lip because in a few days they would be married. Though if things continued like this, Viola was afraid she was at a much bigger risk of falling helplessly for the man. That train of thought snapped her out of her daydream and her blushing. She mentally shook her head. She didn't want to fall for anyone again. She didn't want love to bloom in her barren heart or her mind, especially not for someone who could so easily hurt her without intending to. Viola didn't want to entertain that train of thought even just a little, and so she got up from where she had been sitting in her living room trying to practice her Spanish, which she hadn't even been concentrating on, as her mind kept drifting to Sebastian in a way that scared her. She decided to put the learning aside for now and do something tasking and distracting instead. She knew she needed to learn Spanish, not only for the oath she would take during the ceremony but also so she could understand Sebastian's story about his history with Moonwillow. But then, forcing herself into it when her mind was elsewhere wouldn't make her retain anything, and so she raised her hand, tied her hair into a ponytail, and decided to do the dishes by hand even though she had a dishwasher. She needed a good distraction from Sebastian, and washing their breakfast dishes seemed like the only work left in her clean, polished penthouse. However, when Viola stepped into the kitchen, it was the memory of him cooking there that greeted her, him using her kitchen for the very first time since she had moved in. She could still subtly perceive his scent hovering in the space, and inhaling it unintentionally made her toes curl inward and her stomach act funny again. "You've got to stop this, Viola," she scolded herself with a sigh. Viola finished washing the dishes, humming a song to herself so she wouldn't let his thoughts creep back into her mind, and she was succeeding in pushing him away from her thoughts quite well, until she remembered him telling her to eat and not skip her meals. What would she eat tonight? She pursed her lips, contemplating cooking for both of them tonight since he would be coming over to sleep here again and there was nothing she could do about it. And if she was being honest, there was a side of her that looked forward to him coming. Honestly, Viola didn't want to lie to herself, but she had come to realize that sleeping next to him, or anywhere his scent was, helped her sleep so much better than she ever had before, with no nightmares, nor that depressing, suffocating feeling inside her. His presence took away the emptiness and the loneliness, and yesterday had been the sole reason she had come to realize this. If his presence would make her feel so refreshed and well rested in the morning, Viola wouldn't mind it nor push him away, as she needed those nights of good sleep before the ceremony. He had cooked for her twice now, and since she knew he would be coming straight from his office, Viola found herself standing in the middle of the spacious kitchen with her hands on her hips, looking at the raw cooking ingredients stored in the pantry connected to the kitchen, its double doors thrown open wide and its shelves filled from floor to ceiling. There were a lot of ingredients, only it was a shame she didn't know which one went before the other. She was terrible at cooking. No, not terrible, Viola thought with a grimace. She had never cooked a single thing in all her life, not even boiled water. He had made something for her as a friend, and she also wanted to put in the effort to do it for him in return, to prepare the dinner. But looking at everything in the pantry sent her insides quivering with nerves as she wasn't quite certain where to begin. Viola stretched the back of her neck in silent contemplation before an idea flashed into her mind. Perhaps she could look it up online. There were plenty of cooking recipes she could follow, and if there was one thing Viola knew how to do best, it was following instructions to learn new things. She smiled to herself and then dashed towards her couch to grab her phone. She sat down and began to search for a cooking video, watched a few of them, and jotted down the ingredients and measurements of everything she would need. Viola was scrolling the internet when another video of well-made beef chops caught her attention, and being one of her very favorites, she tapped on the video to watch how it was made. However, when she tapped on it, it redirected her to the Werewolf's social media platform, WolfTalk, where the original video had been uploaded. Viola watched the video, committing every step of how it was prepared to memory, but once she was done watching and tapped the back button on her screen, she was taken to the WolfTalk feed where a trending post belonging to Layla Serrano sat waiting at the top. Viola pursed her lips at the sight of Layla's social media. She wasn't a fan of social media anymore as it tended to make her more depressed, and she had tried to stay away from it ever since she got a phone. She wouldn't have even entered the app if it hadn't been for the cooking video, and she was about to tap out of it when her eyes fell on the post Layla had made just a few minutes ago. Viola's eyes narrowed and then her lashes trembled. The picture Layla had posted was of her neck, where she wore a piece of jewelry Viola recognized immediately, its sparkling blue diamond pendant catching the light and flashing brilliantly. Viola would have brushed it off as simply not being the same set as the one that had been gifted to her, which she had returned, if it hadn't been for the caption that read, "A gift from my man. Isn't he so sweet, SK, Sebastian Cade." Viola stared at the necklace on the screen and the caption without blinking, and then she snapped out of her daze and told herself that it didn't matter because she had already returned it to him, she hadn't wanted it in the first place. But then another part of her felt a sting, a faint and unwelcome sense of hurt that pricked all the way into her gut until she felt sick from it. What was wrong with her? Hadn't she been the one to reject it and even ordered for it to be taken back to his place? So where was this feeling coming from? Why couldn't she swallow properly? It was as though a large rock had settled in her throat and it wouldn't go down no matter how hard she tried to push it away. Viola was still trying to convince herself that there was nothing there, that he was her friend, and since she had rejected his gift he had simply given it to someone else who clearly appreciated it more than she did and had even posted about it, when she heard her phone beep in her hand and she looked down at the notification that had popped up. It was Sebastian. She felt her heart leap when his name along with the heart emoji flashed on her screen, and she almost smiled, recalling his shamelessness at saving his number that way, until she saw the message he had sent. That faint smile fell away. "I am sorry, honey, I can no longer come over to spend the night. I know you already told me I didn't have to come, but I had given my word that I would. Since I can't make it to your place, I want to remind you to eat and don't skip your meals." Viola stared at the message with a conflicted expression, emotions spiraling through her insides and rushing all the way up to her chest. He wouldn't come, of course he wouldn't, not when Layla had recovered and was back from the healing house, not when he had gone and gifted her that priceless piece of jewelry. Would he spend the night with Layla the way he had spent it with her in the past 2 days? Was he going to start dividing his time between her and Layla now? A hot, seething anger rose and spread inside her chest. Viola hadn't even noticed her fingers clenching around her phone until she heard a faint crack and looked down to see that the screen had cracked slightly from the force of her grip. She gasped and released the phone. It fell onto the couch with a light thud and she stared down at it almost sightlessly, her lips quivering. Where was this feeling coming from? Viola thought, feeling a sudden fear consume her as she recognized what it was, the feeling of possessiveness over a man. She had felt it many times before, that sudden flash of temper that came whenever she sensed her man in the presence of another woman. Chapter 140. Where are we going? Sebastian was just a friend, she told herself firmly. Even if they were to marry, he would still be her friend, and that friendship zone was there to protect her from taking him as anything more than that. She was aware that something inside her had begun to soften towards him and find him more appealing, but she had built a very large wall around that part of herself because she was afraid. Afraid of being hurt and abandoned. Viola had been hurt before. She had tasted what it was like to love and then lose it, to be betrayed and broken after she had given everything. Evan's betrayal would forever leave its scar on her, and that scar ran so deep that she had to keep Sebastian at arm's length so he wouldn't come close enough to peel it back open. But just now, she had felt that spark of deep jealousy. Viola shivered in fear at the thought that she was reverting to her old ways, and that those old ways would soon make her lose every single friend she had made here, including Sebastian himself. He would find her intolerable and then grow tired of her just like Evan had. He would feel suffocated by her possessiveness and choose someone far more worthy than she was, someone who didn't have a tainted mind like hers. That was what had happened with Evan, and there was no reason it wouldn't happen again with Sebastian the moment he noticed these signs in her behavior. There was more than one reason she wanted him to remain just a friend, the fact that he had multiple mates, and that she herself was too afraid to even think about holding another man in the same way she had once held someone who turned out to be so unworthy of it, were only part of them. Viola felt a chill so sudden and sharp that she wrapped her arms around herself and her teeth began to chatter. She didn't want to like Sebastian to the point where whatever he did with other women would hurt her, but she was hurting right now and she hated it. Whenever she became jealous, a feeling of intense rage would always consume her, that same surge of strength that had made her crack her phone just now. And Viola had already come to accept that that feeling and its intensity might be the very curse that had made the birth mother give them away to the orphanage. Being in such a vulnerable state that she was shaking for no reason, the little devil on her shoulder began to whisper words into her ear that she didn't want to hear. Give it up already and end your pathetic existence. After everything you have done in your life, do you really think a man like the Alpha would still choose you over all those sensible women? Stop deceiving yourself with this friendship thing. You are starting to like him, and very soon he will leave you just like Evan did. You are not worth keeping or loving. Everyone will always abandon you. Viola wanted to rip the negative thoughts straight out of her head, but they refused to leave, and she grabbed her hair in her fist, muttering, "Shut up," repeatedly while feeling ice cold all over her body, as though she had been doused with freezing water. She was slowly sinking into that darkness again when she heard her phone vibrate, and she quickly looked down in hopes that she would see a new message from Sebastian changing his mind about not coming. But the notification she saw wasn't his, and disappointment washed over her. It was Nick calling her. Viola slowly reached out to her phone and picked up the call. "Hello," she answered quietly. "Hey, V, why do you sound so down?" Nick asked, his cheerful voice carrying a little concern beneath it. Viola realized she did indeed sound low and dispirited, and she quickly cleared her throat and took a silent deep breath before she replied, "Maybe because I am upset that you haven't called or texted me in the past few days. You must have forgotten you have a friend here," she chided. Since the day she had been announced winner, she hadn't spoken to Nick. Was he also forgetting her? Nick smiled at her words. "Sorry, I got caught up with some things, but don't worry, I called to make it up to you. Are you free? We can go out and grab some dinner together. And before you tell me you are busy, remember these are your last few single days before you become a busy Luna and all," he teased, and Viola chuckled in spite of herself, wiping the moisture that had come to gather at the side of her eyes earlier. She had been looking for a distraction anyway, and knowing that the person she had wanted to cook for might be spending the night with his other mate, she didn't want to stay here alone and think herself into depression or any self-harm. "Sure, where are we going?" she asked, standing up from where she had been sitting and looking out at the setting sun through the glass wall, where a yellowish-orange glow painted the horizon beneath dark blue clouds. It was a beautiful sight. Nick told her where they were going and then said, "Should we walk there or take my car? It's not that far away, but whichever you choose works for me." "Let's walk. I haven't walked the night streets of Silver City before. I will meet you there in 20 minutes. Bye." She hung up the call and hurried to her closet to find something simple to wear. Viola picked a simple one-piece bluish dress that stopped above her ankle and then slipped her feet into a pair of low-heeled sandals she pulled from the rack of shoes, before spritzing herself with one of the array of perfumes she now owned. She grabbed a small sling purse and was putting her phone into it when she received another message. It was from Sebastian, and her heart flipped inside out. "Send me a picture of your meal so I know you didn't skip it." Viola stared at the message with conflicting emotions written across her face before she bit down on the inside of her cheek and slipped the phone into her purse without replying. She knew herself well enough to know that if she were to reply right now, it would come out laced with the bitter, unwelcome jealousy that was eating away at her gut, jealousy that had no business being there in the first place. She left her penthouse and stepped out of the high-rise skyscraper, where she noticed that guests were already arriving and the place was becoming filled with werewolves whose presence couldn't be ignored. Chapter 141, The Presence in the Rain. Viola never expected to enjoy the night walk with Nick nor the pleasant food they had, but she did, especially since he was an expert at making her smile and laugh. Though she couldn't finish all of her food, she had eaten more than enough, and Nick got her a popsicle as they walked back to the skyscraper together, the nightlife all around them. The nightlife of Silver City was beautiful. During the day, the city was truly prosperous and filled with attractions, where one could admire the magnificent and modern skyscrapers and stunning architectural structures. But nighttime was when the city truly shone, literally. She couldn't help but admire the sidewalk, lined with beautiful cherry blossom trees on both sides. The pathway was lit by street lamps that stretched into the distance, their warm lights mingling with the city lights and shimmering like sparkling diamonds. Diamonds. Viola felt a sour taste rise to her throat as the thought reminded her of Sebastian and what he must be doing with his other mate by now. "Are you all right?" Nick, who was walking beside her, asked. "You have been awfully quiet since we left the restaurant," he pointed out, turning to look at her. She was dragging her sandal-clad feet across the brick sidewalk, absently scattering the pink cherry blossom petals that had fallen along their path. He could also sense how troubled she was and seemed so deep in thought. Viola mustered a smile as she replied, "I am fine. I am just admiring how beautiful Silver City is at night. It smells so refreshing," she mused, looking up at the faint flicker of lightning in the night sky, trying to act nonchalant. "I see," Nick remarked gently, looking up at the sky, and then noticing how she shivered when a gust of wind blew in the direction. Without a word, he took off his coat and draped it over her shoulders. She was startled by the gesture but smiled and accepted it with a quiet, "Thanks." "So are you going to tell me what's bothering you?" he asked, watching as she hugged his coat around herself, and he felt immensely pleased. Viola hugged the coat and subconsciously inhaled the scent on it, only to realize it didn't belong to the person who always gave her his coat. She released her grip on it, feeling suddenly and quietly sad. "Nothing," she said. "Did my cousin do something to upset you?" Nick asked, his brows pulling together, because he wouldn't tolerate anyone hurting someone he considered his person, not even if that person was his terrifying cousin. Viola looked at him, startled. "What? No. I am not thinking about him. Why would I be thinking about him?" she asked quickly, not even realizing what her own words had implied until Nick pointed out. "I didn't say you were thinking about him, I was asking if he hurt you." Nick's frown deepened, creasing his forehead as a thought crossed his mind. Was she thinking about the alpha? Had she started to like him? But she's not supposed to like him, he is cursed. "Oh," Viola mused, blushing in embarrassment. "He didn't hurt me, not literally, but I am feeling hurt. My heart feels so heavy and my stomach is restless," she thought internally, keeping the words to herself as those feelings were still confusing to her, because it had never even felt like this with Evan. "Then what is it?" Nick pressed, wanting to know what was wrong. "You said you liked popsicles and yours has completely melted in your hand, V. You haven't taken even a single bite." He pointed to the forgotten, melted popsicle stick dripping in her hand, and Viola looked down, let go of the stick, and wiped her hand clean with the handkerchief Nick handed to her. Deciding to steer away from this dangerous topic about his cousin, Viola asked instead, "I wanted to ask you something, Nick. I plan to journey to Nightshade Pack after my ceremony to deal with some personal things. You are the second person I trust, apart from Zoe, but Zoe can't come with me, so I want to ask if you will accompany me there." Nick was taken aback by her request. Nightshade Pack, the poorest and most forgotten pack in the world, he thought, but seeing the look in her blue eyes and hearing that she trusted him, Nick didn't even ask what she wanted to go there for. He simply gave her a nod. "Sure, anything for you, V." Viola smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes as she said, "Thanks." A few minutes later, Viola was left alone outside the skyscraper. She had told Nick she wanted to be alone and that he should go ahead inside, and even though he had insisted on waiting with her, Viola had gently pushed him to leave her be. She liked the scent of rain, that clean earthy smell that rose from the ground, and she stood there watching the flashes of lightning crack across the night sky as the wind slowly began to pick up around her. Viola remained standing there until the first fat raindrop fell on her forehead, and then another landed on the hand she had stretched out. She closed her eyes to savor the moment, but she suddenly felt as though someone had tapped her shoulder and she snapped her eyes open and whirled around, only to find no one standing behind her. A shiver crawled down her spine, as the tap had felt so real. She would have dismissed it as a raindrop, but no raindrop could carry such weight. Had she imagined it? As the rain fell on her more steadily, Viola didn't notice that her blue eyes were flashing gold, nor that everything was becoming blurry even with her glasses on. She looked around her warily, but apart from the warm glow of the street lamps and the silent streets veiled in a haze of rainfall, there was no one around her. She was suddenly consumed by a fear she couldn't put a finger on, as goosebumps rose along the lines of her arms and the back of her neck, and without wasting another moment standing outside, she turned and ran back into the building, desperate to be far away from whatever was out there. As Viola ran, a transparent figure stood in the very spot she had been standing a moment ago, something that looked like a shape made of rippling water, watching her back disappear through the building's entrance. Then slowly, silently, it melted down into puddles that mixed with the rain now gathering on the ground, as though it had never been there at all. Chapter 142, The Cheesy Video Call Part 1 Bonus. Chapter 142, The Cheesy Video Call Part 1 Bonus Chapter. Viola ran back into her penthouse and quickly switched the lights back on, her entire body trembling violently like someone who had just encountered a ghost. She locked her door as if to keep whatever she had felt outside firmly out there. When she took off Nick's coat, she looked down at her bare, damp arms filled with goosebumps, the little hair standing on end as though she had been electrified. What was that feeling? Viola couldn't recall the last time she had felt this way in her life, and she dragged her wet self up to her bedroom. When she had changed out of her wet clothes into a set of pajamas and came back into her room, she suddenly felt that she couldn't sleep alone, this time not because she was scared of herself or the nightmares, but because she feared that the moment she closed her eyes, she would feel that heavy tap on her shoulder again. She hugged herself, shivering at her bedside. The rain continued to fall steadily outside, and while the walls of the penthouse were soundproof, she could still see it falling through the glass along with the occasional flashes of lightning. Viola found herself walking over to the purse she had thrown on the desk in her room and took out her phone. She tapped on the screen with trembling fingers and realized Sebastian had left a series of messages an hour ago, after he had asked her to send him a picture of her meal. Viola stared at the screen, feeling a strong and very powerful urge to call him, but that stubborn hurt inside her stopped her short. If she continued to depend on him whenever she got scared or needed company, she would be doing nothing but digging herself into a grave and creating yet another way to hurt herself even more. Viola decided to put her phone down so she wouldn't be tempted to call him or text him back, but just as she was setting it aside, the phone began to ring and her insides flipped when she saw the caller ID. He was calling her. Should she pick up or ignore it? Biting the inside of her cheek, Viola tapped the answer button before the call could end and then slowly brought the phone to her ear without saying a word. "Why aren't you replying to my texts? Are you all right?" came his deep voice from the other end of the line, the sound of it making her insides clench. Pursing her lips, Viola replied grumblingly, "I was busy." "What do you want?" She hadn't intended to sound angry, but her voice came out that way, and Sebastian, who took note of her tone immediately, stood up from behind his office desk and walked to the window wall to watch the rain fall outside. Why was she sounding like that? Hadn't he left her in a good mood just this afternoon? "Have you eaten?" he questioned quietly, tucking one hand inside his trouser pocket. He had waited for her to text him back, but when she hadn't after an hour, Sebastian found himself continuously being drawn back to thoughts of her, wanting to hear her voice and know that she was doing all right, even though he had only left her a few hours ago. However, he hadn't expected to call her and be met with that angry, grumbling tone, as though they had parted on bad terms, when he had in fact left her smiling as they bantered at the door of her penthouse. She didn't reply to his question at first and stayed silent for a long moment until he called out, "Honey. Are you still there?" He pulled the phone away from his ear and looked down at the screen to see that the call was still connected. Why wasn't she saying anything? "Stop calling me that," she finally replied quietly. "And to answer your question, yes, I have eaten. Sebastian let out a soft sigh of relief and then smiled faintly. Hadn't they discussed him using endearments before? Was she back to not wanting him to use them? He could never understand her moods. Wanting to tease her, and also wanting the call to last a little longer, knowing full well he wouldn't be able to sleep and would probably work through until morning in his office, he asked, "What did you eat?" His silver eyes glimmered, reflecting the occasional flashes of lightning outside. Wagyu beef with truffle mashed potatoes and wild mushroom risotto on the side. Viola told him, crossing her legs on the floor where she sat beside her bed. She really hadn't thought she should be talking to him, but she just couldn't help it. Sebastian arched a brow. "You ate out?" he asked with a small chuckle, and she grumbled a yes that was barely audible. "Did you enjoy the meal?" he questioned again, wanting her to keep talking, or even to ask him if he had eaten, but she didn't ask, nor did she give a satisfactory reply. She gave him a single yes and went quiet again. Could it be that he had called at a bad time and caught her in a bad mood? Though Sebastian despised small talk and being asked by women whether he had eaten or what he had eaten, finding those questions unnecessary and a waste of his time, he found himself wishing she would turn to exactly that kind of cheesiness and ask him. The last woman to ask him that kind of question had been blacklisted from his contacts immediately, shut off without a second thought, because he simply hadn't had the time or patience for it. But here he was, wishing a certain someone would ask, and when she didn't, he swallowed his pride entirely and said, "Won't you ask me what I ate or whether I have eaten?" Sebastian could almost feel Muffin rolling his eyes at his cheesiness from wherever the wolf resided within him, but he didn't care. He wanted to talk to Viola, and if it took being cheesy to make the call last longer, he didn't care how far down that road he had to go. "Does it matter?" came Viola's reply, sounding entirely indifferent to Sebastian, who had been hoping she cared enough to want to know. It didn't matter to her whether he had eaten or not. He felt his chest tighten and his fingers clench around his phone. So he didn't matter to her. Was that what she was trying to say? "I doubt Layla will keep you hungry. She is one of your mates after all, and she will feed you well. There is no need for me to ask when I already know you have had dinner with her," Viola said, unable to keep the words to herself any longer or stop herself from jabbing him with them. Even as she said it, she knew it was a petty thing to say. He was her fiancé in title, but that didn't mean he owed her any loyalty, and he was still free to do whatever he wanted with the other women in his life. Sebastian, on the other hand, had absolutely no idea what she was talking about, and his expression darkened into a deep scowl as he stared at the wall. "Why the hell would you think I am with Layla or that I have eaten with her?" he demanded, completely baffled as to how she had arrived at that conclusion. What was wrong with this woman, and why did she always find a way to ruin his mood? If he were with Layla, did she honestly think he would be calling just to hear about what she ate? "Aren't you with her?" Viola asked, taken aback, and suddenly feeling utterly foolish for having let her jealousy lead her into bringing up Layla when she had absolutely no right to. "I am in my office. Let me show you," Sebastian said flatly, and then switched their call to a video call, telling her to accept it right away. The moment it connected, he turned the camera around to show her the office and the fact that he was entirely alone in it, no Layla, no one. Whatever had made her believe he was with Layla, he wanted to erase that belief completely. Viola felt a deep flush rise to her cheeks and travel all the way to the roots of her hair, and she wanted nothing more than to bury herself and disappear. He was indeed in his office, and he was alone. If there had been any lingering doubt in her mind that he was with Layla, the way he proceeded to show her every corner of his office, his private lounge, and even his bathroom, swept it all away completely. She hadn't asked to see his bathroom, but the man had gone entirely out of his way to show her, as though determined to leave her with absolutely nothing left to doubt. Chapter 143, The Cheesy Video Call Part 2. Viola clasped her fingers against her mouth in embarrassment and to muffle a laugh when he stepped out to show her the hallway outside his office where there was not a single soul around. "What are you doing? Are you giving me a tour of your place?" Viola remarked, feeling a very huge relief wash over her like a large rock had been lifted off her chest. "Your words asked for a tour, love. I am giving you one so you can believe that there is no Layla here. It's just me and I have been here since I left your place. Look, those are my clothes from this morning. I took my shower here. Tell me if there is anything else you want me to show you." Came his voice as she couldn't see his face, because he was still giving her the tour with his back camera. "Stop it, I don't want a tour. I have seen more than enough," Viola mused, biting down on her bottom lip and feeling immensely embarrassed. Why on earth had she even blurted those words out? She thought to herself, and a tiny voice in the back of her head answered her quietly. "Isn't it good that you said the words? At least you know he didn't change his mind from coming to you because of Layla." Sebastian switched the camera back to his face and Viola noticed his handsome grinning expression. His silver hair was messy, like he had run his fingers through it repeatedly, with loose strands falling all over his forehead and nearly poking at his eyes. The urge to reach through the phone and move the hair away was so strong that she heard herself say, "Move your hair away from your eyes lest it poke you." "Is it bothering you?" Sebastian teased, using his fingers to comb it back and away from his eyes, but the strands soon bounced right back, and he let them be. "Now tell me, what makes you think I am with Layla? Could it be that you are jealous?" he questioned, the thought that she might actually be jealous pleasing him so deeply that he couldn't help but smile even more broadly. Jealousy meant she was becoming possessive, just like him, didn't it? Viola would rather have died than ever admit to being jealous. She snorted, "Why should I be jealous? We are just friends, aren't we?" Hiding behind the friendship zone was a shield for her, a way to protect herself and her own nature from herself. He must never know about her deep insecurities that led her to intense jealousy. Sebastian's smile faltered, but he nodded. You have no reason to be jealous even if I have sex with Layla or another woman." "Mrs. Sebastian Kate isn't going to be a jealous wife," he stated, watching carefully for her reaction, but if she was affected by his words at all, she gave nothing away, and Sebastian's mood soured a little at that. It seemed she wasn't yet possessive of him the way he wished she would be. "Have you eaten?" Viola changed the subject, not wanting to talk about his relations with other women or whether she would make a jealous wife. It was time she began to scold herself out of being jealous and insecure over a man she didn't even want to love, if she could ever help it. "I haven't." "And why are you sitting on the floor?" Sebastian questioned, noticing her background. "Don't tell me you plan to sleep on the floor again. Why haven't you eaten?" "Don't change the subject, Sebastian." Viola narrowed her eyes at him. He had pestered her endlessly about eating while quietly skipping his own meals. How was that even remotely fair? Sebastian flashed her a smile as he said, "I will eat soon. It's unhealthy to eat when it gets too late. If you will eat, you should do it now." Viola insisted, and though Sebastian felt he should have been annoyed at being spoken to so firmly, he liked it, and felt something warm stir quietly inside him, because nobody ever thought to worry about when he ate or whether he had eaten at all. He carried the heavy burden of an entire pack on his shoulders, and many always assumed he had everything entirely figured out and didn't need to be reminded of when to do things for himself. Even the wife he recalled from the past, Evangeline, had never once cared about his meal times. They hadn't even eaten together to begin with, and Sebastian had never known until this moment that he would have liked it if someone scolded him about something as simple as that. "I will eat now, but lay down on the bed. Don't sleep on the floor. We can continue talking when you are on the bed and you can watch me eat." Saying that, Sebastian set his phone on a stand on his desk and then reached for the package of food that had been delivered to him a few minutes ago, settling down in front of his phone. He watched Viola move around the room and then return to the bed. There were a few moments of soft rustling sounds before she settled down with the blanket pulled up over her head and the glow of her phone screen illuminating her beautiful face as she looked at him with unconsciously pouted lips, soft, kissable, pouted lips that sent heat to his loin as he recalled how soft it had been to kiss her. Viola watched as he began to open his meal package. What kind of food is in it? He showed it to her and Viola saw the expensive packaging of the general food prepared for the important people staying in the high tower, which she didn't like because of the risk of fish in it. It looks delicious. Enjoy, she mused, biting back a yawn as a wave of sleepiness washed over her, something she had thought would be entirely impossible tonight. She watched Sebastian eat, his chewing barely making any sound at all, and she smiled quietly at his manners. He caught her smiling and asked her why she was smiling and she told him it was nothing. "Are you sleepy?" he asked, and she shook her head. Sebastian hummed, already seeing the drowsiness settling into her eyes and the yawn she kept trying to bite back. Before he knew it, her eyes had begun to drop slowly, and as though she simply couldn't fight it any longer, they closed completely and she was soon breathing steadily, her phone tilted to the side where he could only see half of her face. Sebastian didn't end the call, not when he was watching her peaceful sleeping face, and not when the sight of it calmed something restless deep within him. She was so babyish and cute while asleep and she hadn't even taken off her glasses. Sebastian recalled her words about Layla and he was grateful that he had dispelled any of her doubts before they could have ruined the progress he had made with her in this relationship that looked like it would remain stuck in the friendship zone until she awakened her wolf and felt his bond. As he watched her sleeping face, Sebastian recalled his conversation with the therapist about Viola. "What you have described to me sounds like the pattern of someone with deep self-hatred. And people who hate themselves often behave in predictable ways. They blame themselves for everything. They reject compliments. They expect rejection before it even happens. And sometimes they sabotage good things because deep down they believe they don't deserve them." The man had explained to Sebastian. "So what do I do?" Sebastian had pressed. "Tell me what actually helps." The man's voice softened. "You create safety. That's it." Sebastian had asked skeptically. "That's the beginning," the man corrected. "A traumatized mind lives in survival mode. It expects harm, abandonment, or betrayal. When someone consistently proves those expectations wrong, the brain slowly begins to relax." Slowly, Sebastian had repeated, clearly not liking the word. He hated slow progress and wanted a fast cure. "Yes, slowly," the man had told him. "You can't cure her. That isn't your role." The words had landed like a stone inside Sebastian, who had been hoping to cure her trauma if it turned out to be the very reason keeping her wolf from awakening. "But you can support her while she heals," the man continued. "You listen without dismissing her feelings. You don't try to argue her pain out of existence. You remain steady when she expects you to leave. And eventually she just believes me." He had asked. "Not exactly," the man had said. "Eventually she gathers enough new experiences to question the old story she tells herself. Trauma changes the mirror someone uses to see themselves. But mirrors can be replaced." Sebastian had exhaled slowly, absorbing every word. "The only way to help her heal is for you to stay. Not as her savior, but as proof that she was never as unworthy as she believes. Everything will fall into place patiently." Remembering all those words now, Sebastian let out a quiet sigh. It was why he had quickly shown her around his office before she could doubt him and convince herself that he was like Evan, who had cheated and she put the bricks back around herself again to close him off. He wasn't a cheater, and he had promised himself not to cheat, not even given that their relationship was still rooted in friendship. She was his fiancée, friendship or not, and she would be his wife. "Good night, darling," he whispered to her, still not ending the call, before his eyes drifted to the small screen on his desk that displayed the calendar. On it, there was a red circle drawn around the 30th, and the current day was the 10th. His fingers fisted slowly as his eyes stayed fixed on that circled date, a day he hated with everything inside him, yet it kept circling back around no matter how much time passed. Before that day arrived, he had to make her trust him enough and find more signs of her being the one, or some things might fall apart entirely. Chapter 144, The Moonwillow Guests. In no time at all, guests were arriving from all around the various packs of the werewolf world to stay at the High Tower for the ceremony of the Supreme Luna in 3 days, none of whom knew anything about her beyond the fact that she was from the North Pack. North Pack, which of the she-wolves there was the lucky one? And why wasn't her name included in the cards sent out to invite them? Many asked these questions, though some had already convinced themselves they had the answer. Rumors were already circulating that the chosen she-wolf was none other than Ember, the princess of the North Pack and the best candidate from that pack, as there was no one else they knew from there who was worthy of the position. In the minds of many of the arriving guests, they firmly believed the she-wolf to be Ember, and so many who came from lower packs or who wanted to get close to the future Supreme Luna made mental notes to form friendship alliances with her. Furthermore, Viola, who was the real future Luna, barely left her penthouse to mingle with anyone or even went out to meet the guests, so technically none of the arriving guests knew of her existence or the fact that she was the future Supreme Luna. The North Pack people arrived an hour earlier than the Moonwillow Pack, so before Evan and his mate and the Beta family landed in the impossibly beautiful Silver, Ember had already unpacked her things in her given room and was looking around the building with her Omega maids close at hand, marveling at the beauty and luxury of the Silver Pack. Truth be told, she had no idea who the future Supreme Luna actually was, and yet everyone around her was telling her that she came from the North Pack, and people were even coming to pay her their respects, calling her Supreme Luna. She had even received countless gifts that have filled up the bed of her room from unknown werewolves. All of this had led Ember to begin wondering, could it be that she was indeed the chosen one and that this was all an elaborate surprise arranged for her? For months now she had been unable to overcome the sting of the fact that the Supreme Alpha had turned her down, despite her having been so confident that she was the one for him and having trained all her life for that very position. Ember had been bitter and angry until the special invitation arrived, confusing her entire family, as they hadn't put anyone from their pack forward to the Alpha, so who was he crowning from the North Pack? They had been thoroughly confused and utterly baffled until they landed in this impossibly grand building, where guests began to crowd around Ember and called her the future Supreme Luna, confirming her suspicion about a surprise wedding for her. Ember hadn't yet met the Alpha, but she was moving through the building in hopes of running into him so she could tell him how grateful she was for his surprise. He had chosen her but hadn't told her until 3 days before their wedding, even sending his private jet to bring her and her parents here. It was such an utter surprise that Ember hadn't even bought a dress, though she had heard some whispers that the Alpha's sister, Zoe, whom she had only ever had the honor of buying designs from online but had never met in person, was already designing a wedding dress for her. Ember couldn't believe how much the Moon Goddess was on her side, granting her another opportunity to prove herself to the Supreme Alpha who had so ruthlessly insulted her and turned her down when she had offered him her body. Her expression soured slightly at the thought that she should have been given a heads up about these wedding arrangements. If they had given her a heads up, she would have arrived on time to get acquainted with the people who would soon become part of her new family and to get to know her husband-to-be. She was so annoyed that she wanted to take out her frustration on some incompetent Omega, but every single Omega worker she had come across along the hallways was smooth and efficient in the work of receiving the newly arriving guests and leading them to their arranged rooms. Ember walked down to the lobby to see if she would be lucky enough to meet some of the Kate family members, who had not yet come to give her a special welcome despite the fact that she would soon be joining their family. However, she was pleasantly surprised to find new guests walking in through the automatic motion sensor sliding doors of the lobby. Ember's eyes brightened and she quickly composed herself, straightening her back to appear regal and authoritative before she walked over to welcome this particular group of guests. After all, she had promised them a good position months ago and had also given her word to mend the feud between them and this pack. Evan, who had landed in the silver pack just a few minutes ago, couldn't believe the grandeur of the pack, or the high level of technology and the magnificence of their buildings. He had never seen anything quite like it before, and not even all the pictures he had studied and looked through had prepared him for this. However, being an alpha with authority and pride, he barely let his awe and envy show in his expression. He kept his face neutral as he held his mate around the waist and followed the guard who had escorted them from the jet and was now leading them into the building. Noticing that Lenny was letting her awe show and was acting like a country bumpkin at the entrance doors that slid open for them as though they could sense their presence, he tightened his arm around her and whispered, "School your expression, pet, don't let anyone see that this is our first time entering the silver pack. Act like this is the norm for us. No matter how much our pack has been struggling, don't let them look down on us." Evan was not going to let his ego and pride be trampled on, and his mate's expression would do exactly that if people saw just how far behind their pack had fallen because the Supreme Alpha had refused to forgive them until now. After the Moon Festival months ago, Evan had not granted any werewolves a pass to enter his territory, for that event had already taken so much from him that he needed the Supreme Alpha's support to recover. And until he had recovered and put his pack back in order, he wouldn't give anyone a reason to mock his pack and its members. Evan walked into the building with the air of someone who had been there a dozen times before, his handsome expression relaxed and unbothered. They were about to move deeper into the building when the supposed future Supreme Luna herself walked up to them, smiling welcomingly, and Evan decided to play the part of a very important guest even more convincingly so that everyone around them would see that he was on familiar terms with her. "Welcome, welcome," Ember greeted delightedly as she stepped forward and hugged Lenny, exchanging light cheek kisses, and then shook Evan's hand before greeting Beta Elliot and his family warmly. "I hope your journey here wasn't too stressful." Evan waved his hand in dismissal. "Not at all, future Supreme Luna. We had a very enjoyable ride here, and it was all thanks to your generosity in asking the Supreme Alpha to bring us here on a private jet," he said, raising his voice just slightly so that the other guests entering around them could hear and see that he and his people had received a very special invitation and a great deal of attention. That would teach them all a lesson not to mess with him, for he had the backing of the future Supreme Luna. In the 2 days leading up to this moment, Evan had already assured his pack members that everything would be fine again, and that by the time he returned to Moonwillow, the Supreme Alpha would be sending them back with many things that had been withheld from their pack, that everyone would at least receive working supplies and basic necessities. Evan was determined to make that possible, even if it meant currying favors with the beautiful and generous Ember, who was not the kind of woman to forget her promises. Chapter 145 The Audacity of the Moonwillow Guests. The guests pouring in, especially those from lower-ranked packs who had been lucky enough to receive an invitation to the upcoming ceremony, couldn't help but look over at the Moonwillow guests with envy at the sight of the supposed future Supreme Luna giving them her personal attention. They were that close to her. How fortunate, because with the future Luna being on such familiar terms with them, they would no doubt receive many future benefits from the Silver Pack. "I wish I had been friends with Ember before this. I didn't even think about it," came the whispers of the people around them. "Me too. Luna Lenny is so lucky. Look how intimately they are talking to each other." While the lower-ranked pack members envied the display of friendship, the Silver Pack Omegas who were leading guests in couldn't help but frown at who everyone was giving their respect to as the future Supreme Luna. But Ember wasn't their future Luna, they thought. It was the wolfless woman whom they had all been warned by Beta Matt to never dare call wolfless unless they wished to lose their tongues. Even knowing this, however, they all kept their mouths shut, as it was not their place to correct these seemingly important werewolves about their mistakes. "Oh no, don't bother yourselves carrying your bags, let me call the Omegas to carry them for you," Ember said to her so-called important guests as she turned around to flag down one of the Omegas passing by, but they were all busy except for one who was standing against the wall with her hair hanging around her face like a curtain, looking like a mad woman. Ember frowned at this Omega in mismatched clothing. Weren't the Omega workers in silver supposed to wear uniforms? Why was this fool standing around doing nothing in a mismatched striped skirt pattern and a loose green and white blouse that fell off one of her skinny shoulders? It seemed some of the lower beings here were not disciplined enough. With that thought, Ember called over the person she had mistaken for an Omega, who was none other than Sophia, a woman who didn't like being around people and who had been hiding here, making herself as invisible as possible against the wall, waiting for all of the elevators to clear up from the flood of arriving guests. "Hey, come here," Ember called, and Sophia looked up at her through the curtain of hair covering her face, her body trembling with fear that someone important was summoning her. What had she done this time? Would she be slapped again like one of the guests had slapped her yesterday for accidentally bumping into them? "Are you deaf? Get yourself over here before I punish you," Ember warned with narrowed eyes, seeing that the Omega was still standing there like a fool and ignoring her. Was she trying to make her look like she had no authority over the Omegas here, she who was soon to be the Supreme Luna? Was this useless creature asking for death? Hearing the word punishment, Sophia's spine stiffened and she pushed herself away from the wall she had been leaning against, the wall she had been silently wishing would swallow her whole, and began to walk towards the red-haired woman calling her, her fingers nervously clutching the sides of her dress. Punishment. If she didn't go, she would be punished, and Javier would beat her again mercilessly for not following him into the elevator and getting lost in the crowds. "I don't mean to pry, Miss Ember, but I do believe it is high time you take a strict hand with Omegas. Imagine her walking like a snail while you are calling her," Lenny whispered to her friend, wanting to stay in her good graces and also advise her on how to handle people like this. At Lenny's words, Ember felt her annoyance spike and she reached out and grabbed the hair of the Omega who was dragging her feet and taking her precious time to come to them. "When I call you, you should answer and move like your useless life depends on it, Omega." She gritted out and slapped Sophia with a force that made her lose her balance and crash to the floor. Being beaten by guests was nothing new for Javier's mate, as she was treated as though she were worthless even by her own husband, and so no one around them who knew her as Javier's wife said a word. People simply passed by like it was nothing out of the ordinary, and not a single person clarified that she was not an Omega. Ember reached out to grab her hair again, but suddenly a hand wrapped firmly around her wrist, stopping her from reaching Sophia. Ember gritted her teeth in anger at the insolent person who had dared to stop her from disciplining an Omega, and she turned her head sharply to the side, only to find herself looking at a face she recognized. The blue eyes behind the glasses sparkled with an icy coldness that caught Ember off guard for a moment before she blinked. Viola. It wasn't only Ember who was surprised to see Viola. Evan and her adoptive family, including Lenny, were equally stunned. But unlike Ember, who knew she had ordered this woman dead, the others simply assumed that Viola had been here with Ember all along, ever since she had taken her away from Moonwillow. "Who gives you the right to touch anyone in this pack?" Viola demanded calmly, using every ounce of strength in her body to pry Ember's hand away from Sophia's hair and thrust it firmly to the side before she came to stand in front of Sophia. Viola had been in her penthouse for the past 2 days, not wanting to come out to face the crowd of arriving guests. She had only come down now, still dressed in her pajamas, to collect a package she had ordered for Sebastian, wanting to give him something in return for the gifts he had given her. Viola had received a black card for her Luna position, bearing her name and loaded with her own funds, as it was said that every Luna was given a card to spend and buy whatever she desired. It had been a long time since she'd had money of her own, and she had no particular desire to buy anything for herself, but she had come across a fine set of diamond cufflinks and had ordered them for Sebastian without thinking twice. She had ordered them almost thoughtlessly, driven by that helpless habit she had always carried, even back when she was with Evan, of buying things for the people she held dear. Whoever she came to care about, she would find herself buying things for them, and she had placed the order before she could stop herself. She wouldn't have come out here at all if it hadn't been for the package arriving and the fact that every single Omega was far too busy for her to ask anyone to collect it on her behalf. She had her own legs, after all. Only to step out and find Ember slapping Sophia. The audacity of this she-wolf to slap a member of the Cade family. Even if Sophia turned out not to be a member of the Cade family, which she was, but merely an Omega, Ember had no right to hit or dare discipline anyone here. A guest should know their place, and Viola had gone through what felt like a lifetime of torture to know exactly how it felt to be hit and insulted, and she would not tolerate anyone, human or animal, being abused in her presence. Viola had been the one to request their invitation, but she had completely forgotten that they were arriving today, and she was entirely unprepared for it. Dressed as she was in a plain brown pajama shirt and matching pants with soft house slippers on her feet and her hair twisted into a messy bun, she looked every bit like someone who had just rolled out of bed, but that didn't mean she wouldn't intervene. Chapter 146, Apologize to her. It seems, Miss Ember, that you will have a great deal of work on your hands after your ceremony, for it appears not all of the lowlives here are dressed in uniform, and one even dares to grab your hand. Came Lenny's remark, hanging off Evan's arm and letting her eyes settle coolly on Viola, who looked impossibly well and far better than someone who had been taken away to serve Ember had any right to look. The last time Lenny had seen this woman, she had looked no better than a skeleton with her skin hanging loosely off her bones and her chest as flat as a board. But there was a fullness to the pajama shirt she wore now, and her face had recovered to that irresistible beauty that Lenny could vividly recall being deeply jealous of, the same beauty that had always earned her the undivided attention of every man in their pack, men whom the woman had always carelessly ignored for the sake of Evan. Ember must truly be a very generous woman to have fed and clothed this nobody so well. Lenny pressed herself even closer against Evan's side at that thought, and she smiled internally when his arm tightened around her. You can stay behind for a few days to assist her in straightening out these lowlives, my pet. Some people really do forget their place, Evan said with pure annoyance as he glared at Viola, who was watching him with blank and utterly indifferent eyes. How dare she look at him that way, as though she had the right? Who did she think she was to even meet Lenny's eyes, let alone his and Ember's? Was that how you were trained in the quarters, you piece of shit? Get down on your knees and apologize to your Luna, Evan demanded, taking a threatening step forward with his alpha aura flaring and bleeding into the atmosphere around him. Viola, in spite of herself and everything inside her that despised Evan, found herself trembling, her insides clenching tightly. Though she could face almost everyone without fear, she couldn't face Evan. She hated this part of herself that lost all control when it came to him, the part of her he had destroyed with his betrayal, and seeing his protective arm wrapped around Lenny's waist made her fingers clench at her sides. Wasn't she over him already? So why was it still affecting her? Could it be because of the... Taking a deep breath, she bent down and helped Sophia, who was whimpering to her feet, reaching out with concern to move the hair away from her face as she asked quietly, "Are you all right?" Sophia recoiled from Viola in fright the moment she felt her touch, parting the curtain of hair from her own face, and then she turned and ran as though she were terrified, disappearing before Viola could say another word. Viola's brows knitted together, forming a faint crease on her forehead as she couldn't help but think that for an alpha's daughter and the wife and mate of a Cade, Sophia was receiving a very poor treatment from the people around her, and that wasn't all right. People like Ember shouldn't have the right to raise their hands against her at all. Before Viola could look away from the direction Sophia had fled and turn back to face the people who had once been a part of her life, she felt a fist seize her hair from behind and she was tackled to the ground with a kick to the backs of her knees. Before she could do anything, a hard slap landed across her face and her glasses broke, flying off and away from her face and thrusting her world into a haze of blurriness. Sharp pain stung all the way from her cheek to the back of her head, and her knees hit the floor with a force that rattled through her bones. She bit back a moan of pain. She didn't need to see clearly to know who it was Evan. She recognized his ways of tormenting her from years of enduring them, recognized the weight and angle of his slap and his hits, and she felt a hot, seething anger swell inside her at the fact that he no longer had any right to lay a hand on her, yet here he was doing it, again. You little bitch, you think just because the future Supreme Luna is generous enough to give you a roof over your head and to clothe and feed you well enough to look like a person again, you can disrespect her in front of me. People like you don't deserve generosity. You need a constant reminder of where you belong. Evan gritted out furiously as he twisted her hair tighter in his fist and slapped her face again, so hard that a trail of blood crept from the corner of her lips. People began to gather around the scene, watching, and despite some of them knowing full well that she was the future Supreme Luna, not one of them stepped forward to stop this stranger from beating her. Deep down, many of the Silver Pack members didn't like her to begin with, for they still believed that a wolfless woman had no business being crowned. However, some among the crowd couldn't help but think that this alpha was courting his own death, for no matter what anyone thought of her, no one had the right to beat a Supreme Luna. What did he think he was doing? Viola, who had never imagined she would ever go through such humiliation again, was suddenly flooded with the memory of all the pain she had suffered for 4 long years under Evan, despite the fact that it was because of her that he had ever come close to smelling the alpha seat at all. It was her influence, her efforts, and her ways that had gotten him to become who he was today. Despite everything in her that wanted to fight back, some deeply ingrained conditioning ran far too deep for time alone to erase. She had been broken and tormented for 4 years into bowing down to him and to every person of power in Moonwillow. And without her glasses, she could see nothing but a blur, making it impossible to deflect his slaps when they came. But anger simmered inside her like hot lava, building steadily beneath the surface. Apologized to her. Evan barked again, driving a kick into her stomach as she lay on the floor. You are going to regret this, Evan, Viola began through gritted teeth as she attempted to push herself up off the ground, but Evan shoved her back down again and delivered another kick to her stomach that made her groan. How dare you call my name? He turned to Ember, who stood to the side with Lenny, watching with a satisfied smirk on her face, and said, Give her to me when I am returning to Moonwillow. She will receive proper discipline in my pack, and she will never dare disrespect anyone again. Do whatever you please with her, you can have her. I have no use for the bitch. Ember told him with a delicate, dismissive wave of her hand, not particularly caring where the woman had come from or what she was doing here in the first place, for as long as Ember wouldn't be dealing with her here when she married the Supreme Alpha, she didn't particularly care what Evan did with the bitch. Evan smirked in deep pleasure, having gotten exactly what he wanted without even having to try too hard. He would take her back to his pack and put her to work fixing all of his problems. Bending down, he grabbed her by the hair as she lay curled on the floor clutching her stomach, groaning in pain, and was drawing back his hand to slap some more discipline into her when it suddenly felt as though the devil himself had walked into the space, bringing with him the brutal cold of winter. And along with that suffocating, crushing presence came a very dark and dangerously furious voice that warned. Touch her again, and you will learn exactly what is worse than death. Chapter 147, The Supreme Alpha's Rage. Nobody noticed Sebastian's entrance to the scene where his mate was being brutally beaten by a scum who had no right to breathe the same air she breathed, let alone lay a hand on a single strand of her hair. They were too busy crowding around and watching the scene like they were watching a live show, until his presence announced itself through the suffocating shift in the atmosphere and then his dangerously low and furious voice that warned Evan. Touch her again, and you will learn exactly what is worse than death. The people gathered in the lobby, mostly guests, turned in his direction, parting away from his path as he walked down the hall in long, purposeful strides with his hands tucked inside the pockets of his trousers and his leather shoes clicking sharply against the floor. His breathtakingly handsome face was a pure mask of fury that made everyone begin to bow their heads in submission, but his cold silver eyes didn't go to a single person in that crowd, only to the woman curled up on the floor, moaning softly and holding her stomach as though she was suffering from some deep internal pain. Sebastian's fingers clenched tightly inside his pocket until a faint cracking sound could be heard in the sudden silence that had fallen over the crowd at his presence. The silence was so complete and so heavy that not a single person dared to breathe, terrified of making even the smallest sound and having those cold silver eyes turn on them. Many of the people gathered there had never personally laid eyes on the Supreme Alpha before, nor ever been anywhere close to him, and now that they were, his aura alone was sending them into an overdrive of pure, trembling fear. If winter had a face, it would have been the Supreme Alpha's face at that moment, and if fire had a breath, it would have been the burning air inside him and the heat emitting from his nostrils, for Sebastian saw nothing but red, a very hot and blazing red that he couldn't control or reason his way out of, not even enough to remind himself that he wasn't supposed to show his fury so openly to people when it's a matter that concerns Viola. But caution be fucking damned. Evan, who noticed the Supreme Alpha walking towards them with that devastating aura rolling off him in waves, took a cautious step back from Viola and stared at the approaching man. Not understanding why he looked so enraged that his expression was darkening by the second, Evan decided to make a good first impression, as he had never met Sebastian in person before. He had already considered that this celebration which had brought him here would serve as the perfect opportunity to forge a new friendship between them, as the petty feud of the past was no doubt behind them now, with Ember standing at his side and the fact that they had been invited here specially. Evan quickly straightened himself up and then leaned down to warn Viola, "I will get back to you after I speak with the Supreme Alpha," and then he smiled and stepped forward, pulling his mate along so he could introduce her to the Supreme Alpha, who was walking steadily towards him. Evan was smiling and had already parted his lips to speak when he was suddenly seized by the throat and hurled against the wall with a force that cracked the glass behind him and sent a sharp, blinding pain shooting through his spine. Everything happened so fast that neither he nor anyone around them saw it coming, until all the breath was knocked violently out of Evan's lungs. "How dare you lay your filthy hands on her? Who the fuck gave you the right to hit her?" Sebastian demanded in a dangerously low voice that sent a cold shiver crawling down Evan's spine. Despite being an alpha himself, Evan's aura was nowhere near that of the Supreme Alpha, and his strength even less so. Those words caught him so off guard that his gold eyes widened in disbelief. How was it any of the Supreme Alpha's business that he had hit a nobody who had been disrespecting his wife-to-be? Viola, that woman, had disrespected Ember, and all Evan had done was put her back in her place, so why was the Supreme Alpha this furious, choking the life out of him over it? Let's talk about this, Supreme Alpha. The bitch disrespected, Evan began to say, but the words couldn't leave his throat as Sebastian's fingers tightened even further around his windpipe, cutting off both his words and his breath and turning Evan's face as red as hot pepper. "I will fucking kill you for it," Sebastian gritted out lowly and furiously, unable to believe the audacity of this fucker, beating his mate in his own territory as though she was some nobody. Even if she were a nobody, Sebastian never allowed outsiders to lay a hand on his members, let alone his fiancée and mate. Lenny, who watched her mate looking as though he was on the very verge of dying from lack of air, became gripped with fear. Wasn't the Supreme Alpha supposed to be pleased that Evan had disciplined a useless woman on behalf of his woman? Wasn't he supposed to invite them into his office for a cup of coffee and a warm welcome? Why was he strangling her Evan over a nobody? Lenny had always known Viola to be a scheming woman who played cruel and calculated games to deal with she-wolves who had shown any interest in Evan in the past. She had a way of wrapping men around her fingers that had always made Lenny despise her deeply, but she truly hadn't thought that with Ember now in the picture, she could have pulled that same game on the Supreme Alpha, enough so for him to come striding furiously over here and begin strangling her Evan. She spun to the only person she believed could save him, grabbing Ember's arm tightly. "Do something, your husband-to-be is going to kill my mate. Help him." Chapter 148, The Real Supreme Luna. Ember, who was just as stunned and bewildered by Sebastian's reaction and had been standing there with her jaw slack, was jolted out of her daze by Lenny's grip. She looked at the murderous expression burning in the Supreme Alpha's eyes and swallowed hard. How was she going to step in to stop him? She hadn't even spoken to him since her arrival to his pack, and he hadn't come to see her to give her a welcome. However, she couldn't just let her composure crumble in front of everyone who had been respecting her. She had to show that she had some measure of control over her man in front of the onlookers. And Sir Ember stepped forward to address Sebastian, but the glare he shot in her direction was enough to bring Ember, and every single person standing around them, crashing down to their knees in submission. Sebastian's eyes zeroed back in on Evan, who was making a feeble and desperate attempt to free his windpipe, producing hoarse, strangled sounds like a man standing at the very gate of hell. But Sebastian had no intention of releasing him, not until he had personally escorted him through that gate and watched him suffer for what he had done to his little hellcat. Sebastian would have strangled Evan to death had it not been for the tug he felt at his trouser leg that made him look down. Viola was tugging at his trousers from the floor, as though trying to physically pull him back from the man he was strangling. Though she was clearly in pain and her expression did nothing to hide it, squinting up at him without her glasses, struggling to make out his face, her voice was steady and clear enough to cut through the consuming fog of Sebastian's fury. "Let go of him. Don't kill him," she moaned pleadingly, and her pleading expression did nothing but add more fuel to Sebastian's rage, for he had expected that after what the scum had just done to her, she would be demanding his life rather than begging for mercy on his behalf. He hadn't known her to be the kind to plead for someone who had hurt her, and seeing her do it and add the word please to her lips, Sebastian released Evan's throat. The man crumpled to the floor, coughing violently. However, Sebastian's expression and mood darkened further alongside the burning anger still raging inside him. Why the hell had she pleaded for his life? He thought, eyes dropping to where she was hunched over clutching her stomach, moaning, with blood trailing from the corner of her mouth. Despite his visible displeasure and the anger still simmering beneath his skin, Sebastian bent down and gathered her up into his arms. She turned into his chest immediately, burying her face there and clutching the front of his shirt in tight fists as she moaned softly in agony. She kept trying to curl her knees upward as though wanting them to press against her aching stomach for support, but being held in his arms in a princess carry made that position impossible, and that small, desperate movement alone told Sebastian exactly how much damage the kick to her stomach had done. A vein surfaced on his forehead and along his neck, his arms tightening protectively around her as he turned and swept his cold eyes over the stunned onlookers who had stood and watched her get beaten without a single one of them stepping forward to stop it. "Every single one of you here will pay dearly for standing by and watching the future Supreme Luna get hit and humiliated by a nobody like this. And you and I are not finished yet, Evan," came Sebastian's frigid words that sliced clean through the air, causing those who hadn't known that Viola was the future Supreme Luna to gasp in shock and disbelief and tremble where they knelt on the floor in fear. So she was the future Supreme Luna, and not Ember, whom they had all been falling over themselves to please. How could Viola have turned out to be the one? The Moonwillow members were reeling with that thought as they watched the Supreme Alpha walk away from them with the wolfless woman held in his arms, his stride so long and purposeful that in no time at all he had reached his private elevator and the doors were sliding shut behind him. It was only after he was gone that many of them released the breath they had been holding and sagged to the floor, clutching their rapidly beating hearts. However, the moment the relief of no longer having him in their presence washed over them, the full weight of his words came crashing back and they all turned to look at Ember. "What does the Supreme Alpha mean, Miss Ember?" questioned Lenny, who was supporting her mate as he was still bent over coughing, rubbing at his throat and looking just as stunned as everyone else around them. "Miss Ember, aren't you the future Supreme Luna?" Peter Elliott, who had chosen to act along with his family as though he didn't know who Viola was, despite having raised the girl for years, also asked, genuinely unable to make sense of why the Supreme Alpha would say such a thing. How could that useless girl be his future wife? That girl had been nothing but a disappointment to them, and unless they had all misheard what they thought they heard, there was simply no way it was possible that she was the future Supreme Luna. Ember, however, was slowly piecing things together, connecting the missing gaps one by one, and she stared ahead like someone who couldn't bring herself to believe what was becoming undeniably clear. She had been the one to take Viola to the North Pack, which technically made her a member of it, and the fact that Viola had gone missing on the very same day the Supreme Alpha had rejected Ember as a supposed wife made everything crystal clear in an instant. That realization drained the color from Ember's face until she went as pale as a ghost. Ember raised her head to find everyone staring at her expectantly, and unable to bear the humiliation of standing there and admitting that she was not the future Supreme Luna, that a wolfless woman had taken the position she had trained her entire life for. She rose to her feet, turned on her heels, and fled with her palm clasped tightly against her mouth, disappearing from the lobby in shame. The Moonwillow guests could only stare after her in stunned astonishment. Chapter 149, Tell Me the Truth. Viola's fingers tightened around the sheet as she bit down hard on her bottom lip while the healer Sebastian had summoned checked for the extent of the damage done to her and treated the small bruises she had sustained from Evan's hits that had caught her completely off guard and unprepared. As the doctor hovered over her, her own eyes drifted to Sebastian, who was standing at the glass wall with his back turned to them. He hadn't spoken a single word to her since he had brought her back to her room and called the healer, but the set of his jaw and the hardness in his silver eyes told her he was furious, not only at Evan, but at her too. She had tried to grip his sleeve and he had brushed her touch away coldly and gone to stand at the far end of the room, away from her bed. The pain in her stomach had come from the fact that she had already been suffering from period cramps, which affected her far more severely than most she-wolves because she didn't have their fast healing. It had been the very reason she had stayed in her penthouse and wouldn't have gone out at all if it hadn't been for her arriving packages. Her cramps were always unbearable enough to leave her sick and vomiting for days, but during her 4 years of living under a hollow system, Viola had learned to hide her discomfort and bear through the pain alone, for even if she had complained, no one would have given her any medicine to ease it. She would have only received a beating for the trouble. Now, 4 years later, she had built enough of a resistance to her monthly pain that it no longer bothered her as deeply as it once had, until Evan had driven a kick directly into her abdomen with the sharp front of his shoe. The pain had been so intense that for a brief, terrifying moment, Viola had almost believed she was going to faint. The pain had already begun to subside even before the healer arrived, but she couldn't find the words to assure Sebastian that there was no need to call anyone, not when she knew she had upset him by stopping him from punishing Evan or causing him further pain. The way Sebastian had coldly turned away from her when she reached for his sleeve had sent a sharp, stabbing pain straight to her heart and made a lump rise in her throat. They had been in such a genuinely good place with each other, calling every night and talking about the small, unimportant things that only friends talked about. He would even tell her about his work and the documents he was going through while she lay in bed with her phone in hand, watching him quietly until she drifted off to sleep to the soft sounds of his digital pen moving across his screen. Viola had actually come to enjoy their friendship so much that she had almost forgotten what it felt like to be in the presence of a cold and furious Sebastian, until this moment brought it all back. She could feel the rage still radiating off him in waves, so strongly that even the healer was slightly clumsy throughout his examination. Would Sebastian finally stop talking to her and treating her kindly because she had allowed a stupid part of her past to control her actions? She had always expected the day to come when he would finally decide she wasn't worth being friends with and shut her out of his life entirely, but she hadn't expected it to come this soon. So soon that she hadn't even gotten the chance to know him better. Viola suddenly felt a wave of sadness consume her heart, her throat throbbing as she turned her eyes away from his cold back and fixed them on the opposite wall, unblinking, for she knew that if she were to blink even once, the stinging heat building behind her eyes would finally break free and release her tears. She wouldn't cry over something she had already expected to happen. The healer finished the examination and turned to the Supreme Alpha with a nervous swallow before reporting, "It's nothing serious, Supreme Alpha. The pain was caused by her menstruation and the kick made it worse, but I have given her a pain relief injection. She will be fine after a few hours of good rest and staying well hydrated." Sebastian, who had been staring hard at the sky through the glass as though glaring at it could soothe his anger, heard the healer's words but didn't acknowledge them and remained where he was, completely still. However, a small and barely noticeable sigh of relief left him, for he had feared real damage had been done to her from the way that Scum had kicked her on the floor and the way she had doubled over in his arms, moaning in pain. Recalling it sent another surge of hot rage tearing through his veins, and he cursed everything that had stopped him from beating the living daylights out of the man, only to realize that it had been Viola herself who had done it. The very person he should have expected to encourage him to avenge her had instead dared to stop him in that moment. His fury mounted and his silver eyes darkened to a deeper, colder shade. Why would she stop him, and why had she looked so wrenchingly pained as she pleaded for him not to kill Evan? Did she still harbor some ridiculous feeling for a man who hadn't even hesitated to beat her like she was nothing more than a punching bag in public? Does she still love him? Sebastian found himself asking Muffin, who was just as furious as Sebastian was, for a mate was never supposed to stand beside another man and plead for his life. How about you just ask her? And if you can't do the asking, let's shift forms and I will ask her myself. Muffin mused, already eager and restless for an opportunity where Sebastian would transform and finally allow him a proper introduction with their mate. But Sebastian wasn't about to give him that chance yet, for Muffin was not only unhinged, he would absolutely embarrass him. Sebastian didn't know how he might react if he asked her and she told him she still loved Evan, but if he didn't get this off his chest he didn't think he would find any peace within himself, nor with her. He was angry at her, so deeply angry that it was hurting his chest every time the image of her pleading for Evan crossed his mind. "Get out," he ordered the healer, who was still standing behind him waiting for permission to leave. The man was more than relieved to hear those two words, for his bones had been quivering the entire time he had been in that room. He bowed his head low and hurried out without a sound. Viola, who had been keeping her gaze fixed on the opposite wall, felt Sebastian move and saw his shadow fall over her on the bed, but she still didn't look in his direction. His coldness towards her was too painful to face directly. She was suddenly afraid that he had come closer now to reject her, having finally understood the real reason she had stopped him from punishing Evan. She tightened her fingers around the sheets and kept her head averted from him, her throat closing in and making it difficult to breathe properly when he didn't say anything and simply stood there, looking down at her in silence. She knew he was looking because she could feel his eyes burning into her like a laser. "Tell me the truth, are you still in love with him?" came Sebastian's quiet voice, fury simmering slightly beneath it. Though he stood there with the outward appearance of someone who didn't particularly care about the answer, his clenched fingers were trembling inside the pockets of his trousers, for her reply would determine Evan's next fate, and then his own feelings toward her. Chapter 150, Disbelief. If Viola still loved that scum, it would be incredibly hard for him to get her to see him as a mate in order to awaken her wolf, and all of his efforts would amount to nothing but a waste of time. And if she didn't still love him, he would like to know why she had stopped him, when she could have simply pretended she hadn't seen anything at all and let him deal with Evan for her. Sebastian was aware that he was supposed to act as though he didn't care about her in public so that no one would realize she was his mate, but at this point, it didn't matter, he had more than enough excuses to fall back on. Every member of the Silver Pack knew how he ruled and how he never tolerated outsiders laying hands on his members, and no one would question him for killing Evan or beating him into a plump. They all knew he despised the Moonwillow Pack more than he despised anything else in this world, and they would simply assume he had used Evan beating the future Luna as the excuse to do it. No one would ever connect it to Viola personally, which was exactly why he had been so willing to strangle the man to his death, until she stopped him. At his question, Viola, who had been fully intent on not looking at him until he would leave her alone to lick her wounds and grieve the loss of a friendship she had been growing so deeply accustomed to, slowly turned to look at him. His expression was as blank as a plain sheet of paper and his eyes were cold, just as cold as they had been the very first time she had met him, and the sight of it sent a shiver crawling down her spine. Did she still love Evan? He had asked. Viola almost laughed at those words. Love was far from what she felt, and it had nothing to do with it. What she felt towards Evan had nothing to do with her past affection, but with something far deeper and far more complicated than that. I thought you already had your answer, and that is why you are giving me the cold shoulder, Viola stated indifferently, not wanting to let her emotions bleed through her voice or her words. She stared at him blankly from behind the cracked glass frames of her broken glasses. Would I be asking you if I already knew why the hell you stopped me from beating that piece of shit into the wall? Sebastian gritted out, dragging furious fingers through his hair and glaring down at her darkly, for he hated that she was lying there looking up at him with that indifferent expression when his own emotions and mate jealousy were eating him alive. Did she honestly think he would be asking her if he already had any idea of what was going on with her? Viola felt her heart thud. So he didn't even know why she had stopped him from beating Evan, and yet he was already this furious and cold towards her. What would his reaction be if he actually knew the truth? She thought, biting the inside of her cheek and weighing whether she should tell him or not. But then wasn't it better to just let him know the truth now and let him accept it sooner rather than later, even if it might break the relationship they were carefully building together? It was far better for it to crack at this stage than to carry on until it reached a point where it could no longer withstand the weight of it. With the way he hated Evan and Moonwillow, he might not like what she would tell him, but Viola knew she had to let him know now. With that thought settled, Viola said, "All right, I will not only tell you, but I will show you." Sebastian watched her push herself into a sitting position on the bed, wincing slightly, and he fought the urge to step forward and help her sit up gently. He watched her sit up at the edge of the bed, wondering what she intended to show him, as she reached out and began to unbutton her pajama shirt. His brows knitted together as he watched her undo the buttons, and then she pulled her hair forward and away from her back before she lowered the shirt to reveal her fair upper back to him. Sebastian arched a brow as she turned her head sideways to look at him and said, "Look at the back of my neck." As Viola said those words, she forced herself to think of Evan, so that Sebastian could see for himself what had caused her to stop him from inflicting further damage on Evan beyond any reasonable explanation. The moment the thought of Evan entered her mind, something glowed at the back of her neck, and it instantly caught Sebastian's eyes and held them there. A dark mark appeared in the shape of a chain, and he felt something violent turn over inside him. He blinked to make certain he was seeing clearly, but the mark didn't disappear, it only glowed more intensely. Sebastian's heart turned over in his chest, his skin prickling with a surge of anger he hadn't thought it possible to feel any more of. For every werewolf who had gone through proper education and studied every kind of mark that existed, knew exactly what was on the back of her neck. The heart-binding mark. There were different kinds of markings when it came to the act of marking. There was the soul-binding mark, the most sacred and significant of all, which mates or werewolves who wished to spend the rest of their lives together gave to one another. A mark that connected them at the deepest level, one that could only be broken through mutual rejection. Then there was the mate marking. And then there was this one, the heart-binding mark. Unlike the soul-binding mark which was given to form a soul bond, and unlike the mate marking, the heart-binding mark was something entirely different. It was given when a person intended to love someone for the rest of their life, when they willingly allowed that person to mark them in a way that would bind their heart to theirs, completely and sometimes irrevocably. I let him give me this mark when I turned 16 because I thought he was the one I would end up with. I couldn't give him the mark in return because I hadn't awakened my wolf yet at the time, and he had only just awakened his as he had just turned 19. He swore to me that once I awakened mine, I could give him the mark in return, so that even if we turned out not to be each other's fated mates, we could never truly turn away from each other, because we would both carry the heart-binding marks.